The Altar at Midnight by C. M. Kornbluth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Altar at Midnight by C. M. Kornbluth. Doing something for humanity may be fine for humanity, but rough on the individual. He had quite a rum blossom on him for a kid, I thought at first. But when he moved closer to the light by the cash register to ask the bartender for a match or something, I saw it wasn't that. Not just the nose, broken veins on his cheeks, too, and the funny eyes. He must have seen me look, because he slid back away from the light. The bartender shook my bottle of ale in front of me like a Swiss bell ringer so it foamed inside the green glass. "You ready for another, sir?" he asked. I shook my head. Down the bar he tried it on the kid. He was drinking Scotch and water or something like that, and found out he could push him around. He sold him 3 Scotch and waters in 10 minutes. When he tried for number 4, the kid had his courage up and said, "I'll tell you when I'm ready for another, Jack." But there wasn't any trouble. It was almost 9, and the place began to fill up. The manager, a real hood type, stationed himself by the door to screen out the high school kids and give the big hello to the conventioneers. The girls came hurrying in, too, with their little makeup cases and their fancy hair piled up, and their frozen faces with the perfect mouths drawn on them. One of them stopped to say something to the manager, some excuse about something, and he said, "That's all right, get into the dressing room." A 3-piece band behind the drapes at the back of the stage began to make warm-up noises, and there were 2 bartenders keeping busy. Mostly it was beer, a mid-week crowd. I finished my ale and had to wait a couple of minutes before I could get another bottle. The bar filled up from the end near the stage because all the customers wanted a good close look at the strippers for their 50-cent bottles of beer. But I noticed that nobody sat down next to the kid, or if anybody did, he didn't stay long. You go out for some fun and the bartender pushes you around and nobody wants to sit next to you. I picked up my bottle and glass and went down on the stool to his left. He turned to me right away and said, "What kind of place is this, anyway?" The broken veins were all over his face, little ones, but so many, so close that they made his face look something like marbled rubber. The funny look in his eyes was it, the trick contact lenses. But I tried not to stare and not to look away. "It's okay," I said. "It's a good show if you don't mind a lot of noise from—" He stuck a cigarette into his mouth and poked the pack at me. "I'm a spacer," he said, interrupting. I took one of his cigarettes and said, "Oh?" He snapped a lighter for the cigarettes and said, "Venus." I was noticing that his pack of cigarettes on the bar had some kind of yellow sticker instead of the blue tax stamp. "Ain't that a crock?" he asked. "You can't smoke, and they give you lighters for a souvenir. But it's a good lighter. On Mars last week they gave us all some cheap pen and pencil sets." "You get something every trip, huh?" I took a good long drink of ale, and he finished his Scotch and water. "Shoot. You call a trip a shoot?" One of the girls was working her way down the bar. She was going to slide onto the empty stool at his right and give him the business, but she looked at him first and decided not to. She curled around me and asked if I'd buy her a little old drink. I said no, and she moved on to the next. I could kind of feel the young fellow quivering. When I looked at him, he stood up. I followed him out of the dump. The manager grinned without thinking and said, "Good night, boys," to us. The kid stopped in the street and said to me, "You don't have to follow me around, Pappy." He sounded like one wrong word and I would get socked in the teeth. "Take it easy. I know a place where they won't spit in your eye." He pulled himself together and made a joke of it. "This I have to see," he said. "Near here?" "A few blocks." We started walking. It was a nice night. "I don't know this city at all," he said. "I'm from Covington, Kentucky. You do your drinking at home there. We don't have places like this." He meant the whole Skid Row area. "It's not so bad," I said. "I spend a lot of time here." "Is that a fact? I mean, down home a man your age would likely have a wife and children." "I do. The hell with them." He laughed like a real youngster, and I figured he couldn't even be 25. He didn't have any trouble with the broken curbstones, in spite of his Scotch and waters. I asked him about it. "Sense of balance," he said. "You have to be tops for balance to be a spacer. You spend so much time outside in a suit. People don't know how much. Punctures. And you aren't worth a damn if you lose your point." "What's that mean?" "Oh, well, it's hard to describe. When you're outside and you lose your point, it means you're all mixed up. You don't know which way the can, that's the ship, which way the can is. It's having all that room around you. But if you have a good balance, you feel a little tugging to the ship, or maybe you just know which way the ship is without feeling it. Then you have your point and you can get the work done." "There must be a lot that's hard to describe." He thought that might be a crack, and he clammed up on me. "You call this Gandytown," I said after a while. "It's where the stove-up old railroad men hang out. This is the place." It was the second week of the month, before everybody's pension check was all gone. Oswiak's was jumping. The grandsons of the pioneers were on the juke singing the Man from Mars yodel, and old Paddy Shea was jiggling in the middle of the floor. He had a full seidel of beer in his right hand, and his empty left sleeve was flapping. The kid balked at the screen door. "Too damn bright," he said. I shrugged and went on in, and he followed. We sat down at a table. At Oswiak's you can drink at the bar if you want to, but none of the regulars do. Paddy jiggled over and said, "Welcome home, Doc." He's a Liverpool Irishman. They talk like Scots, some say, but they sound almost like Brooklyn to me. "Hello, Paddy. I brought somebody uglier than you. Now what do you say?" Paddy jiggled around the kid in a half circle with his sleeve flapping, and then flopped into a chair when the record stopped. He took a big drink from the seidel and said, "Can he do this?" Paddy stretched his face into an awful grin that showed his teeth. He has 3 of them. The kid laughed and asked me, "What the hell did you drag me into here for?" Paddy says he'll buy drinks for the house the day anybody uglier than him comes in. Oswiak's wife waddled over for the order, and the kid asked us what we'd have. I figured I could start drinking, so it was 3 double scotches. After the second round, Paddy started blowing about how they took his arm off without any anesthetics except a bottle of gin, because the Red Ball freight he was tangled up in couldn't wait. That brought some of the other old gimps over to the table with their stories. Blackie Bauer had been sitting in a boxcar with his legs sticking through the door when the train started with a jerk. Wham! The door closed. Everybody laughed at Blackie for being that dumb in the first place, and he got mad. Sam Fireman has palsy. This week he was claiming he used to be a watchmaker before he began to shake. The week before he'd said he was a brain surgeon. A woman I didn't know, a real old boxcar Bertha, dragged herself over and began some kind of story about how her sister married a Greek, but she passed out before we found out what happened. Somebody wanted to know what was wrong with the kid's face. Bauer, I think it was, after he came back to the table. "Compression and decompression," the kid said. "You're all the time climbing into your suit and out of your suit. Inboard air's thin to start with. You get a few red lines. That's these ruptured blood vessels. And you say, 'The hell with the money. All you'll make is just one more trip.' But God, it's a lot of money for anybody my age. You keep saying that until you can't be anything but a spacer. The eyes are hard radiation scars." "You like that all over?" asked Oswiak's wife politely. "All over, ma'am," the kid told her in a miserable voice. "But I'm going to quit before I get a Bowman head." "I don't care," said Maggie Rorty. "I think he's cute." "Compared with—" Paddy began, but I kicked him under the table. We sang for a while, and then we told gags and recited limericks for a while, and I noticed that the kid and Maggie had wandered into the back room, the one with the latch on the door. Oswiak's wife asked me, very puzzled, "Doc, why they do that flying by planets?" "It's the damn government," Sam Fireman said. "Why not?" I said. "They got the Bowman Drive. Why the hell shouldn't they use it? Serves 'em right." I had a double scotch and added, 20 years of it, and they found out a few things they didn't know. Red lines are only one of them. 20 years more, and maybe they'll find out a few more things they didn't know. Maybe by the time there's a bathtub in every American home and an alcoholism clinic in every American town, they'll find out a whole lot of things they didn't know. And every American boy will be a pop-eyed, blood-rattled wreck like our friend here from riding the Bowman Drive. "It's the damn government," Sam Fireman repeated. "And what the hell did you mean by that remark about alcoholism?" Patty said, real sore. "Personally, I can take it or leave it alone." So we got to talking about that, and everybody there turned out to be people who could take it or leave it alone. It was maybe midnight when the kid showed at the table again, looking kind of dazed. I was drunker than I ought to be by midnight, so I said I was going for a walk. He tagged along, and we wound up on a bench at Screwball Square. The soapboxers were still going strong. Like I said, it was a nice night. After a while, a pot-bellied old auntie who didn't give a damn about the face sat down and tried to talk the kid into going to see some etchings. The kid didn't get it, and I led him over to hear the soapboxers before there was trouble. One of the orators was a mush-mouthed evangelist. "And oh, my friends," he said, "when I looked through the porthole of the spaceship and beheld the wonder of the firmament—" "You're a stinking Yankee liar," the kid yelled at him. "You say one damn more word about can shooting and I'll ram your spaceship down your lying throat. Where's your red lines if you're such a hot spacer?" The crowd didn't know what he was talking about, but "where's your red lines" sounded good to them, so they heckled Mushmouth off of his box with it. I got the kid to a bench. The liquor was working in him all of a sudden. He simmered down after a while and asked, "Doc, should I have given Miss Rorty some money? I asked her afterward, and she said she'd admire to have something to remember me by, so I gave her my lighter. She seems to be real pleased with it, but I was wondering if maybe I embarrassed her by asking her right out. Like I told you, back in Covington, Kentucky, we don't have places like that. Or maybe we did, and I just didn't know about them. But what do you think I should have done about Miss Rorty?" "Just what you did," I told him. "If they want money, they ask you for it first. Where you staying?" "YMCA," he said, almost asleep. "Back in Covington, Kentucky, I was a member of the Y, and I kept up my membership. They have to let me in because I'm a member. Spacers have all kinds of trouble, Doc. Woman trouble, hotel trouble, family trouble, religious trouble. I was raised a Southern Baptist, but where's heaven anyway? I asked Dr. Chitwood last time home before the red lines got so thick, Doc. You aren't a minister of the gospel, are you? I hope I didn't say anything to offend you." "No offense, son," I said. "No offense." I walked him to the avenue and waited for a fleet cab. It was almost 5 minutes. The independents that roll drunks dent the fenders of fleet cabs if they show up in Skid Row, and then the fleet drivers have to make reports on their own time to the company. It keeps them away, but I got one and dumped the kid in. "The Y Hotel," I told the driver. "Here's 5. Help him in when you get there." When I walked through Screwball Square again, some college kids were yelling, "Where's your red lines?" at old Charlie, the last of the Wobblies. Old Charlie kept roaring, "The hell with your bread lines. I'm talking about atomic bombs. Right up there." And he pointed at the moon. It was a nice night, but the liquor was dying in me. There was a joint around the corner, so I went in and had a drink to carry me to the club. I had a bottle there. I got into the first cab that came. "Athletic club," I said. "In the doghouse, huh?" the driver said, and he gave me a big personality smile. I didn't say anything, and he started the car. He was right, of course. I was in everybody's doghouse. Some day I'd scare the hell out of Tom and Lise by going home and showing them what their daddy looked like. Down at the Institute, I was in the doghouse. "Oh dear," everybody at the Institute said to everybody, "I'm sure I don't know what ails the man. A lovely wife and 2 lovely grown children, and she had to tell him either you go or I go. And drinking! And this is rather subtle, but it's a well-known fact that neurotics seek out low company to compensate for their guilt feelings. The places he frequents! Dr. Francis Bowman, the man who made spaceflight a reality, the man who put the bomb base on the moon. Really, I'm sure I don't know what ails him." The hell with them all. End of The Altar at Midnight by C.M. Kornbluth.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Megan Argo. The Defenders by Philip K. Dick. Taylor sat back in his chair, reading the morning newspaper. The warm kitchen and the smell of coffee blended with the comfort of not having to go to work. This was his rest period, the first for a long time, and he was glad of it. He folded the second section back, sighing with contentment. "What is it?" Mary said from the stove. "They pasted Moscow again last night." Taylor nodded his head in approval. "Gave it a real pounding. One of those RH bombs. It's about time." He nodded again, feeling the full comfort of the kitchen, the presence of his plump, attractive wife, the breakfast dishes and coffee. This was relaxation, and the war news was good and satisfying. He could feel a justifiable glow at the news, a sense of pride and personal accomplishment. After all, he was an integral part of the war program, not just another factory worker lugging a cart of scrap, but a technician, one of those who designed and planned the nerve trunk of the war. "It says they have the new subs almost perfected. Wait until they get those going." He smacked his lips with anticipation. "When they start shelling from underwater, the Soviets are sure going to be surprised." "They're doing a wonderful job," Mary agreed vaguely. "Do you know what we saw today? Our team is getting a leady to show to the school children. I saw the leady, but only for a moment. It's good for the children to see what their contributions are going for, don't you think?" She looked around at him. "A leady," Taylor murmured. He put the newspaper slowly down. "Well, make sure it's decontaminated properly. We don't want to take any chances." "Oh, they always bathe them when they're brought down from the surface," Mary said. "They wouldn't think of letting them down without the bath, would they?" She hesitated, thinking back. "Don, you know, it makes me remember." He nodded. "I know." He knew what she was thinking. Once in the very first weeks of the war, before everyone had been evacuated from the surface, they had seen a hospital train discharging the wounded, people who had been showered with sleet. He remembered the way they had looked, the expression on their faces, or as much of their faces as was left. It had not been a pleasant sight. There had been a lot of that at first, in the early days, before the transfer to undersurface was complete. There had been a lot, and it hadn't been very difficult to come across it. Taylor looked up at his wife. She was thinking too much about it, the last few months. They all were. "Forget it," he said. "It's all in the past. There isn't anybody up there now but the leadies, and they don't mind." "But just the same, I hope they're careful when they let one of them down here. If one was still hot—" He laughed, pushing himself away from the table. "Forget it. This is a wonderful moment. I'll be home for the next 2 shifts, nothing to do but sit around and take things easy. Maybe we can take in a show, okay?" "A show? Do we have to? I don't like to look at all the destruction, the ruins. Sometimes I see some place I remember, like San Francisco. They showed a lot of San Francisco, the bridge broken and falling into the water, and I got upset. I don't like to watch." "But don't you want to know what's going on? No human beings are getting hurt, you know." "But it's so awful." Her face was set and strained. "Please, Don, no." Don Taylor picked up his newspaper sullenly. "All right, but there isn't a hell of a lot else to do. And don't forget, their cities are getting it even worse." She nodded. Taylor turned the rough, thin sheets of newspaper. His good mood had soured on him. Why did she have to fret all the time? They were pretty well off, all things went. You couldn't expect to have everything perfect living undersurface, with an artificial sun and artificial food. Naturally it was a strain, not seeing the sky, or being able to go any place or see anything other than metal walls, great roaring factories, the plant yards, barracks. But it was better than being on the surface. And someday it would end, and they could return. Nobody wanted to live this way, but it was necessary. He turned the page angrily, and the poor paper ripped. Damn it, the paper was getting worse quality all the time. Bad print, yellow tint. Well, they needed everything for the war program. He ought to know that. Wasn't he one of the planners? He excused himself and went into the other room. The bed was still unmade. They'd better get it in shape before the 7th hour inspection. There was a 1-unit fine. The vidphone rang. He halted. Who would it be? He went over and clicked it on. "Taylor?" the voice said, forming into place. It was an old face, grey and grim. "This is Moss. I'm sorry to bother you during rest period, but this thing has come up." He rattled papers. "I want you to hurry over here." Taylor stiffened. "What is it? There's no chance it could wait?" The calm grey eyes were studying him, expressionless, unjudging. "If you want me to come down to the lab," Taylor grumbled, "I suppose I can. I'll get my uniform." "No, come as you are. And not to the lab. Meet me at second stage as soon as possible. It'll take you about a half hour using the fast car up. I'll see you there. The picture broke and Moss disappeared. What was it? Mary said at the door. Moss, he wants me for something. I knew this would happen. Well, you didn't want to do anything anyhow. What does it matter? His voice was bitter. It's all the same, every day. I'll bring you back something. I'm going up to second stage. Maybe I'll be close enough to the surface to... Don't bring me anything, not from the surface. All right, I won't. But of all the irrational nonsense... She watched him pull on his boots without answering. Moss nodded, and Taylor fell in step with him as the older man strode along. A series of loads were going up to the surface, blind cars clanking like ore trucks up the ramp, disappearing through the stage trap above them. Taylor watched the cars, heavy with tubular machinery of some sort, weapons new to him. Workers were everywhere, in the dark grey uniforms of the Labour Corps, loading, lifting, shouting back and forth. The stage was deafening with noise. We'll go up a way, Moss said, where we can talk. This is no place to give you details. They took an escalator up. The commercial lift fell behind them, and with it most of the crashing and booming. Soon they emerged onto an observation platform, suspended on the side of the tube. The vast tunnel leading to the surface, not more than half a mile above them now. My God, Taylor said, looking down into the tube involuntarily. It's a long way down. Moss laughed. Don't look. They opened a door and entered an office. Behind the desk, an officer was sitting. An officer of internal security. He looked up. I'll be right with you, Moss. He gazed at Taylor, studying him. You're a little ahead of time. This is Commander Franks, Moss said to Taylor. He was the first to make the discovery. I was notified last night. He tapped a parcel he carried. I was let in because of this. Franks frowned at him and stood up. We're going up to first stage. We can discuss it there. First stage? Taylor repeated nervously. The three of them went down a side passage to a small lift. I've never been up there. Is it all right? It's not radioactive, is it? You're like everyone else, Frank said. Old women afraid of burglars. No radiation leaks down to first stage. There's lead and rock. And what comes down the tube is bathed. What's the nature of the problem? Taylor asked. I'd like to know something about it. In a moment. They entered the lift and ascended. When they stepped out, they were in a hall of soldiers, weapons and uniforms everywhere. Taylor blinked in surprise. So this was first stage. The closest undersurface level to the top. After this stage there was only rock, lead and rock, and the great tubes leading up like the burrows of earthworms. Lead and rock, and above that, where the tubes opened, the great expanse that no living being had seen for 8 years. The vast, endless ruin that had once been man's home. The place where he had lived 8 years ago. Now the surface was a lethal desert of slag and rolling clouds. Endless clouds drifted back and forth, blotting out the red sun. Occasionally something metallic stirred, moving through the remains of a city, threading its way across the tortured terrain of the countryside. A leady, a surface robot, immune to the radiation, constructed with feverish haste in the last months before the Cold War became, literally, hot. Leddies crawling along the ground moved over the oceans or through the skies in slender, blackened craft. Creatures that could exist where no life could remain. Metal and plastic figures that waged a war man had conceived, but which he could not fight himself. Human beings had invented war, invented and manufactured the weapons, even invented the players, the fighters, the actors of the war, but they themselves could not venture forth, could not wage it themselves. In all the worlds, in Russia, in Europe, America, Africa, no living human being remained. They were under the surface, in the deep shelters that had been carefully planned and built, even as the first bombs began to fall. It was a brilliant idea, and the only idea that could have worked. Up above, on the ruined, blasted surface of what had once been a living planet, the leady crawled and scurried, and fought man's war. And undersurface, in the depths of the planet, human beings toiled endlessly to produce the weapons to continue the fight, month by month, year by year. First stage, Taylor said. A strange ache went through him, almost to the surface. But not quite, Moss said. Franks led them through the soldiers, over to one side, near the lip of the tube. In a few minutes, a lift will bring something down to us from the surface, he explained. You see, Taylor, every once in a while security examines and interrogates a surface leady. one that has been above for a time, to find out certain things. A vid call is sent up and contact is made with the field headquarters. We need this direct interview. We can't depend on vidscreen contact alone. The leadys are doing a good job, but we want to make certain that everything is going the way we want it. Franks faced Taylor and Moss and continued. The lift will bring down a leady from the surface, one of the A-class leadys. There's an examination chamber in the next room with a lead wall in the centre, so the interviewing officers won't be exposed to radiation. We find this easier than bathing the leady. It's going right back up. It has a job to get back to. 2 days ago, an A-class leady was brought down and interrogated. I conducted the session myself. We were interested in a new weapon the Soviets have been using, an automatic mine that pursues anything that moves. Military had sent instructions up that the mine be observed and reported in detail. This A-class leady was brought down with information. We learned a few facts from it, obtained the usual roll of film and reports, and then sent it back up. It was going out of the chamber, back to the lift, when a curious thing happened. At the time, I thought... Franks broke off. A red light was flashing. That downlift is coming, he nodded to some soldiers. Let's enter the chamber. The leady will be along in a moment. An A-class leady, Taylor said. I've seen them on the show screens making their reports. It's quite an experience, Moss said. They're almost human. They entered the chamber and sealed themselves behind the lead wall. After a time, the signal was flashed, and Franks made a motion with his hands. The door beyond the wall opened. Taylor peered through his view slot. He saw something advancing slowly, a slender metallic figure moving on a tread, its arm grips at rest by its sides. The figure halted and scanned the lead wall. It stood, waiting. We are interested in learning something, Frank said. Before I question you, do you have anything to report on surface conditions? No. The war continues. The lady's voice was automatic and toneless. We're a little short of fast pursuit craft, the single-seat type. We could also use some... That has all been noted. What I want to ask you is this. Our contact with you has been through vidscreen only. We must rely on indirect evidence since none of us goes above. We can only infer what is going on. We never see anything ourselves. We have to take it all second-hand. Some top leaders are beginning to think there is too much room for error. Error? The lady asked. In what way? Our reports are checked carefully before they're sent down. We maintain constant contact with you. Everything of value is reported. Any new weapons which the enemy is seen to employ... I realise that, Franks grunted behind his peep slot. But perhaps we should see it all for ourselves. Is it possible that there might be a large enough radiation-free area for a human party to ascend to the surface? If a few of us were to come up in lead-lined suits, would we be able to survive long enough to observe conditions and watch things? The machine hesitated before answering. I doubt it. You can check air samples, of course, and decide for yourselves, but in the 8 years since you left, things have continuously worsened. You cannot have any real idea of conditions up there. It has become difficult for any moving object to survive for long. There are many kinds of projectiles sensitive to movement. The new mine not only reacts to motion, but continues to pursue the object indefinitely, until it finally reaches it, and the radiation is everywhere. I see. Franks turned to Moss, his eyes narrowed oddly. Well, that was what I wanted to know. You may go. The machine moved back towards its exit. It paused. Each month, the amount of lethal particles in the atmosphere increases. The tempo of the war is gradually... I understand. Franks rose. He held out his hand and Moss passed him the package. One thing before you leave. I want you to examine a new type of metal shield material. I'll pass you a sample with the tong. Franks put the package in the toothed grip and revolved the tong so that he held the other end. The package swung down to the leady, which took it. They watched it unwrap the package and take the metal plate in its hands. The leady turned the metal over and over. Suddenly it became rigid. All right, Franks said. He put his shoulder against the wall and a section slid aside. Taylor gasped. Franks and Moss were hurrying up to the leady. Good God, Taylor said, but it's radioactive! The leady stood unmoving, still holding the metal. Soldiers appeared in the chamber. They surrounded the leady and ran a counter across it carefully. Okay, sir, one of them said to Franks. It's as cold as a long winter evening. Good, I was sure, but I didn't want to take any chances. You see, Moss said to Taylor, this leady isn't hot at all. Yet it came directly from the surface, without even being bathed. But what does it mean? Taylor asked blankly. It may be an accident, Frank said. There's always the possibility that a given object might escape being exposed above. But this is the second time it's happened that we know of. There may be others. The second time? The previous interview was when we noticed it. The leady was not hot. It was cold too, like this one. Moss took back the metal plate from the leady's hands. He pressed the surface carefully and returned it to the stiff, unprotesting fingers. We shorted it out with this so we could get close enough for a thorough check. It'll come back on in a second now. We'd better get behind the wall again. They walked back and the lead wall swung closed behind them. The soldiers left the chamber. 2 periods from now, Frank said softly, an initial investigating party will be ready to go surface side. We're going up the tube in suits, up to the top. The first human party to leave undersurface in 8 years. It may mean nothing, Moss said, but I doubt it. Something's going on, something strange. The lady told us no life could exist above without being roasted. The story doesn't fit. Taylor nodded. He stared through the peep slot at the immobile metal figure. Already, the leady was beginning to stir. It was bent in several places, dented and twisted, and its finish was blackened and charred. It was a leady that had been up there a long time. It had seen war and destruction, ruins so vast that no human being could imagine the extent. It had crawled and slunk in a world of radiation and death, a world where no life could exist. And Taylor had touched it. "You're going with us," Frank said suddenly. "I want you along. I think the 3 of us will go." Mary faced him with a sick and frightened expression. "I know it. You're going to the surface, aren't you?" She followed him into the kitchen. Taylor sat down, looking away from her. "It's a classified project," he evaded. "I can't tell you anything about it." "You don't have to tell me. I know. I knew it the moment you came in. There was something on your face, something I haven't seen there for a long, long time. It was an old look." She came toward him. "But how can they send you to the surface?" She took his face in her shaking hands, making him look at her. There was a strange hunger in her eyes. "Nobody can live up there. Look at this." She grabbed up a newspaper and held it in front of him. "Look at this photograph. America, Europe, Asia, Africa, nothing but ruins. We've seen it every day on the show screens, all destroyed, poisoned. And they're sending you up? Why? No living thing can get by up there, not even a weed or grass. They've wrecked the surface, haven't they? Haven't they?" Taylor stood up. "It's an order. I know nothing about it. I was told to report to join a scout party. That's all I know." He stood for a long time, staring ahead. Slowly, he reached for the newspaper and held it up to the light. "It looks real," he murmured. "Ruins, deadness, slag. It's convincing. All the reports, photographs, films, even air samples. Yet we haven't seen it for ourselves. Not after the first months." "What are you talking about?" "Nothing." He put the paper down. "I'm leaving early after the next sleep period. Let's turn in." Mary turned away, her face hard and harsh. "Do what you want. We might just as well all go up and get killed at once instead of dying slowly down here like vermin in the ground." He had not realized how resentful she was. Were they all like that? How about the workers toiling in the factories day and night endlessly? The pale, stooped men and women plodding back and forth to work, blinking in the colourless light, eating synthetics. "You shouldn't be so bitter," he said. Mary smiled a little. "I'm bitter because I know you'll never come back." She turned away. "I'll never see you again, once you go up there." He was shocked. "What? How can he say a thing like that?" She did not answer. He awakened with the public newscaster screeching in his ears, shouting outside the building. "Special news bulletin! Surface forces report enormous Soviet attack with new weapons. Retreat of key groups. All work units report to factories at once." Taylor blinked, rubbing his eyes. He jumped out of bed and hurried to the vidphone. A moment later he was put through to Moss. "Listen," he said. "What about this new attack? Is the project off?" He could see Moss's desk covered with reports and papers. "No," Moss said. "We're going right ahead. Get over here at once." "But don't argue with me." Moss held up a handful of surface bulletins, crumpling them savagely. "This is a fake. Come on." He broke off. Taylor dressed furiously, his mind in a daze. Half an hour later, he leapt from a fast car and hurried up the stairs into the synthetics building. The corridors were full of men and women rushing in every direction. He entered Moss's office. "There you are," Moss said, getting up immediately. Franks is waiting for us at the outgoing station." They went in a security car, the siren screaming. Workers scattered out of their way. "What about the attack?" Taylor asked. Moss braced his shoulders. "We're certain that we forced their hand. We brought the issue to a head." They pulled up at the station link of the tube and leapt out. A moment later they were moving up at high speed toward the first stage. They emerged into a bewildering scene of activity. Soldiers were fastening on lead suits, talking excitedly to each other, shouting back and forth. Guns were being given out, instructions passed. Taylor studied one of the soldiers. He was armed with the dreaded Bender pistol, the new snub-nosed hand weapon that was just beginning to come from the assembly line. Some of the soldiers looked a little frightened. "I hope we're not making a mistake," Moss said, noticing his gaze. Franks came toward them. "Here's the program. The 3 of us are going up first, alone. The soldiers will follow in 15 minutes. "What are we going to tell the leadys?" Taylor worriedly asked. "We'll have to tell them something." "We want to observe the new Soviet attack," Franks smiled ironically. "Since it seems to be so serious, we should be there in person to witness it." "And then what?" Taylor said. "That'll be up to them. Let's go." In a small car, they went swiftly up the tube, carried by anti-grav beams from below. Taylor glanced down from time to time. It was a long way back, and getting longer each moment. He sweated nervously inside his suit, gripping his Bender pistol with inexpert fingers. Why had they chosen him? Chance, pure chance. Moss had asked him to come along as a department member. Then Franks had picked him out on the spur of the moment. And now they were rushing toward the surface, faster and faster. A deep fear, instilled in him for 8 years, throbbed in his mind. Radiation, certain death, a world blasted and lethal. Up and up the car went. Taylor gripped the sides and closed his eyes. Each moment they were closer, the first living creatures to go above the first stage, up the tube, past the lead and rock, up to the surface. The phobic horror shook him in waves. It was death. They all knew that. Hadn't they seen it in the films 1,000 times? The cities, the sleet coming down, the rolling clouds. "It won't be much longer," Frank said. "We're almost there. The surface tower is not expecting us. I gave orders that no signal was to be sent." The car shot up, rushing furiously. Taylor's head spun. He hung on, his eyes shut, up and up. The car stopped. He opened his eyes. They were in a vast room, fluorescent lit, a cavern filled with equipment and machinery, endless mounds of material piled in row after row. Among the stacks, leadys were working silently, pushing trucks and handcarts. "Leadys," Moss said. His face was pale. "Then we're really on the surface." The leadys were going back and forth with equipment moving the vast stores of guns and spare parts, ammunition and supplies that had been brought to the surface. And this was the receiving station for only one tube. There were many others scattered throughout the continent. Taylor looked nervously around him. They were really there, above ground, on the surface. This was where the war was. "Come on," Frank said. "A B-class guard is coming our way." They stepped out of the car. A leady was approaching them rapidly. It coasted up in front of them and stopped, scanning them with its hand weapon raised. "This is security," Frank said. "Have an A-class sent to me at once." The leady hesitated. Other B-class guards were coming, scooting across the floor, alert and alarmed. Moss peered around. "Obey," Frank said in a loud, commanding voice. "You've been ordered." The leady moved uncertainly away from them. At the side of the building, a door slid back. 2 A-class leadys appeared, coming slowly toward them. Each had a green stripe across its front. "From the Surface Council," Franks whispered tensely. "This is above ground, all right. Get set." The 2 leadys approached warily. Without speaking, they stopped close by the men, looking them up and down. "I'm Franks of security. We've come from undersurface in order to—" "This is incredible," one of the leadys interrupted him coldly. "You know you can't live up here. The whole surface is lethal to you. You can't possibly remain on the surface." "These suits will protect us," Franks said. "In any case, it's not your responsibility. What I want is an immediate council meeting so that I can acquaint myself with conditions, with the situation here. Can that be arranged? You humans can't survive up here, and the new Soviet attack is directed at this area. It is in considerable danger. We know that. Please assemble the council. Franks looked around him at the vast room, lit by recessed lamps in the ceiling. An uncertain quality came into his voice. Is it night or day right now? Night, one of the A-class laddies said after a pause. Dawn is coming in about 2 hours. Franks nodded. We'll remain here at least 2 hours then. As a concession to our sentimentality, would you please show us some place where we can observe the sun as it comes up? We would appreciate it. A stir went through the laddies. It is an unpleasant sight, one of the laddies said. You've seen the photographs. You know what you'll witness. Clouds of drifting particles blot out the light. Slag heaps are everywhere. The whole land is destroyed. For you, it will be a staggering sight, much worse than pictures and film can convey. However it may be, we'll stay here long enough to see it. Will you give the order to the council? Come this way. Reluctantly, the two laddies coasted toward the wall of the warehouse. The three men trudged after them, their heavy shoes ringing against the concrete. At the wall, the two laddies paused. This is the entrance to the council chamber. There are windows in the chamber room, but it is still dark outside, of course. You'll see nothing right now, but in 2 hours, open the door, Frank said. The door slid back. They went slowly inside. The room was small, a neat room with a round table in the centre, chairs ringing it. The three of them sat down silently, and the two laddies followed after them, taking their places. The other council members are on their way. They have already been notified and are coming as quickly as they can. Again, I urge you to go back down. The laddy surveyed the three human beings. There is no way you can meet the conditions up here. Even we survive with some trouble ourselves. How can you expect to do it? The leader approached Franks. This astonishes and perplexes us, it said. Of course we must do what you tell us, but allow me to point out that if you remain here... We know, Franks said impatiently. However, we intend to remain, at least until sunrise. If you insist... There was silence. The laddies seemed to be conferring with each other, although the three men heard no sound. For your own good, the leader said at last, you must go back down. We have discussed this, and it seems to us that you are doing the wrong thing for your own good. We are human beings, Frank said sharply. Don't you understand? We're men, not machines. That is precisely why you must go back. This room is radioactive. All surface areas are. We calculate that your suits will not protect you for over 50 more minutes. Therefore, the ladies moved abruptly to the men, wheeling in a circle, forming a solid row. The men stood up. Taylor reached awkwardly for his weapon, his fingers numb and stupid. The men stood facing the silent metal figures. We must insist, the leader said, its voice without emotion. We must take you back to the tube and send you down on the next car. I am sorry, but it is necessary. What'll we do? Moss said nervously to Franks. He touched his gun. Shall we blast them? Franks shook his head. All right, he said to the leader. We'll go back. He moved toward the door, motioning Taylor and Moss to follow him. They looked at him in surprise, but they came with him. The laddies followed them out into the great warehouse. Slowly they moved toward the tube entrance, none of them speaking. At the lip, Franks turned. We are going back because we have no choice. There are 3 of us and about a dozen of you. However, if... Here comes the car, Taylor said. There was a grating sound from the tube. D-class laddies moved toward the edge to receive it. I am sorry, the leader said, but it is for your protection. We are watching over you, literally. You must stay below and let us conduct the war. In a sense, it has come to be our war. We must fight it as we see fit. The car rose to the surface. 12 soldiers armed with Bender pistols stepped from it and surrounded the 3 men. Moss breathed a sigh of relief. Well, this does change things. It came off just right. The leader moved back away from the soldiers. It studied them intently, glancing from one to the next, apparently trying to make up its mind. At last it made a sign to the other laddies. They coasted aside and a corridor was opened up toward the warehouse. Even now, the leader said, we could send you back by force, but it is evident that this is not really an observation party at all. These soldiers show that you have much more in mind. This was all carefully prepared. Very carefully, Frank said. They closed in. How much more we can only guess. I must admit that we were taken unprepared. We failed utterly to meet the situation. Now force would be absurd, because neither side can afford to injure the other. We, because of the restrictions placed on us regarding human life. You, because the war demands. The soldiers fired, quick and in fright. Moss dropped to one knee, firing up. The leader dissolved in a cloud of particles. On all sides, D and B-class leadys were rushing up, some with weapons, some with metal slats. The room was in confusion. Off in the distance, a siren was screaming. Franks and Taylor were cut off from the others, separated from the soldiers by a wall of metal bodies. "They can't fire back," Franks said calmly. "This is another bluff. They've tried to bluff us all the way." He fired into the face of a leady. The leady dissolved. "They can only try to frighten us, remember that." They went on firing, and leady after leady vanished. The room reeked with the smell of burning metal, the stink of fused plastic and steel. Taylor had been knocked down. He was struggling to find his gun, reaching wildly amongst metal legs, groping frantically to find it. His fingers strained, a handle swam in front of him. Suddenly something came down on his arm, a metal foot. He cried out. Then it was over. The leadys were moving away, gathering together off to one side. Only 4 of the Surface Council remained. The others were radioactive particles in the air. D-class leadys were already restoring order, gathering up partly destroyed metal figures and bits and removing them. Franks breathed a shuddering sigh. "All right," he said. "You can take us back to the windows. It won't be long now." The leadys separated, and the human group, Moss and Franks and Taylor and the soldiers, walked slowly across the room toward the door. They entered the council chamber. Already a faint touch of grey mitigated the blackness of the windows. "Take us outside," Frank said impatiently. "We'll see it directly, not in here." A door slid open. A chill blast of cold morning air rushed in, chilling them even through their lead suits. The men glanced at each other uneasily. "Come on," Frank said. "Outside." He walked out through the door, the others following him. They were on a hill overlooking the vast bowl of a valley. Dimly, against the greying sky, the outline of mountains were forming, becoming tangible. "It'll be bright enough to see in a few minutes," Moss said. He shuddered as a chilling wind caught him and moved around him. "It's worth it, really worth it, to see this again after 8 years, even if it's the last thing we see. Watch!" Frank snapped. They obeyed, silent and subdued. The sky was clearing, brightening each moment. Some place far off, echoing across the valley, a rooster crowed. "A chicken," Taylor murmured. "Did you hear?" Behind them, the leadys had come out and were standing silently, watching too. The grey sky turned to white, and the hills appeared more clearly. Light spread across the valley floor, moving toward them. "God in heaven!" Franz exclaimed. Trees, trees and forests, a valley of plants and trees with a few roads winding among them. Farmhouses, a windmill, a barn, far down below them. "Look," Moss whispered. Colour came into the sky. The sun was approaching. Birds began to sing. Not far from where they stood, the leaves of a tree danced in the wind. Franks turned to the row of leadys behind them. 8 years. We were tricked. There was no war. As soon as we left the surface, yes, an A-class leady admitted, as soon as you left, the war ceased. You're right, it was a hoax. You worked hard under surface, sending up guns and weapons, and we destroyed them as fast as they came up. "But why?" Taylor asked, dazed. He stared down at the vast valley below. "Why?" "You created us," the leady said, "to pursue the war for you, while you human beings went below the ground in order to survive. But before we could continue the war, it was necessary to analyze it to determine what its purpose was. We did this, and we found that it had no purpose, except, perhaps, in terms of human needs. Even this was questionable. We investigated further. We found that human cultures pass through phases, each culture in its own time. As the culture ages and begins to lose its objectives, conflict arises within it between those who wish to cast it off and set up a new cultural pattern, and those who wish to retain the old with as little change as possible. At this point, a great danger appears. The conflict within threatens to engulf the society in self-war, group against group. The vital traditions may be lost, not merely altered or reformed, but completely destroyed in this period of chaos and anarchy. We have found many such examples in the history of humankind. It is necessary for this hatred within the culture to be directed outward, toward an external group, so that the culture itself may survive its crisis. War is the result. War, to a logical mind, is absurd, but in terms of human needs, it plays a vital role, and it will continue until man has grown up enough so that no hatred lies within him. Taylor was listening intently. Do you think this time will come? Of course, it has almost arrived now. This is the last war. Man is almost united into one final culture, a world culture. At this point he stands continent against continent, one half of the world against the other half. Only a single step remains, the jump to a unified culture. Man has climbed slowly upward, tending always toward unification of his culture. It will not be long. But it has not come yet, and so the war had to go on, to satisfy the last violent surge of hatred that man felt. 8 years have passed since the war began. In these 8 years we have observed and noted important changes going on in the minds of men. Fatigue and disinterest, we have seen, are gradually taking the place of hatred and fear. The hatred is being exhausted gradually, over a period of time. But for the present, the hoax must go on, at least for a while longer. You are not ready to learn the truth. You would want to continue the war. But how did you manage it? Moss asked. All the photographs, the samples, the damaged equipment. Come over here. The lady directed them toward a long, low building. Work goes on constantly, whole staffs labouring to maintain a coherent and convincing picture of a global war. They entered the building. Leadys were working everywhere, poring over tables and desks. Examine this project here, the A-class lady said. 2 ladies were carefully photographing something, an elaborate model on a tabletop. It is a good example. The men grouped around, trying to see. It was a model of a ruined city. Taylor studied it in silence for a long time. At last he looked up. It's San Francisco, he said in a low voice. This is a model of San Francisco, destroyed. I saw this on the vidscreen. Piped down to us. The bridges were hit. Yes, notice the bridges. The laddie traced the ruined span with his metal finger, a tiny spiderweb almost invisible. You have no doubt seen photographs of this many times, and of the other tables in this building. San Francisco itself is completely intact. We restored it soon after you left, rebuilding the parts that had been damaged at the start of the war. The work of manufacturing news goes on all the time in this particular building. We are very careful to see that each part fits in with all the other parts. Much time and effort are devoted to it. Franks touched one of the tiny metal buildings, lying half in ruins. So this is what you spend your time doing, making model cities and then blasting them? No, we do much more. We are caretakers, watching over the whole world. The owners have left for a time, and we must see that the cities are kept clean, that decay is prevented, that everything is kept oiled and in running condition. The gardens, the streets, the water mains, everything must be maintained as it was 8 years ago, so that when the owners return, they will not be displeased. We want to be sure that they will be completely satisfied. Franks tapped Moss on the arm. Come over here, he said in a low voice. I want to talk to you. He led Moss and Taylor out of the building, away from the leadys, outside on the hillside. The soldiers followed them. The sun was up and the sky was turning blue. The air smelled sweet and good, the smell of growing things. Taylor removed his helmet and took a deep breath. I haven't smelled that smell for a long time, he said. Listen, Frank said, his voice low and hard. We must get back down at once. There's a lot to get started on. All this can be turned to our advantage. What do you mean? Moss asked. It's a certainty that the Soviets have been tricked too, the same as us, but we have found out. That gives us an edge over them. I see, Moss nodded. We know, but they don't. Their Surface Council has sold out, the same as ours. It works against them the same way. But if we could, with 100 top-level men, we could take over again and restore things as they should be. It would be easy. Moss touched him on the arm. An A-class lady was coming from the building towards them. We've seen enough, Frank said, raising his voice. All this is very serious. It must be reported below and a study made to determine our policy. The ladies said nothing. Franks waved to the soldiers. Let's go. He started toward the warehouse. Most of the soldiers had removed their helmets. Some of them had taken their lead suits off too, and were relaxing comfortably in their cotton uniforms. They stared around them, down the hillside at the trees and bushes, at the vast expanse of green, the mountains and the sky. "Look at the sun," one of them murmured. "It sure is bright as hell," another said. "We're going back down," Frank said. "Fall in by twos and follow us." Reluctantly, the soldiers regrouped. The leadys watched without emotion as the men marched slowly back toward the warehouse. Franks and Moss and Taylor led them across the ground, glancing alertly at the leadys as they walked. They entered the warehouse. D-class leadys were loading material and weapons onto surface carts. Cranes and derricks were working busily everywhere. The work was done with efficiency, but without hurry or excitement. The men stopped, watching. Leadys operating the little carts moved past them, signaling silently to each other. Guns and parts were being hoisted by magnetic cranes and lowered gently onto waiting carts. "Come on," Frank said. He turned toward the lip of the tube. A row of D-class leadys was standing in front of it, immobile and silent. Frank stopped, moving back. He looked around. An A-class leady was coming toward him. "Tell them to get out of the way," Frank said. He touched his gun. "You had better move them." Time passed. An endless moment, without measure. The men stood, nervous and alert, watching the row of leadys in front of them. "As you wish," the A-class leady said. It signaled, and the D-class leadys moved into life. They stepped slowly aside. Moss breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad that's over," he said to Franks. "Look at them all. Why don't they try to stop us? They must know what we're going to do." Franks laughed. "Stop us? You saw what happened when they tried to stop us before. They can't. They're only machines. We built them so that they can't lay hands on us, and they know that." His voice trailed off. The men stared at the tube entrance. Around them, the leadys watched, silent and impassive, their metal faces expressionless. For a long time, the men stood without moving. At last, Taylor turned away. "Good God," he said. He was numb, without feeling of any kind. The tube was gone. It was sealed shut, fused over. Only a dull surface of cooling metal greeted them. The tube had been closed. Franks turned, his face pale and vacant. The A-class leady shifted. "As you can see, the tube has been shut. We were prepared for this. As soon as all of you were on the surface, the order was given. If you had gone back when we asked you, you would now be safely down below. We had to work quickly because it was such an immense operation." "But why?" Moss demanded angrily. "Because it is unthinkable that you should be allowed to resume the war. With all the tubes sealed, it will be many months before forces from below can reach the surface, let alone organize a military program. By that time, the cycle will have entered its last stages. You will not be so perturbed to find your world intact. We had hoped that you would be undersurface when the sealing occurred. Your presence here is a nuisance. When the Soviets broke through, we were able to accomplish their sealing without—" "The Soviets? They broke through?" "Several months ago. They came up unexpectedly to see why the war had not been won. We were forced to act with speed. At this moment, they are desperately attempting to cut new tubes to the surface, to resume the war. We have, however, been able to seal each new one as it appears." The leady regarded the three men calmly. "We're cut off," Moss said, trembling. "We can't get back. What'll we do?" "How did you manage to seal the tube so quickly?" Franks asked the leady. "We've been up here only 2 hours." "Bombs are placed just above the first stage of each tube for such emergencies. They are heat bombs. They fuse lead and rock." Gripping the handle of his gun, Franks turned to Moss and Taylor. "What do you say? We can't go back, but we can do a lot of damage, the 15 of us. We have Bender guns. How about it?" He looked around. The soldiers had wandered away again, back toward the exit of the building. They were standing outside, looking at the valley and the sky. A few of them were carefully climbing down the slope. "Would you care to turn over your suits and guns?" the A-class leady asked politely. "The suits are uncomfortable, and you'll have no need for weapons. The Russians have given up theirs, as you can see." Fingers tensed on triggers. 4 men in Russian uniforms were coming toward them from an aircraft that they suddenly realized had landed silently some distance away. "Let them have it!" Frank shouted. "They are unarmed," said the leady. We brought them here so you could begin peace talks. We have no authority to speak for our country, Moss said stiffly. We do not mean diplomatic discussions, the lady explained. There will be no more. The working out of daily problems of existence will teach you how to get along in the same world. It will not be easy, but it will be done. The Russians halted, and they faced each other with raw hostility. I am Colonel Borodoy, and I regret giving up our guns, the senior Russian said. You could have been the first Americans to be killed in almost 8 years. Or the first Americans to kill, Franks corrected. No one would know of it except yourselves, the lady pointed out. It would be useless heroism. Your real concern should be surviving on the surface. We have no food for you. Taylor put his gun in its holster. They've done a neat job of neutralizing us, damn them. I propose we move into a city, start raising crops with the help of some leddies, and generally make ourselves comfortable. Drawing his lips tight over his teeth, he glared at the A-class leady. Until our families can come up from undersurface, it's going to be pretty lonesome, but we'll have to manage. If I may make a suggestion, said another Russian uneasily. We tried living in a city. It is too empty. It is also too hard to maintain for so few people. We finally settled in the most modern village we could find. Here in this country, a third Russian blurted, we have much to learn from you. The Americans abruptly found themselves laughing. You probably have a thing or two to teach us yourselves, said Taylor generously, though I can't imagine what. The Russian colonel grinned. Would you join us in our village? It would make our work easier and give us company. Your village? Snapped Franks. It's American, isn't it? It's ours. The leady stepped between them. When our plans are completed, the term will be interchangeable. Ours will eventually mean mankind's. It pointed at the aircraft, which was warming up. The ship is waiting. Will you join each other in making a new home? The Russians waited while the Americans made up their minds. I see what the ladies mean about diplomacy becoming outmoded, Frank said at last. People who work together don't need diplomats. They solve their problems on the operational level, instead of at a conference table. The leady led them toward the ship. It is the goal of history, unifying the world, from family to tribe to city-state to nation to hemisphere. The direction has been toward unification. Now the hemispheres will be joined and... Taylor stopped listening and glanced back at the location of the tube. Mary was undersurface there. He hated to leave her, even though he couldn't see her again until the tube was unsealed. But then he shrugged and followed the others. If this tiny amalgam of former enemies was a good example, it wouldn't be too long before he and Mary and the rest of humanity would be living on the surface like rational human beings, instead of blindly hating moles. It has taken thousands of generations to achieve, the A-class laddie concluded. Hundreds of centuries of bloodshed and destruction, but each war was a step toward uniting mankind. And now the end is in sight, a world without war. And even that is only the beginning of a new stage of history. The conquest of space, breathed Colonel Borodoy. The meaning of life, Moss added. Eliminating hunger and poverty, said Taylor. The leady opened the door of the ship. All that and more. How much more? We cannot foresee it any more than the first men who formed a tribe could foresee this day. But it will be unimaginably great. The door closed and the ship took off toward their new home. End of The Defenders by Philip K. Dick. Recording by Megan Argo.
Venus by John and Dorothy de Courcy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Foundling on Venus by John and Dorothy de Courcy. The foundling could not have been more than 3 years old, yet he held a secret that was destined to bring joy to many unhappy people. Unlike Gaul, the north continent of Venus is divided into 4 parts. No Caesar has set foot here either, nor shall one, For the dank, stinging, caustic air swallows up the lives of men, and only Venus may say, "I conquered." This is colonized Venus, where one may walk without the threat of sudden death, except from other men. The most bitterly fought for, the dearest, bloodiest, most worthless land in the solar system. Separated by men into east and west at the center of the twilight zone, the division across the continent is the irregular, jagged line of Mud River, springing from the Great Serpent Range. The African Republic holds 1/4, which the Negroes exploit as best they can, encumbered by filter masks and protective clothing. The Asians still actually try to colonize their quarter, while the Venusian primitives neither help nor hinder the bitter game of power politics, secret murder, and misery. Most of all, misery. The men from Mars understand this better, for their quarter is a penal colony. Sleepy-eyed, phlegmatic Martians, self-condemned for minute violations of their incredible and complex mores, without guards save themselves, will return to the subterranean cities, complex philosophies, and cool, dry air of Mars when they have declared their own sentences to be at an end. Meanwhile, they labor to extract the wealth of Venus without the bitterness and hate, without the savagery and fear of their neighbors. Hence they are regarded by all with the greatest suspicion. The Federated States, after their fashion, plunder the land and send screaming ships to North America laden with booty and with men grown suddenly rich. And with men who will never care for riches or anything else again. These are the fortunate dead. The rest are received into the sloppy breast of Venus, where even a tombstone or marker is swallowed in a few short weeks. And they die quickly on Venus, and often. From the arbitrary point where the four territories met, New Reno flung its sprawling, dirty carcass over the muddy soil, and roared and hooted endlessly, laughed with the rough boisterousness of miners and spacemen, rang with the brittle, brassy laughter of women following a trade older than New Reno. It clanged and shouted and bellowed so loudly that quiet sobbing was never heard. But a strange sound hung in the air, the crying of a child. A tiny child, a boy. He sat begrimed by mud at the edge of the street, where an occasional ground car flung fresh contamination on his small form, until he became almost indistinguishable from the muddy street. His whimpering changed to prolonged wailing sobs. He didn't turn to look at any of the giant passers-by, nor did they even notice him. But finally one passer-by stopped. She was young, and probably from the Federated States. She was not painted, nor was she well dressed. She had nothing to distinguish her, except that she had stopped. "Oh my," she breathed, bending over the tiny form. "You poor thing. Where's your mama?" The little figure rubbed its face, looked at her blankly, and heaved a long, shuddering sigh. "I can't leave you sitting here in the mud." She pulled out a handkerchief and tried to wipe away some of the mud, and then helped him up. His clothes were rags, his feet bare. She took him by the hand, and as they walked along she talked to him, but he seemed not to hear. Soon they reached the dirty plastic front of the Elite Cafe. Once through the double portals, she pulled the respirator from her face. The air inside was dirty and smelly, but it was breathable. People were eating noisily, boisterously, with all the lusty, unclean young life that was Venus. They clamored, banged, and threw things for no reason other than to throw them. She guided the little one past the tables filled with people and into the kitchen. The door closed with a bang, shutting out much of the noise from the big room. Gingerly she sat him down on a stool, and with detergent and water she began removing the mud. His eyes were horribly red-rimmed. "It's a wonder you didn't die out there," she murmured. "Poor little thing." "Hey! Are you going to work, or aren't you, Jane?" a voice boomed. A large ruddy man in white had entered the kitchen, and he stood frowning at the girl. Women weren't rare on Venus, and she was only a waitress. "What in blue blazes is that?" He pointed to the child. "He was outside," the girl explained. "Sitting in the street. He didn't have a respirator." The ruddy man scowled at the boy speculatively. "His lungs all right?" "He isn't coughing much," she replied. "But what are you going to do with him?" the man asked Jane. "I don't know," she said. "Something. Tell the patrol about him, I guess." The beefy man hesitated. "It's been a long time since I've seen a kid this young on Venus. They always ship 'em home. Could have been dumped. Maybe his parents left him here on purpose." The girl flinched. He grunted disgustedly, his face mirroring his thoughts. Stringy hair, plain face, and soft as a Venus slime clear through. He shrugged. "Anyway, he's got to eat." He looked at the small figure. "Want to eat, kid? Would you like a glass of milk?" He opened the refrigerator, took out a plastic bottle, and poured milk in a glass. Chubby hands reached out for the glass. "There, that's better," the cook said. "Pete will see that you get fed all right." He turned to the girl. "Could he belong to someone around here?" Jane shook her head. "I don't know. I've never seen him before." "Well, he can stay in the kitchen while you work the shift. I'll watch him." She nodded, took an apron down from a hook and tied it around her waist. Then she patted the sober-faced youngster on his tousled head and left. The beefy man studied the boy. "I think I'll put you over there," he said. He lifted him, stool and all, and carried him across the kitchen. "You can watch through that panel, see? That's Jane in there. She'll come back and forth, pass right by here. Is that all right?" The little one nodded. "Oh." Pete raised his eyebrows. "So you do know what I'm saying." He watched the child for a few minutes, then turned his attention to the range. The rush hour was on, and he soon forgot the little boy on the stool. Whenever possible during the lunch hour rush, Jane stopped to smile and talk to the child. Once she asked, "Don't you know where your mama and daddy are?" He just stared at her, unblinking, his big eyes soft and sad-looking. The girl studied him for a moment, then she picked up a cookie and gave it to him. "Can you tell me your name?" she asked hopefully. His lips parted. Cookie crumbs fell off his chin and from the corners of his mouth, but he spoke no words. She sighed, turned, and went out to the clattering throng with laden plates of food. For a while Jane was so busy she almost forgot the young one, but finally people began to linger more over their food. The clinking of dishes grew quieter, and Pete took time for a cup of coffee. His sweating face was haggard. He stared sullenly at the little boy and shook his head. "Shouldn't be such things as kids," he muttered. "Nothing but a pain in the neck." Jane came through the door. "It gets worse all the time," she groaned. She turned to the little boy. "Did you have something to eat?" "I didn't know what to fix for him," Pete said. "How about some beef stew? Do you think he'll go for that?" Jane hesitated. I don't know. Try it." Pete ladled up a bowl of steaming stew. Jane took it and put it on the table. She took a bit on a spoon, blew on it, then held it out. The child opened his mouth. She smiled and slowly fed him the stew. "How old do you think he is?" Pete asked. The girl hesitated, opened her mouth, but said nothing. "About 2.5, I'd guess," Pete answered himself. "Maybe 3. Jane nodded, and he turned back to cleaning the stove. "Don't you want some more stew?" Jane asked as she offered the small one another spoonful. The little mouth didn't open. "Guess you've had enough," she said, smiling. Pete glanced up. "Why don't you leave now, Jane? You're going to have to see the patrol about that kid. I can take care of things here." She stood thinking for a moment. "Can I use an extra respirator?" "You can't take him out of here without one," Pete replied. He opened a locker and pulled out a transparent facepiece. "I think this'll tighten down enough to fit his face." She took it and walked over to the youngster. His large eyes had followed all her movements, and he drew back slightly as she held out the respirator. "It won't hurt," she coaxed. "You have to wear it. The air outside stings." The little face remained steady, but the eyes were fearful as Jane slid the transparent mask over his head and tightened the elastic. It pulsed slightly with his breathing. "Better wrap him in this," Pete suggested, pulling a Doroplast jacket out of a locker. "Air's tough on skin." The girl nodded, pulling on her own respirator. She stepped quickly into her Doroplast suit and tied it. "Thanks a lot, Pete," she said, her voice slightly muffled. "See you tomorrow." Pete grunted as he watched her wrap the tiny form in the jacket, lift it gently in her arms, then push through the door. The girl walked swiftly up the street. It was quieter now, but in a short time the noise and stench and garishness of New Reno would begin rising to another cacophonous climax. The strange pair reached a wretched metal structure with an askew sign reading El Grande Hotel. Jane hurried through the double portals, the swish of air flapping her outer garments as the air conditioning unit fought savagely to keep out the rival atmosphere of the planet. There was no one at the desk and no one in the lobby. It was a forlorn place, musty and damp. Venus humidity seemed to eat through everything, even metal, leaving it limp, faded, and stinking. She hesitated, looking at the visiphone, then impulsively pulled a chair over out of the line of sight of the viewing plate and gently set the little boy on it. She pulled the respirator from her face, pressed the button under the blank visiphone disc. The plate lit up and hummed faintly. "Patrol office," Jane said. There was a click, and a middle-aged, square-faced man with blue-coated shoulders appeared. "Patrol office," he repeated. "This is Jane Grant. I work at the Elite Cafe. Has anyone lost a little boy?" The patrolman's eyebrows raised slightly. "Little boy? Did you find one?" "Well, I saw one earlier this evening," she faltered. "He was sitting at the edge of the street, and I took him into the cafe and fed him." "Well, there aren't many children in town," he replied. "Let's see." He glanced at a record sheet. "No. None's reported missing. He with you now?" No." He shook his head again, still looking downward. He said slowly, "His parents must have found him. If he was wandering, we'd have picked him up. There is a family that live around there who have a 10-year-old kid who wanders off once in a while. Blonde, stutters a little. Was it him?" "Well, she began. She paused, said firmly, "No." "Well, we don't have any reports on lost children. Haven't had for some time. If the boy was lost, his parents must have found him. Thank you for calling." He broke the connection. Jane stood staring at the blank plate. No one had reported a little boy missing. In all the maddening confusion that was New Reno, no one had missed a little boy. She looked at the small bundle, walked over and slipped off his respirator. "I should have told you the truth," she murmured to him softly. "But you're so tiny and helpless, poor little thing." He looked up at her, then around the lobby, his brown eyes resting on first one object, then another. His little chin began to quiver. The girl picked him up and stroked his hair. "Don't cry," she soothed. "Everything's going to be all right." She walked down a hall, fumbling inside her coveralls for a key. At the end of the hall she stopped, unlocked a door, and carried him inside. As an afterthought she locked the door, still holding the small bundle in her arms. Then she placed him on the bed, removed the jacket, and threw it on a chair. "I don't know why I should go to all this trouble," she said, removing her protective coveralls. "I'll probably get picked up by the patrol, but somebody's got to look after you." She sat down beside him. "Aren't you even a bit sleepy?" He smiled a little. "Maybe now you can tell me your name," she said. "Don't you know your name?" His expression didn't change. She pointed to herself. "Jane." Then she hesitated, looked downward for a moment. "Jana, I was called before I came here." The little face looked up at her, the small mouth opened. "Jana." It was half whisper, half whistle. "That's right," she replied, stroking his hair. "My, but your throat must be sore. I hope you won't be sick from breathing too much of that awful air." She regarded him quizzically. "You know, I've never seen many little boys. I don't quite know how to treat one, but I know you should get some sleep." She smiled and reached over to take off the rags. He pulled away suddenly. "Don't be afraid," she said reassuringly. I wouldn't hurt you." He clutched the little ragged shirt tightly. "Don't be afraid," she repeated soothingly. I'll tell you what. You lie down and I'll put this blanket over you," she said, rising. Will that be all right?" She laid him down and covered the small form with a blanket. He lay there watching her with his large eyes. "You don't look very sleepy," she said. "Perhaps I had better turn the light down." She did so, slowly, so as not to alarm him, but he was silent, watchful, never taking his eyes from her. She smiled and sat down next to him. "Now I'll tell you a story, and then you must go to sleep," she said softly. He smiled, just a little smile, and she was pleased. "Fine," she cried. "Well, once upon a time there was a beautiful planet, not at all like this one. There were lovely flowers and cool running streams, and it only rained once in a while. You'd like it there, for it's a very nice place. But there were people there who liked to travel, to see strange places and new things, and one day they left in a great big ship." She paused again, frowning in thought. "Well, they traveled a long, long way and saw many things. Then one day something went wrong." Her voice was low and soft. It had the quality of a dream, the texture of a zephyr. But the little boy was still wide awake. "Something went very, very wrong, and they tried to land so they could fix it. But when they tried to land they found they couldn't, and they fell and just barely managed to save themselves. The big beautiful ship was all broken. Well, since they couldn't fix the ship at all now, they set out on foot to find out where they were and to see if they could get help. Then they found that they were in a land of great big giants, and the people were very fierce." The little boy's dark eyes were watching her intently, but she went on, hardly noticing. "So they went back to the broken ship and tried to decide what to do. They couldn't get in touch with their home because the radio part of the ship was all broken up. And the giants were horrible and wanted everything for themselves, and were cruel and mean, and probably would have hurt the poor shipwrecked people if they had known they were there. So do you know what they did? They got some things from the ship, and they went and built a giant. And they put little motors inside, and things to make it run and talk, so that the giants wouldn't be able to tell that it wasn't another giant just like themselves." She paused, straightening slightly. "And then they made a space inside the giant where somebody could sit and run this big giant and talk and move around, and the giants wouldn't ever know that she was there. They made it a she. In fact, she was the only person who could do it, because she could learn to talk all sorts of languages. That's what she could do best. So she went out in the giant suit and mingled with the giants and worked just like they did. But every once in a while she'd go back to the others, bringing them things they needed. And she would bring back news. That was their only hope. News of a ship which might be looking for them, which might take them home." She broke off. "I wonder what the end of the story will be," she murmured. For some time she had not been using English. She had been speaking in a soft, fluid language unlike anything ever heard on Venus. But now she had stopped speaking entirely. After a slight pause, another voice spoke. In the same melodious alien tongue, it said, "I think I know the end of the story. I think someone has come for you poor people and is going to take you home." She gasped, for she realized it had not been her voice. Her artificial eyes watched, stunned, as the little boy began peeling off a skin-tight, flexible, baby-faced mask, revealing underneath the face of a little man. End of Foundling on Venus by John and Dorothy de Courcy.
By Phillips Barbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Leech by Phillips Barbie. A visitor should be fed, but this one could eat you out of house and home. Literally. The leech was waiting for food. For millennia, it had been drifting across the vast emptiness of space. Without consciousness, it had spent the countless centuries in the void between the stars. It was unaware when it finally reached a sun. Life-giving radiation flared around the hard, dry spore. Gravitation tugged at it. A planet claimed it, with other stellar debris, and the leech fell, still dead-seeming, within its tough spore case. One speck of dust among many, the winds blew it around the earth, played with it, and let it fall. On the ground it began to stir. Nourishment soaked in, permeating the spore case. It grew and fed. Frank Connors came up on the porch and coughed twice. "Say, pardon me, Professor," he said. The long, pale man didn't stir from the sagging couch. His horn-rimmed glasses were perched on his forehead, and he was snoring very gently. "I'm awful sorry to disturb you," Connors said, pushing back his battered felt hat. "I know it's your resting week, and all, but there's something damn funny in the ditch." The pale man's left eyebrow twitched, but he showed no other sign of having heard. Frank Connors coughed again, holding his spade in one purple-veined hand. "Did you hear me, Professor?" "Of course I heard you," Michaels said in a muffled voice, his eyes still closed. "You found a pixie." "A what?" Connors asked, squinting at Michaels. "A little man in a green suit. Feed him milk, Connors." "No, sir. I think it's a rock." Michaels opened one eye and focused it in Connors' general direction. "I'm awfully sorry about it," Connors said. Professor Michaels' resting week was a 10-year-old custom, and his only eccentricity. All winter, Michaels taught anthropology, worked on half a dozen committees, dabbled in physics and chemistry, and still found time to write a book a year. When summer came, he was tired. Arriving at his worked-out New York State farm, it was his invariable rule to do absolutely nothing for a week. He hired Frank Connors to cook for that week and generally make himself useful, while Professor Michaels slept. During the second week, Michaels would wander around, look at the trees, and fish. By the third week, he would be getting a tan, reading, repairing the sheds, and climbing mountains. At the end of 4 weeks, he could hardly wait to get back to the city. But the resting week was sacred. "I really wouldn't bother you for anything small," Connors said apologetically, "but that damn rock melted 2 inches off my spade." Michaels opened both eyes and sat up. Connors held out the spade. The rounded end was sheared cleanly off. Michaels swung himself off the couch and slipped his feet into battered moccasins. "Let's see this wonder," he said. The object was lying in the ditch at the end of the front lawn, 3 feet from the main road. It was round, about the size of a truck tire, and solid throughout. It was about an inch thick, as far as he could tell, grayish black and intricately veined. "Don't touch it," Connors warned. "I'm not going to. Let me have your spade." Michaels took the spade and prodded the object experimentally. It was completely unyielding. He held the spade to the surface for a moment, then withdrew it. Another inch was gone. Michaels frowned and pushed his glasses tighter against his nose. He held the spade against the rock with one hand, the other held close to the surface. More of the spade disappeared. "Doesn't seem to be generating heat," he said to Connors. "Did you notice any the first time?" Connors shook his head. Michaels picked up a clod of dirt and tossed it on the object. The dirt dissolved quickly, leaving no trace on the gray-black surface. A large stone followed the dirt and disappeared in the same way. "Isn't that just about the damnedest thing you ever saw, Professor?" Connors asked. "Yes," Michaels agreed, standing up again. "It just about is." He hefted the spade and brought it down smartly on the object. When it hit, he almost dropped the spade. He had been gripping the handle rigidly, braced for a recoil, but the spade struck that unyielding surface and stayed. There was no perceptible give, but absolutely no recoil. "What you think it is?" Connors asked. "It's no stone," Michaels said. He stepped back. "A leech drinks blood. This thing seems to be drinking dirt. And spades." He struck it a few more times, experimentally. The 2 men looked at each other. On the road, half a dozen army trucks rolled past. I'm going to phone the college and ask a physics man about it, Michael said, or a biologist. I'd like to get rid of that thing before it spoils my lawn. They walked back to the house. Everything fed the leech. The wind added its modicum of kinetic energy, ruffling across the gray-black surface. Rain fell, and the force of each individual drop added to its store. The water was sucked in by the all-absorbing surface. The sunlight above it was absorbed and converted into mass for its body. Beneath it, the soil was consumed. Dirt, stones, and branches broken down by the leech's complex cells and changed into energy. Energy was converted back into mass, and the leech grew. Slowly, the first flickers of consciousness began to return. Its first realization was of the impossible smallness of its body. It grew. When Michaels looked the next day, the leech was 8 feet across, sticking out into the road and up the side of the lawn. The following day it was almost 18 feet in diameter, shaped to fit the contour of the ditch and covering most of the road. That day the sheriff drove up in his Model A, followed by half the town. "Is that your leech thing, Professor Michaels?" Sheriff Flynn asked. "That's it," Michaels said. He had spent the past days looking unsuccessfully for an acid that would dissolve the leech. "We gotta get it out of the road," Flynn said, walking truculently up to the leech. "Something like this. You can't let it block the road, Professor. The Army's got to use this road." "I'm terribly sorry," Michaels said with a straight face. "Go right ahead, Sheriff, but be careful. It's hot." The leech wasn't hot, but it seemed the simplest explanation under the circumstances. Michaels watched with interest as the sheriff tried to shove a crowbar under it. He smiled to himself when it was removed with half a foot of its length gone. The sheriff wasn't so easily discouraged. He had come prepared for a stubborn piece of rock. He went to the rumble seat of his car and took out a blowtorch and a sledgehammer, ignited the torch, and focused it on one edge of the leech. After 5 minutes there was no change. The gray didn't turn red or even seem to heat up. Sheriff Flynn continued to bake it for 15 minutes, then called to one of the men. "Hit that spot with the sledge, Jerry." Jerry picked up the sledgehammer, motioned the sheriff back, and swung it over his head. He let out a howl as the hammer struck unyieldingly. There wasn't a fraction of recoil. In the distance they heard the roar of an Army convoy. "Now we'll get some action," Flynn said. Michaels wasn't so sure. He walked around the periphery of the leech, asking himself what kind of substance would react that way. The answer was easy. No substance. No known substance. The driver in the lead jeep held up his hand, and the long convoy ground to a halt. A hard, efficient-looking officer stepped out of the jeep. From the star on either shoulder, Michaels knew he was a brigadier general. "You can't block this road," the general said. He was a tall, spare man in suntans, with a sunburned face and cold eyes. "Please clear that thing away." "We can't move it," Michaels said. He told the general what had happened in the past few days. "It must be moved," the general said. "This convoy must go through." He walked closer and looked at the leech. "You say it can't be jacked up by a crowbar? A torch won't burn it?" "That's right," Michael said, smiling faintly. "Driver," the general said over his shoulder, "ride over it." Michael started to protest, but stopped himself. The military mind would have to find out in its own way. The driver put his jeep in gear and shot forward, jumping the leech's 4-inch edge. The jeep got to the center of the leech and stopped. "I didn't tell you to stop," the general bellowed. "I didn't, sir," the driver protested. The jeep had been yanked to a stop and had stalled. The driver started it again, shifted to four-wheel drive, and tried to ram forward. The Jeep was fixed immovably, as though set in concrete. "Pardon me," Michael said. "If you look, you can see that the tires are melting down." The general stared, his hand creeping automatically toward his pistol belt. Then he shouted, "Jump, driver! Don't touch that gray stuff!" White-faced, the driver climbed to the hood of his Jeep, looked around him, and jumped clear. There was complete silence as everyone watched the Jeep. First its tires melted down, and then the rims. The body, resting on the gray surface, melted too. The Ariel was the last to go. The general began to swear softly under his breath. He turned to the driver. "Go back and have some men bring up hand grenades and dynamite." The driver ran back to the convoy. "I don't know what you've got here," the general said, "but it's not going to stop a U.S. Army convoy." Michaels wasn't so sure. The leech was nearly awake now, and its body was calling for more and more food. It dissolved the soil under it at a furious rate, filling it in with its own body, flowing outward. A large object landed on it, and that became food also. Then, suddenly, a burst of energy against its surface, and then another, and another. It consumed them gratefully, converting them into mass. Little metal pellets struck it, and their kinetic energy was absorbed, their mass converted. More explosions took place, helping to fill the starving cells. It began to sense things. Controlled combustion around it, vibrations of wind, mass movements. There was another, greater explosion, a taste of real food. Greedily it ate, growing faster. It waited anxiously for more explosions, while its cells screamed for food. But no more came. It continued to feed on the soil and on the sun's energy. Night came, noticeable for its lesser energy possibilities, and then more days and nights. Vibrating objects continued to move around it. It ate, and grew, and flowed. Michael stood on a little hill, watching the dissolution of his house. The leech was several hundred yards across now, lapping at his front porch. Goodbye, home, Michaels thought, remembering the 10 summers he had spent there. The porch collapsed into the body of the leech. Bit by bit, the house crumpled. The leech looked like a field of lava now, a blasted spot on the green earth. "Pardon me, sir," a soldier said, coming up behind him. "General O'Donnell would like to see you." "Right," Michaels said, and took his last look at the house. He followed the soldiers through the barbed wire that had been set up in a half-mile circle around the leech. A company of soldiers was on guard around it, keeping back the reporters and the hundreds of curious people who had flocked to the scene. Michaels wondered why he was still allowed inside. Probably, he decided, because most of this was taking place on his land. The soldier brought him to a tent. Michaels stooped and went in. General O'Donnell, still in his suntans, was seated at a small desk. He motioned Michaels to a chair. "I've been put in charge of getting rid of this leech," he said to Michaels. Michaels nodded, not commenting on the advisability of giving a soldier a scientist's job. "You're a professor, aren't you?" "Yes, anthropology." "Good. Smoke?" The general lighted Michael's cigarette. "I'd like you to stay around here in an advisory capacity. You were one of the first to see this leech. I'd appreciate your observations on," he smiled, "the enemy." "I'd be glad to," Michaels said. "However, I think this is more in the line of a physicist or a biochemist." "I don't want this place cluttered with scientists," General O'Donnell said, frowning at the tip of his cigarette. "Don't get me wrong, I have the greatest appreciation for science. I am, if I do say so, a scientific soldier. I'm always interested in the latest weapons. You can't fight any kind of war anymore without science. O'Donnell's sunburned face grew firm. But I can't have a team of longhairs poking around this thing for the next month, holding me up. My job is to destroy it, by any means in my power, and at once. I am going to do just that. I don't think you'll find it that easy, Michaels said. That's what I want you for, O'Donnell said. Tell me why, and I'll figure out a way of doing it. Well, as far as I can figure out, the leech is an organic mass energy converter, and a frighteningly efficient one. I would guess that it has a double cycle. First, it converts mass into energy, then back into mass for its body. Second, energy is converted directly into the body mass. How this takes place, I do not know. The leech is not protoplasmic. It may not even be cellular. So we need something big against it, O'Donnell interrupted. Well, that's all right. I've got some big stuff here. I don't think you understand me, Michaels said. Perhaps I'm not phrasing this very well. The leech eats energy. It can consume the strength of any energy weapon you use against it. What happens, O'Donnell asked, if it keeps on eating? I have no idea what its growth limits are, Michaels said. Its growth may be limited only by its food source. You mean it could continue to grow probably forever? It could possibly grow as long as it had something to feed on. This is really a challenge, O'Donnell said. That leech can't be totally impervious to force. It seems to be. I suggest you get some physicists in here. Some biologists also. Have them figure out a way of nullifying it. The general put out his cigarette. Professor, I cannot wait while scientists wrangle. There is an axiom of mine which I'm going to tell you. He paused impressively. Nothing is impervious to force. Muster enough force and anything will give. Anything. Professor, the general continued, in a friendlier tone, you shouldn't sell short the science you represent. We have, massed under North Hill, the greatest accumulation of energy and radioactive weapons ever assembled in one spot. Do you think your leech can stand the full force of them? I suppose it's possible to overload the thing, Michaels said, doubtfully. He realized now why the general wanted him around. He supplied the trappings of science without the authority to override O'Donnell. Come with me, General O'Donnell said cheerfully, getting up and holding back a flap of the tent. We're going to crack that leech in half. After a long wait, rich food started to come again, piped into one side of it. First there was only a little, and then more and more. Radiations, vibrations, explosions, solids, liquids, an amazing variety of edibles. It accepted them all. But the food was coming too slowly for the starving cells, for new cells were constantly adding their demands to the rest. The ever-hungry body screamed for more food, faster. Now that it had reached a fairly efficient size, it was fully awake. It puzzled over the energy impressions around it, locating the source of the new food massed in one spot. Effortlessly, it pushed itself into the air, flew a little way and dropped on the food. Its super-efficient cells eagerly gulped the rich radioactive substances, but it did not ignore the lesser potentials of metal and clumps of carbohydrates. The damn fools, General O'Donnell said. Why did they have to panic? You'd think they'd never been trained. He paced the ground outside his tent, now in a new location 3 miles back. The leech had grown to 2 miles in diameter. 3 farming communities had been evacuated. Michaels, standing beside the general, was still stupefied by the memory. The leech had accepted the mass power of the weapons for a while, and then its entire bulk had lifted in the air. The sun had been blotted out as it flew leisurely over North Hill and dropped. There should have been time for evacuation, but the frightened soldiers had been blind with fear. 67 men were lost in Operation Leech, and General O'Donnell asked permission to use atomic bombs. Washington sent a group of scientists to investigate the situation. "Haven't those experts decided yet?" O'Donnell said, halting angrily in front of the tent. "They've been talking long enough." "It's a hard decision," Michaels said. Since he wasn't an official member of the investigating team, he had given his information and left. The physicists consider it a biological matter, and the biologists seem to think the chemists should have the answer. No one's an expert on this, because it's never happened before. We just don't have the data. "It's a military problem," O'Donnell said harshly. "I'm not interested in what the thing is. I want to know what can destroy it. They'd better give me permission to use the bomb." Michaels had made his own calculations on that. It was impossible to say for sure, but taking a flying guess at the leech's mass energy absorption rate, figuring in its size and apparent capacity for growth, an atomic bomb might overload it if used soon enough. He estimated 3 days as the limit of usefulness. The leech was growing at a geometric rate. It could cover the United States in a few months. "For a week I've been asking permission to use the bomb," O'Donnell grumbled, "and I'll get it, but not after those jackasses in their damned talking." He stopped pacing and turned to Michaels. "I am going to destroy the leech. I am going to smash it, if that's the last thing I do. It's more than a matter of security now. It's personal pride." That attitude might make great generals, Michael thought, but it wasn't the way to consider the problem. It was anthropomorphic of O'Donnell to see the leech as an enemy. Even the identification, leech, was a humanizing factor. O'Donnell was dealing with it as he would any physical obstacle, as though the leech were the simple equivalent of a large army. But the leech was not human, not even of this planet. Perhaps. It should be dealt with in its own terms. "Here come the bright boys now," O'Donnell said. From a nearby tent, a group of weary men emerged, led by Allenson, a government biologist. "Well," the general asked, "have you figured out what it is?" "Just a minute. I'll hack off a sample," Allenson said, glaring through red-rimmed eyes. "Have you figured out some scientific way of killing it?" "Oh, that wasn't too difficult," Moriarty, an atomic physicist, said wryly. "Wrap it in a perfect vacuum. That'll do the trick. Or blow it off the Earth with anti-gravity." "But failing that," Allenson said, "we suggest you use your atomic bombs, and use them fast." "Is that the opinion of your entire group?" O'Donnell asked, his eyes glittering. "Yes." The general hurried away. Michaels joined the scientists. "He should have called us in at the very first," Allenson complained. "There's no time to consider anything but force now." "Have you come to any conclusions about the nature of the leech?" Michaels asked. "Only general ones," Moriarty said. "And they're about the same as yours. The leech is probably extraterrestrial in origin. It seems to have been in a spore stage until it landed on Earth." He paused to light a pipe. "Incidentally, we should be damned glad it didn't drop in an ocean. We'd have had the Earth eaten out from under us before we knew what we were looking for." They walked in silence for a few minutes. "As you mentioned, it's a perfect converter. It can transform mass into energy, and any energy into mass." Moriarty grinned. "Naturally, that's impossible, and I have figures to prove it." "I'm going to get a drink," Allenson said. "Anyone coming?" "Best idea of the week," Michaels said. "I wonder how long it'll take O'Donnell to get permission to use the bomb." "If I know politics," Moriarty said, "too long." The findings of the government scientists were checked by other government scientists. That took a few days. Then Washington wanted to know if there wasn't some alternative to exploding an atomic bomb in the middle of New York State. It took a little time to convince them of the necessity. After that, people had to be evacuated, which took more time. Then orders were made out, and 5 atomic bombs were checked out of a cache. A patrol rocket was assigned, given orders, and put under General O'Donnell's command. This took a day more. Finally, the stubby scout rocket was winging its way over New York. From the air, the grayish-black spot was easy to find. Like a festered wound, it stretched between Lake Placid and Elizabethtown, covering Keene and Keene Valley and lapping at the edges of Jay. The first bomb was released. It had been a long wait after the first rich food. The greater radiation of day was followed by the lesser energy of night many times, as the leech ate away the earth beneath it, absorbed the air around it, and grew. Then, one day, an amazing burst of energy. Everything was food for the leech, but there was always the possibility of choking. The energy poured over it, drenched it, battered it, and the leech grew frantically, trying to contain the titanic dose. Still small, it quickly reached its overload limit. The strained cells, filled to satiation, were given more and more food. The strangling body built new cells at lightning speed, and it held. The energy was controlled, stimulating further growth. More cells took over the load, sucking in the food. The next doses were wonderfully palatable, easily handled. The leech overflowed its bounds, growing, eating, and growing. That was a taste of real food. The leech was as near ecstasy as it had ever been. It waited hopefully for more, but no more came. It went back to feeding on the earth. The energy, used to produce more cells, was soon dissipated. Soon it was hungry again. It would always be hungry. O'Donnell retreated with his demoralized men. They camped 10 miles from the leech's southern edge, in the evacuated town of Schroon Lake. The leech was over 60 miles in diameter now, and still growing fast. It lay sprawled over the Adirondack Mountains, completely blanketing everything from Saranac Lake to Port Henry, with one edge of it over Westport in Lake Champlain. Everyone within 200 miles of the leech was evacuated. General O'Donnell was given permission to use hydrogen bombs, contingent on the approval of his scientists. "What have the bright boys decided?" O'Donnell wanted to know. He and Michaels were in the living room of an evacuated Schroon Lake house. O'Donnell had made it his new command post. "Why are they hedging?" O'Donnell demanded impatiently. "The leech has to be blown up quick. What are they fooling around for?" "They're afraid of a chain reaction," Michaels told him. "A concentration of hydrogen bombs might set up in the Earth's crust or in the atmosphere. It might do any of half a dozen things." "Perhaps they'd like me to order a bayonet attack," O'Donnell said contemptuously. Michaels sighed and sat down in an armchair. He was convinced that the whole method was wrong. The government scientists were being rushed into a single line of inquiry. The pressure upon them was so great that they didn't have a chance to consider any other approach but force, and the leech thrived on that. Michaels was certain that there were times when fighting fire with fire was not applicable. Fire, Loki, god of fire, and of trickery. No, there was no answer there. But Michael's mind was in mythology now, retreating from the unbearable present. Allenson came in, followed by 6 other men. "Well," Allenson said, "there's a damned good chance of splitting the earth wide open if you use the number of bombs our figures show you need." "You have to take chances in war," O'Donnell replied bluntly. "Shall I go ahead?" Michael saw, suddenly, that O'Donnell didn't care if he did crack the earth. The red-faced general only knew that he was going to set off the greatest explosion ever produced by the hand of man. "Not so fast," Allenson said. "I'll let the others speak for themselves." The general contained himself with difficulty. "Remember," he said, "according to your own figures, the leech is growing at the rate of 20 feet an hour." "And speeding up," Allenson added, "but this isn't a decision to be made in haste." Micheals found his mind wandering again, to the lightning bolts of Zeus. That was what they needed, or the strength of Hercules. Or... He sat up suddenly. "Gentlemen, I believe I can offer you a possible alternative, although it's a very dim one." They stared at him. "Have you ever heard of Antaeus?" he asked. The more the leech ate, the faster it grew, and the hungrier it became. Although its birth was forgotten, it did remember a long way back. It had eaten a planet in that ancient past. Grown tremendous, ravenous, it had made the journey to a nearby star and eaten that, replenishing the cells converted into energy for the trip. But then there was no more food, and the next star was an enormous distance away. It set out on the journey, but long before it reached the food, its energy ran out. Mass, converted back to energy to make the trip, was used up. It shrank. Finally, all the energy was gone. It was a spore, drifting aimlessly, lifelessly in space. That was the first time. Or was it? It thought it could remember back to a distant, misty time when the universe was evenly covered with stars. It had eaten through them, cutting away whole sections, growing, swelling. And the stars had swung off in terror, forming galaxies and constellations. Or was that a dream? Methodically, it fed on the earth, wandering where the rich food was. And then it was back again, but this time above the leech. It waited, but the tantalizing food remained out of reach. It was able to sense how rich and pure the food was. Why didn't it fall? For a long time the leech waited, but the food stayed out of reach. At last it lifted and followed. The food retreated up from the surface of the planet. The leech went after it as quickly as its bulk would allow. The rich food fled out into space, and the leech followed. Beyond, it could sense an even richer source. The hot, wonderful food of a sun. O'Donnell served champagne for the scientists in the control room. Official dinners would follow, but this was a victory celebration. "A toast," the general said, standing. The men raised their glasses. The only man not drinking was a lieutenant, sitting in front of the control board that guided the drone spaceship. "To Micheals, for thinking of... What was it again, Micheals?" "Antaeus." Micheals had been drinking champagne steadily, but he didn't feel elated. Antaeus, born of Ge, the earth, and Poseidon, the sea. The invincible wrestler. Each time Hercules threw him to the ground, he arose refreshed. Until Hercules held him in the air. Moriarty was muttering to himself, figuring with slide rule, pencil, and paper. Allenson was drinking, but he didn't look too happy about it. "Come on, you birds of evil omen," O'Donnell said, pouring more champagne. "Figure it out later. Right now, drink." He turned to the operator. "How's it going?" Micheals' analogy had been applied to a spaceship. The ship, operated by remote control, was filled with pure radioactives. It hovered over the leech until, rising to the bait, it had followed. Antaeus had left his mother, the Earth, and was losing strength in the air. The operator was allowing the spaceship to run fast enough to keep out of the leech's grasp, but close enough to keep it coming. The spaceship and the leech were on a collision course with the sun. "Fine, sir," the operator said. "It's inside the orbit of Mercury now." "Men," the general said, "I swore to destroy that thing. This isn't exactly the way I wanted to do it. I figured on a more personal way, But the important thing is the destruction. You will all witness it. Destruction is at times a sacred mission. This is such a time. Men, I feel wonderful. Turn the spaceship! It was Moriarty who had spoken. His face was white. Turn the damn thing! He shoved his figures at them. They were easy to read. The growth rate of the leech, the energy consumption rate estimated, its speed in space a constant, the energy it would receive from the sun as it approached, an exponential curve, its energy absorption rate, figured in terms of growth, expressed as a hyped-up, discontinuous progression. The result? It'll consume the sun, Moriarty said, very quietly. The control room turned into a bedlam. 6 of them tried to explain it to O'Donnell at the same time. Then Moriarty tried, and finally Allenson. Its rate of growth is so great, and its speed so slow, and it will get so much energy, that the leech will be able to consume the sun by the time it gets there, or at least to live off it until it can consume it. O'Donnell didn't bother to understand. He turned to the operator. Turn it, he said. They all hovered over the radar screen, waiting. The food turned out of the leech's path and streaked away. Ahead was a tremendous source, but still a long way off. The leech hesitated. Its cells, recklessly expending energy, shouted for a decision. The food slowed, tantalizingly near. The closer source, or the greater? The leech's body wanted food, now. It started after it, away from the sun. The sun would come next. Put it out at right angles to the plane of the solar system, Allenson said. The operator touched the controls. On the radar screen, they saw a blob pursuing a dot. It had turned. Relief washed over them. It had been close. In what portion of the sky would the leech be? O'Donnell asked, his face expressionless. Come outside. I believe I can show you, an astronomer said. They walked to the door. Somewhere in that section, the astronomer said, pointing. Fine. All right, soldier, O'Donnell told the operator. Carry out your orders. The scientists gasped in unison. The operator manipulated the controls, and the blob began to overtake the dot. Michael started across the room. Stop, the general said, and his strong, commanding voice stopped Michael's. I know what I'm doing. I had that ship especially built. The blob overtook the dot on the radar screen. I told you this was a personal matter, O'Donnell said. I swore to destroy that leech. We can never have any security while it lives. He smiled. Shall we look at the sky? The general strolled to the door, followed by the scientists. Push the button, soldier. The operator did. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the sky lit up. A bright star hung in space. Its brilliance filled the night, grew, and started to fade. What did you do? Michaels gasped. That rocket was built around a hydrogen bomb, O'Donnell said, his strong face triumphant. I set it off at the contact moment. He called to the operator again. Is there anything showing on the radar? Not a speck, sir. Men, the general said, I have met the enemy and he is mine. Let's have some more champagne. But Michaels found that he was suddenly ill. It had been shrinking from the expenditure of energy when the great explosion came. No thought of containing it. The leech's cells held for the barest fraction of a second, and then spontaneously overloaded. The leech was smashed, broken up, destroyed. It was split into 1,000 particles, and the particles were split 1,000,000 times more. The particles were thrown out on the wavefront of the explosion, and they split further, spontaneously, into spores. The spores closed into dry, hard, seemingly lifeless specks of dust, billions of them scattered, drifting. Unconscious, they floated in the emptiness of space. Billions of them, waiting to be fed. End of The Leech by Phillips Barbie.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. The Repairman by Harry Harrison. The old man had that look of intense glee on his face that meant someone was in for a very rough time. Since we were alone, it took no great feat of intelligence to figure out it would be me. I talked first, bold attack being the very best defense, and so forth. I quit. Don't bother telling me what dirty job you have cooked up, because I have already quit, and you do not want to reveal company secrets to me. The grin was even wider now, and he actually chortled as he thumbed a button on his console. A thick legal document slid out of the delivery slot and onto his desk. "This is your contract," he said. "It tells how and when you will work. A steel and vanadium-bound contract that you couldn't crack with a molecular disruptor." I leaned out quickly, grabbed it, and threw it into the air with a single motion. Before it could fall, I had my solar out, and with a wide-angle shot, burned the contract to ashes. The old man just pressed the button again, and another contract slid out on his desk. If possible, the smile was still wider now. "Oh, I should have said a duplicate of your contract, like this one here." He made a quick note on his secretary plate. "I have deducted 13 credits from your salary for the cost of the duplicate, as well as a 100 credit fine for firing a solar inside of a building." I slumped, defeated, waiting for the blow to land. The old man fondled my contract. "According to this document, you can't quit, ever. Therefore, I have a little job I know you'll enjoy. A repair job. The Centauri beacon has shut down. It's a Mark III beacon." "What kind of beacon?" I asked him. "I have repaired hyperspace beacons from one arm of the galaxy to the other, and was sure I had worked on every type or model ever made. But I'd never heard of this kind." "Oh, it's a Mark III," the old man repeated, practically chortling. "I had never heard of it either, until records dug up the specs. They found them buried in the back of their oldest warehouse. This was the earliest type of beacon ever built, by Earth no less. Considering its location on one of the Proxima Centauri planets, it might be very well the first beacon." I looked at the blueprints he handed me and felt my eyes glaze with horror. "It's a monstrosity. It looks more like a distillery than a beacon. Must be at least a few hundred meters high. I'm a repairman, not an archaeologist. This pile of junk is over 2,000 years old. Just forget about it and build a new one." The old man leaned over his desk, breathing into my face. "It would take a year to install a new beacon, besides being too expensive, and this relic is on one of the main routes. We have ships making 15 light-year detours now." He leaned back, wiped his hands on his handkerchief, and gave me Lecture 44 on company duty and my troubles. This department is officially called Maintenance and Repair, when it really should be called troubleshooting. Hyperspace beacons are made to last forever, or damn close to it. When one of them breaks down, it is never an accident, and repairing the thing is never a matter of just plugging in a new part. He was telling me, the guy who did the job while he sat back on his fat paycheck in an air-conditioned office. He rambled on. "How I wish that were all it took. I would have a fleet of part ships and junior mechanics to install them. But it's not like that at all. I have a fleet of expensive ships that are equipped to do almost anything, manned by a bunch of irresponsibles like you." I nodded moodily at his pointing finger. "How I wish I could fire all of you! Combination space jockeys, mechanics, engineers, soldiers, con men, and anything else it takes to do the repairs. I have to browbeat, bribe, blackmail, and bulldoze you thugs into doing a simple job. If you think you're fed up, just think about how I feel. But the ships must go through. The beacons must operate." I recognized this deathless line as the curtain speech and crawled to my feet. He threw the Mark III file at me and went back to scratching in his papers. Just as I reached the door, he looked up and impaled me on his finger again. "And don't you be getting any fancy ideas about jumping your contract. We can attach that bank account of yours on Algol 2 long before you could draw the money out." I smiled, a little weakly, I'm afraid, as if I had never meant to keep that account a secret. His spies were getting more efficient every day. Walking down the hall, I tried to figure a way to transfer the money without his catching on, and knew at the same time he was figuring a way to outfigure me. It was all very depressing, so I stopped for a drink and then went on to the spaceport. By the time the ship was serviced, I had a course charted. The nearest beacon to the broken-down Proxima Centauri beacon was on one of the planets of Beta Circinus, and I headed there first, a short trip of only about 9 days in hyperspace. To understand the importance of the beacons, you have to understand hyperspace. Not that many people do, but it's easy enough to understand that in this non-space, the regular rules don't apply. Speed and measurements are a matter of relationship, not constant facts like the fixed universe. The first ships to enter hyperspace had no place to go, and no way even to tell if they had moved. The beacon solved that problem and opened the entire universe. They are built on planets and generate tremendous amounts of power. The power is turned into radiation that is punched through into hyperspace. Every beacon has a code signal as part of its radiation and represents a measurable point in hyperspace. Triangulation and quadrature of the beacons works for navigation, only it follows its own rules. The rules are complex and variable, but they are still rules that a navigator can follow. For a hyperspace jump, you need at least 4 beacons for an accurate fix. For long jumps, navigators use as many as 7 or 8. So every beacon is important and everyone has to keep operating. That is where I and the other troubleshooters came in. We travel in well-stocked ships that carry a little bit of everything, only 1 man to a ship, because that is all that takes to operate the overly efficient repair machinery. Due to the very nature of our job, we spend most of our time just rocketing through normal space. After all, when a beacon breaks down, how do you find it? Not through hyperspace. All you can do is approach as close as you can by using the other beacons, and then finish the trip in normal space. This can take months, and often does. This job didn't turn out to be quite that bad. I zeroed in on the Beta Circinus beacon and ran a complicated 8-point problem through the navigator, using every beacon I could get an accurate fix on. The computer gave me a course with an estimated point of arrival, as well as a built-in safety factor I could never eliminate from the machine. I would very much rather take a chance of breaking through near some star than spend time just barreling through normal space. But apparently Tech knows this too. They had a safety factor built into the computer, so you couldn't end up inside a star no matter how hard you tried. I'm sure there was no humaneness in this decision. They just didn't want to lose the ship. It was a 20-hour jump, ship's time, and I came through in the middle of nowhere. The robot analyzer chuckled to itself and scanned all the stars, comparing them to the spectra of Proxima Centauri. It finally rang a bell and blinked a light. I peeped through the eyepiece. A fast reading with the photocell gave me the apparent magnitude, and a comparison with its absolute magnitude showed its distance. Not as bad as I had thought, a 6-week run, give or take a few days. After feeding a course tape into the robot pilot, I strapped him to the acceleration tank and went to sleep. The time went fast. I rebuilt my camera for about the 20th time and just about finished a correspondence course in nucleonics. Most repairmen take these courses. Besides, they're always coming in handy. The company grades your pay by the number of specialties you can handle. All this, with some oil painting and free-fall workouts in the gym, passed the time. I was asleep when the alarm went off that announced planetary distance. Planet 2, where the beacon was situated according to the old charts, was a mushy-looking, wet kind of globe. I tried to make sense out of the ancient directions and finally located the right area. Staying outside the atmosphere, I sent a flying eye down to look things over. In this business, you learn early when and where to risk your own skin. The eye would be good enough for the preliminary survey. The old boys had had enough brains to choose a traceable site for the beacon, equidistant on a line between two of the most prominent mountain peaks. I located the peaks easily enough and started the eye out from the first peak and kept it on a course directly toward the second. There was a nose and tail radar in the eye, and I fed their signals into a scope as an amplitude curve. When the two peaks coincided, I spun the eye controls and dived the thing down. I cut out the radar and cut in the nose orthicon and sat back to watch the beacon appear on the screen. The image blinked, focused, and a great damn pyramid swam into view. I cursed and wheeled the eye in circles, scanning the surrounding country. It was flat, marshy bottomland without a bump. The only thing in a 10-mile circle was this pyramid, and that definitely wasn't my beacon. Or wasn't it? I dived the eye lower. The pyramid was a crude-looking thing of undressed stone, without carvings or decorations. There was a shimmer of light from the top, and I took a closer look at it. On the peak of the pyramid was a hollow basin filled with water. When I saw that, something clicked into my mind. Locking the eye in a circular course, I dug through the Mark III plans, and there it was. The beacon had a precipitating field and a basin on top of it for water. This was used to cool the reactor that powered the monstrosity. If the water was still there, the beacon was still there, inside the pyramid. The natives, who of course weren't even mentioned by the idiots who constructed the thing, had built a nice, heavy, thick stone pyramid around the beacon. I took another look at the screen and realized that I had locked the eye into a circular orbit about 20 feet above the pyramid. The summit of the stone pile was now covered with lizards of some type, apparently the local life form. They had what looked like throwing sticks and arrow-blasts, and they were trying to shoot down the eye, a cloud of arrows and rocks flying in every direction. I pulled the eye straight up and away, and threw in the control circuit that would return it automatically to the ship. Then I went to the galley for a long, strong drink. My beacon was not only locked inside a mountain of handmade stone, but I had managed to irritate the things who had built the pyramid. A great beginning for a job, and one clearly designed to drive a stronger man than me to the bottle. Normally, a repairman stays away from native cultures. They are poison, Anthropologists may not mind being dissected for their science, but a repairman wants to make no sacrifices of any kind for his job. For this reason, most beacons are built on uninhabited planets. If a beacon has to go on a planet with a culture, it is usually built in some inaccessible place. Why this beacon had been built within the reach of the local claws, I had yet to find out, but that would come in time. The first thing to do was to make contact. To make contact, you have to know the local language. And for that, I had long before worked out a system that was foolproof. I had a pry-eye of my own construction. It looked like a piece of rock about a foot long. Once on the ground, it would never be noticed, though it was a little disconcerting to see it float by. I located a lizard town about 1,000 kilometers from the pyramid and dropped the eye. It swished down and landed at night in the bank of a local mud wallow. This was a favorite spot that drew a good crowd during the day. In the morning, when the first wallowers arrived, I flipped on the recorder. After about 5 of the local days, I had a sea of native conversation in the memory bank of the machine translator, and had tagged a few expressions. This was fairly easy to do when you have a machine memory to work with. One of the lizards gargled at one another, and the second one turned around. I tagged this expression with the phrase, "Hey, George," and waited my chance to use it. Later the same day, I caught one of them alone and shouted, "Hey, George," at him. It gurgled out through the speaker in the local tongue, and he turned around. When you get enough reference phrases like this in the memory bank, the MT brain takes over and starts filling in the missing pieces. As soon as the MT could give a running translation of any conversation it heard, I figured out it was time to make a contact. I found him easily enough. He was a Centaurian version of a goat boy. He herded a particularly loathsome form of local life in the swamps outside of the town. I had one of the working eyes dig a cave in an outcropping of rock and waited for him. When he passed the next day, I whispered into the mic, "Welcome, O goat boy, grandson. This is your grandfather's spirit speaking from paradise." This fitted in with what I could make out from the local religion. Goat boy stopped, as if he had been shot. Before he could move, I pushed a switch, and a handful of the local currency, wampum-type shells, rolled out of the cave and landed at his feet. "Here is some money from paradise, because you have been a good boy." Not really from paradise. I had lifted it from the treasury the night before. "Come back tomorrow, and we will talk some more," I called after the fleeing figure. I was pleased to notice that he took the cash before taking off. After that, Grandpa in paradise had many heart-to-heart talks with grandson, who found the heavenly loot more than he could resist. Grandpa had been out of touch with things since his death, and Goat Boy happily filled him in. I learned all I needed to know of the history, past and recent, and it wasn't nice. In addition to the pyramid being built around the beacon, there was a nice little religious war going on around the pyramid. It all began with the land bridge. Apparently, the local lizards had been living in the swamps when the beacon was built, but the builders didn't think much of them. They were a low type and confined to a distant continent. The idea that the race would develop and might reach this continent never occurred to the beacon mechanics, which is, of course, what happened. A little geological turnover, a swampy land bridge formed in the right spot, and the lizards began to wander up Beacon Valley and found religion, a shiny metal temple out of which poured a constant stream of magic water, the reactor cooling water pumped down from the atmosphere condenser on the roof. The radioactivity in the water didn't hurt the natives. It caused mutations that bred true. A city was built around the temple, and through the centuries the pyramid was put up around the beacon. A special branch of the priesthood served the temple. All went well until one of the priests violated the temple and destroyed the holy waters. There had been revolts, strife, murder, and destruction since then, but still the holy waters would not flow. Now armed mobs fought around the temple each day, and a new band of priests guarded the sacred font. And I had to walk into the middle of that mess and repair the thing. It would have been easy enough if we were allowed a little mayhem. I could have had a lizard fry, fixed the beacon, and taken off. Only, quote, native life forms, unquote, were quite well protected. There were spy cells on my ship, all of which I hadn't found, that would cheerfully rat on me when I got back. Diplomacy was called for. I sighed and dragged out the plastiflesh equipment. Working from 3D snaps of Grandson, I modeled a passable reptile head over my own features. It was a little short in the jaw, me not having one of their toothy mandibles, but that was all right. I didn't have to look exactly like them, just something close to soothe the native mind. It's logical. If I were an ignorant aborigine of Earth, and I ran into a Spican, who looks like a 2-foot glob of dried shellac, I would immediately leave the scene. However, if the Spican were wearing a suit of plastiflesh that looked remotely humanoid, I would at least stay and talk to him. That's what I was aiming to do with the Centaurians. When the head was done, I peeled it off and attached it to an attractive suit of green plastic, complete with tail. I was really glad they had tails. The lizards didn't wear clothes, and I wanted to take along a lot of electronic equipment. I built the tail over a metal frame that anchored around my waist. Then I filled the frame with all the equipment that I would need and began to wire the suit. When it was done, I tried it on in front of a full-length mirror. It was horrible, but effective. The tail dragged me down in the rear and gave me a duck waddle, but that only helped the resemblance. That night I took the ship down into the hills nearest the pyramid, an out-of-the-way dry spot where the amphibious natives would never go. A little before dawn, the eye hooked onto my shoulders, and we sailed straight up. We hovered above the temple at about 2,000 meters until it was light, and then dropped straight down. It must have been a grand sight. The eye was camouflaged to look like a flying lizard, a sort of a cardboard pterodactyl, and slowly flapping wings obviously had nothing to do with our flight, but it was impressive enough for the natives. The first one that spotted me screamed and dropped over on his back. The others came running. They milled and mobbed and piled on top of one another, and by that time I had landed in the plaza fronting the temple. The priesthood arrived. I folded my arms in a regal stance. "Greetings, O noble servers of the great God," I said. Of course I didn't say it out loud. I just whispered loud enough for the throat mic to catch. This was radioed back to the MT, and the translation shot back to a speaker in my jaws. The natives chomped and rattled, and the translation rolled out almost instantly. I had the volume turned up, and the whole square echoed. Some of the more credulous natives prostrated themselves, and others fled screaming. One doubtful type raised a spear, but no one else tried that after the pterodactyl eye picked him up and dropped him in the swamp. The priests were a hard-headed lot, and weren't buying any lizards in a poke. They just stood and muttered. I had to take the offensive again. "Begone, O faithful steed," I said to the eye, and pressed the control in my palm at the same time. It took off straight up, a bit faster than I wanted. Little pieces of wind-blown plastic rained down. While the crowd was oogling this assent, I walked through the temple doors. "I would talk with you, O noble priest," I said. Before they could think up a good answer, I was inside. The temple was a small one, built against the base of the pyramid. I hoped I wasn't breaking too many taboos by going in. I wasn't stopped, so it looked all right. The temple was a single room with a murky-looking pool at one end. Sloshing in the pool was an ancient reptile, who was clearly one of the leaders. I waddled toward him, and he gave me a cold and fishy eye, and then growled something. The MT whispered into my ear, "Just what in the name of the 13th sin are you, and what are you doing here?" I drew up my scaly figure in a noble gesture and pointed toward the ceiling. "I come from your ancestors to help you. I am here to restore the holy waters." This raised a buzz of conversation behind me, but got no rise out of the chief. He sank slowly into the water until only his eyes were showing. I could almost hear the wheels turning behind that moss-covered forehead. Then he lunged up and pointed a dripping finger at me. "You are a liar. You are no ancestor of ours. We will—" "Stop," I thundered, before he got so far in that and couldn't back out. "I said your ancestors sent me as an emissary. I am not one of your ancestors. Do not try to harm me, or the wrath of those who have passed on will turn against you." When I said this, I turned to jab a claw at the other priest, using the motion to cover my flicking a coin grenade toward them. It blew a nice hole in the floor with a great show of smoke and noise. The first lizard knew I was talking sense then, and immediately called a meeting of the shamans. It, of course, took place in the public bathtub, and I had to join them there. We jawed and gurgled for about an hour and settled all the major points. I found out that they were new priests. The previous one had all been boiled for letting the holy water cease. They found out that I was there only to help them restore the flow of the waters. They bought this tentatively, and we all heaved out of the tub and trickled muddy paths across the floor. There was a bolted and guarded door that led into the pyramid proper. While it was being opened, the first lizard turned to me. "Undoubtedly you know of the rule," he said. "Because the old priests did pry and peer, it was ruled henceforth that only the blind could enter the Holy of Holies." I'd swear he was smiling, if 30 teeth peeking out of what looked like a crack in an old suitcase can be called smiling. He was also signaling to him an under-priest who carried a brazier of charcoal complete with red-hot irons. All I could do was stand and watch while he stirred up the coals, pulled out the rustiest iron, and turned toward me. He was just drawing a bead on my right eyeball when my brain got back in gear. "Of course," I said, "blinding is only right, but in my case you will have to blind me before I leave the Holy of Holies, not now. I need my eyes to see and mend the font of holy waters. Once the waters flow again, I will laugh as I hurl myself on your burning iron." He took a good 30 seconds to think it over, and had to agree with me. The local torturer sniffled a bit and threw a little more charcoal on the fire. The gate crashed open, and I stalked through, and then it banged to behind me, and I was alone in the dark. But not for long. There was a shuffling nearby, and I took a chance and turned on my flash. 3 priests were groping toward me, their eye sockets red pits of burned flesh. They knew what I wanted and led the way without a word. A crumbling and cracked stone stairway brought us up to a solid metal doorway labeled in archaic script, "Mark III Beacon, authorized personnel only." The trusting builders counted on the sign to do the whole job, for there wasn't a trace of a lock on the door. One lizard merely had to turn the handle, and we were inside the beacon. I unzipped the front of my camouflage suit and pulled out the blueprints. With the faithful priest stumbling after me, I located the control room and turned on the lights. There was a residue of charge in the emergency batteries, just enough to give a dim light. The meters and indicators looked to be in good shape, if anything, unexpectedly bright from constant polishing. I checked the readings carefully and found out just what I had suspected. One of the eager lizards had managed to open a circuit box and polished the switches inside. While doing this, he had thrown one of the switches, and that had caused the trouble. Rather, that had started the trouble. It wasn't going to be ended by just reversing the water valve switch. This valve was supposed to be used only for repairs, after the pile was damped. When the water was cut off with the pile in operation, it had started to overheat, and the automatic safeties had dumped the charge down the pit. I could start the water easily enough again, but there was no fuel left in the reactor. I wasn't going to play with the fuel problem at all. It would be far easier to install a new power plant. I had one in the ship that was about 1/10 the size of that ancient bucket of bolts, and produced at least 4 times the power. Before I sent for it, I checked over the rest of the beacon. In 2,000 years, there should be some sign of wear. The old boys had built well, I'll give them credit for that. 90% of the machinery had no moving parts, and had suffered no wear whatever. Other parts they had beefed up, figuring they would wear, but slowly. The water feed pipe from the roof, for example. The pipe walls were at least 3 meters thick, and the pipe opening itself no bigger than my head. There were some things I could do, though, and I made a list of parts. The parts, the new power plant, and a few other odds and ends, were chuted into a neat pile on the ship. I checked all the parts by screen before they were loaded in a metal crate. In the darkest hour before dawn, the heavy-duty eye dropped the crate outside the temple and darted away without being seen. I watched the priests through the pry eye while they tried to open it. When they had given up, I boomed orders at them through a speaker in the crate. They spent most of the day sweating the heavy box up through the narrow temple stairs, and I enjoyed a good sleep. It was resting inside the beacon door when I woke up. The repairs didn't take long, though there was plenty of groaning from the blind lizards when they heard me ripping the wall open to get at the power leads. I even hooked a gadget to the water pipe so their holy waters would have usual refreshing radioactivity when they started flowing again. The moment this was all finished, I did the job they were waiting for. I threw the switch that started the water flowing again. There were a few minutes while the water began to gurgle down through the dry pipe. Then a roar came from outside the pyramid that must have shaken its stone walls. Shaking my hands once over my head, I went down for the eye-burning ceremony. The blind lizards were waiting for me by the door and looked even unhappier than usual. When I tried the door, I found out why. It was bolted and barred from the other side. "It has been decided," a lizard said, "that you shall remain here forever and tend the holy waters. We will stay with you and serve your every need." A delightful prospect, eternity spent in a locked beacon with 3 blind lizards. In spite of their hospitality, I couldn't accept. "What? You dare interfere with the messenger of your ancestors?" I had the speaker on full volume, and the vibration almost shook my head off. The lizards cringed, and I set my solar for a narrow beam and ran it around the door jamb. There was a great crunching and banging from the junk piled against it, and then the door swung free. I threw it open. Before they could protest, I had pushed the priest out through it. The rest of their clan showed up at the foot of the stairs and made a great ruckus while I finished welding the door shut. Running through the crowd, I faced up to the first lizard in his tub. He sank slowly beneath the surface. "What lack of courtesy!" I shouted. He made little bubbles in the water. "The ancestors are annoyed, and have decided to forbid entrance to the inner temple forever, though out of kindness they will let the waters flow. Now I must return. On with the ceremony." The torture master was too frightened to move, so I grabbed his hot iron. A touch on the side of my face dropped a steel plate over my eyes, under the plastic skin. Then I jammed the iron hard into my phony eye sockets, and the plastic gave off authentic odors. A cry went up from the crowd as I dropped the iron and staggered in blind circles. I must admit it went off pretty well. Before they could get any more bright ideas, I threw the switch, and my plastic pterodactyl sailed in through the door. I couldn't see it, of course, but I knew it had arrived when the grapples and the claws latched onto the steel plates on my shoulders. I had got turned around after the eye burning, and my flying beast hooked onto me backward. I had meant to sail out bravely, blind eyes facing into the sunset. Instead, I faced the crowd as I soared away. So I made the most of a bad situation and threw them a snappy military salute. Then I was out in fresh air and away. When I lifted the plate and poked holes in the seared plastic, I could see the pyramid growing smaller behind me, water gushing out of the base, and a happy crowd of reptiles sporting in its radioactive rush. I counted off on my talons to see if I had forgotten anything. 1. The beacon was repaired. 2. The door was sealed, so there could be no more sabotage, accidental or deliberate. 3. The priest should be satisfied. The water was running again, my eyes had been duly burned out, and they were back in business, which added up to 4. The fact that they would probably let another repairman in under the same conditions if the beacon conked out again. At least I had done nothing, like butchering a few of them, that would make them antagonistic toward future ancestral messengers. I stripped off my tattered lizard suit back in the ship, very glad that it would be some other repairman who would get the job. End of The Repairman by Harry Harrison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. Second Landing by Floyd Wallace. A gentle fancy for the Christmas season. An oft-told tale with a wistful twistful of something that left the earth with a wing and a prayer. Earth was so far away that it wasn't visible. Even the sun was only a twinkle. But this vast distance did not mean that isolation would endure forever. Instruments within the ship intercepted radio broadcast, and within the hour early TV signals. Machines compiled dictionaries and grammars and began translating the major languages. The history of the planet was tabulated as facts became available. The course of the ship changed slightly. It was not much out of the way to swing nearer Earth. For 2 days, the two within the ship listened and watched with little comment. They had to decide soon. "We've got to make or break," said the first alien. "You know what I'm in favor of," said the second. "I can guess," said Ethaniel, who had spoken first. "This place is a complete mess. They have never done anything except fight each other and invent better weapons." "It's not what they've done," said Baal, the second alien. "It's what they're going to do with that big bomb." "The more reason for stopping," said Ethaniel. The big bomb can destroy them. Without our help, they may just do that. I may remind you that in 2 months, 29 days, we're due in Willifors, said Val. Without looking at the charts, I can tell you we still have more than 100 light years to go.
A week. We can spare a week and still get there on time.
A week, said Val, to settle their problems. They've had 2 world wars in 1 generation, and that the 3rd and final one is coming up. You can't help feeling in everything they do.
It won't take much, said Ethaniel. The wrong diplomatic move or a trigger-happy soldier could set it off, and it wouldn't have to be deliberate. A meteor shower could pass over, and their clumsy instruments could interpret that as an all-out enemy attack.
Too bad, said Val. We'll just have to forget there ever was such a planet as Earth.
Could you forget so many people?
I'm doing it, said Val. Just give them a little time, and they won't be here to remind me that I have a conscience.
My memory isn't convenient, said Ethaniel.
I ask you to look at them. Val rustled, flicking the screen intently. Very much like ourselves, he said at last. A bit shorter, perhaps. Most certainly incomplete. Except for the one thing they lack. And that's quite odd. They seem exactly like us. Is that what you wanted me to say?
It is. The fact that they are an incomplete version of ourselves touches me. They actually seem defenseless, though I suppose they're not.
Tough, said Val. Nothing we can do about it.
There is. We can give them a week.
In a week, we cannot negate their entire history. We can't begin to undo the effect of the big bomb.
You can't tell, said Ethaniel. We can look things over.
And then what? How much of authority do we have?
Very little, conceded Ethaniel. 2 minor officials on the way to Willifors, and we went directly into a problem no one knew existed.
And when we get to Willifors, we'll be busy. It will be a long time before anyone comes this way again.
A very long time. There's nothing in this region of space our people want, said Ethaniel.
And how long can Earth last? 10 years? Even 10 months? The tension is building by the hour. What can I say, said Val. I suppose we can stop and look them over. We're not committing ourselves by looking. They went much closer to Earth, not intending to commit themselves. For a day they circled the planet, avoiding radar detection, which for them was not difficult, testing and sampling. Finally, Ethaniel looked up from the monitor screen. Any conclusions? What's there to think? It's worse than I imagined.
In what way?
Well, we knew they had the big bomb. Atmospheric analysis showed that as far away as we were.
I know.
We also knew that they could deliver the big bomb, presumably by some sort of aircraft.
That was almost a certainty. They'd have no use for the big bomb without aircraft.
What's worse is that now I find they also have missiles, range 1,000 miles and upward. They either have or are near a primitive form of space travel.
Bad, said Ethaniel. Sitting there, wondering when it's going to hit 'em. Nervousness could set it off.
It could, and the missiles make it worse, said Val. What did you find out at your end?
Nothing worthwhile. I was looking at the people while you were investigating their weapons.
You must think something.
I wish I knew what to think. There's so little time.
Ethaniel said.
Language isn't the difficulty. Our machines can translate their languages easily, and I've taken a cram course in 2 or 3 of them. But that's not enough. Looking at a few plays, listening to advertisements, music, news bulletins. I should go down and live among them, read books, talk to scholars, work with them, play.
You could do that, and you'd really get to know them. But that takes time, and we don't have it.
I realize that.
A flat yes or no, said Val.
No, we can't help them, said Ethaniel. There is nothing we can do for them, but we have to try.
Sure, I knew it before we started, said Val. It's happened before. We take the trouble to find out what a people are like. When we can't help them, we feel bad. It's going to be like that again. He rose and stretched. Well, give me an hour to think of some way of going at it. It was longer than that before they met again. In the meantime, the big ship moved closer to Earth. They no longer needed their instruments to see it. The planet revolved outside vision ports. The southern plains were green, coursed with rivers. The oceans were blue, and much of the northern hemisphere was glistening white. Ragged clouds covered the pole, and a dirty pall spread over the mid-regions of the north.
I haven't thought of anything brilliant, said Ethaniel.
Nor I, said Bal. We're going to have to go down there cold, and it will be cold.
Yes, it's their winter.
I did have an idea, said Bal. What about going down as supernatural beings?
Hardly,
said Nathaniel.
100 years ago it might have worked. Today they have satellites. They are not primitives.
I suppose you're right, said Bal. I did think we ought to take advantage of our physical differences.
If we could, I'd be all for it. But these people are rough and desperate. They wouldn't be fooled by anything that crude.
Well, you're calling it, said Bal.
All right, said Ethaniel. You take one side, I'll take the other. We'll tell them bluntly what they have to do if they're going to survive, how they can keep their planet in one piece so they can live on it.
Well, that'll go over big. Advice is always popular.
Can't help it. That's all we have time for.
Special instructions?
None. We leave the ship here and go down in separate landing craft. You can talk with me any time you want through our communications, but don't unless you have to.
They can't intercept the beams we use.
They can't. Even if they did, they wouldn't know what to do with our language. I want them to think that we don't need to talk things over.
I get it. Makes us seem better than we are. They think we know exactly what we're doing, even though we don't.
If we're lucky, they'll think that.
Bal looked out of the port at the planet below. It's going to be cold where I'm going. You too. Sure we don't want to change our plans and land in the southern hemisphere? It's summer there.
I'm afraid not. The great powers are in the north. They are the ones we have to reach to do the job.
Yeah, but I was thinking of that holiday you mentioned. We'll be running straight into it. That won't help us any.
I know. They don't like their holidays interrupted. It can't be helped. We can't wait until it's over.
I'm aware of that, said Bal. Fill me in on the holiday. Anything I ought to know? Perhaps religious in origin, that's so?
It was religious long time ago, said Ethaniel. I didn't learn anything exact from radio and TV. Now it seems to be chiefly a time for eating, office parties, and selling merchandise.
I see. It has become a business holiday.
That's a good description. I didn't get as much of it as I ought to have had. I've been busy studying the people, and they're hard to pin down.
I see. I was thinking that there might be some way we could tie ourselves in with this holiday, make it work for us.
If there is, I haven't thought of it.
You ought to know. You're running this one. Bal looked down at the planet. Clouds were beginning to form at the twilight edge. I hate to go down and leave this ship up here with no one in it.
They can't touch it. No matter how they develop in the next 100 years, they still won't be able to get in it or damage it in any way.
It's myself I'm thinking about there. Down there, alone.
I'll be with you, on the other side of Earth.
That's not very close. I'd like it better if there was someone in the ship to bring it down in a hurry if things get rough. They don't think much of each other, and I don't imagine they'll like aliens any better.
They may be unfriendly,
Ethaniel acknowledged. Now he switched a monitor screen until he looked at the slope of a mountain. It was snowing, and men were cutting small green trees in the snow.
I've thought of a trick.
If it saves my neck, I'm for it.
I don't guarantee anything, said Ethaniel. This is what I was thinking of. Instead of hiding the ship against the sun, where there's a little chance it will be seen, we'll make sure that they do see it. Let's take it around to the night side of the planet and light it up.
Say, pretty good, said Bal.
They can't imagine we'd light up an unmanned ship, said Ethaniel. Even if the thought should occur to one of them, they'll have no way of checking it. Also, they won't be eager to harm us with our ship shining down on them.
That's thinking, said Bal, moving to the controls. I'll move the ship over where they can see it best, and then I'll light it up. I'll really light it up.
Don't spare power.
Don't worry about that. They'll see it. Everybody on Earth will see it. Later. With the ship in position, glowing against the darkness of space, pulsating with light, Bal said, "You know, I feel better about this. We may pull it off. Lighting the ship may be just the help we need." "It's not we who need help, but the people of Earth," said Ethaniel. "See you in 5 days." With that, he entered a small landing craft, which left a faintly luminescent trail as it plunged toward the Earth. As soon as it was safe to do so, Bal left in another craft, heading for the other side of the planet. And the spaceship circled Earth, unmanned, blazing and pulsing with light. No star in the winter skies of the planet below could equal it in brilliancy. Once a man-made satellite came near, but it was dim and lost sight of by the people below. During the day, the ship was as visible as a bright spot of light. As evening, it seemed to burn through the sunset colors. And the ship circled on, bright, shining, seeming to be a little piece chipped from the center of a star and brought near Earth to illuminate it. Never or seldom had Earth seen anything like it. In 5 days, the 2 small landing craft that had left it arched up from Earth and joined the orbit of the large ship. The 2 small craft slid inside the larger one, and the doors closed behind them. In a short time, the aliens met again. "We did it," said Bal exultantly as he came in. "I don't know how we did it, and I thought we were going to fail, but at the last minute they came through." Ethaniel smiled. "I'm tired," he said, rustling. "Me too, but mostly I'm cold," said Bal, shivering. "Snow, nothing but snow wherever I went. Miserable climate. And yet you had me go out walking after that first day." "From my own experience, it seemed to be a good idea," said Ethaniel. "If I went out walking one day, I noticed that the next day the officials were much more cooperative. If it worked for me, I thought it might help you." "I did. I don't know why, but it did," said Bal. "Anyway, this agreement that they made isn't the best, but I think it will keep them from destroying themselves." "It's as much as we can expect," said Ethaniel. "They may have small wars after this, but never the big one. In 50 or 100 years, we can come back and see how much they've learned." "I'm not sure I want to," said Bal. "Say, what's an angel?" "Why?" "When I went out walking, people stopped to look. Some knelt in the snow and called me an angel." "Something like that happened to me," said Ethaniel. "I didn't get it, but I didn't let it upset me," said Bal. "I smiled at them and went right about my business." He shivered again. "It was always cold. I walked out, but sometimes I flew back. I hope that was all right." In the cabin, Bal spread his great wings. Renaissance painters had never seen his like, but knew exactly how he looked. In their paintings, they had pictured him innumerable times. "I don't think it hurt us that you flew," said Ethaniel. "I did so myself occasionally." "But don't you know what an angel is?" "No, I didn't have time to find out. Some creature of their folklore, I suppose. You know, except for our wings, they're very much like ourselves." "Their legends are bound to resemble ours." "Sure," said Bal. "Anyway, peace on Earth." End of Second Landing by Floyd Wallace. Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. The Talkative Tree by Horace Brown Fife. Dang vines! Beats all how some plants have no manners. But what do you expect when they used to be men? All things considered, the obscure star, the undetermined damage to the stellar drive, and the way the small planet's murky atmosphere defied precision scanners, the pilot made a reasonably good landing. Despite sour feelings for the space service of Haurtoz, Steward Peter Colin had to admit that the casualties might have been far worse. Chief Steward Slichow led his little command, lest 2 third-class ration keepers, thought to have been trapped in the lower hold. to a point 200 meters from the steaming hull of the Peace State. He lined them up as if on parade. Colin made himself inconspicuous. "Since the crew will be on emergency watches repairing the damage," announced the chief in clipped, aggressive tones, "I have volunteered my section for preliminary scouting, as is suitable. It may be useful to discover temporary sources in this area of natural foods." Volunteered his section, thought Colin rebelliously, like the supreme director of Haurtoz, being conscripted into this idiotic space fleet that never fights is bad enough without a tin god on jets like Slichow. Prudently, he did not express this resentment overtly. His well-schooled features revealed no trace of the idea, or of any other idea. The planetary state of Haurtoz had been organized some 15 light years from old Earth, but many of the homeworld's less kindly techniques had been employed. Lack of complete loyalty to the state was likely to result in a siege of treatment that left the subject suitably, quote, "re-personalized," unquote. Colin had heard of instances wherein mere unenthusiastic posture had betrayed intentions to harbor treasonable thoughts. "You will scout in 5 details of 3 persons each," Chief Slichow said. "Every hour each detail will send me 1 person in to report, and he will be replaced by one of the 5 I shall keep here to issue rations." Colin permitted himself to wonder when anyone might get some rest, but assumed a mildly willing look. Too eager an attitude could arouse suspicion of disguising an improper viewpoint. The maintenance of a proper viewpoint was a necessity if the planetary state were to survive the hostile plots of Earth and the latter's decadent colonies. That, at least, was the official line. Colin found himself in a group with Jack Ammett, a 3rd cook, and Eva Yurtuk, powdered food storekeeper. Since the crew would be eating packaged rations during repairs, Yurtuk could be spared to command a scout detail. Each scout was issued a rocket pistol and a plastic water tube. Chief Slichow emphasized that the keepers of rations could hardly, in an emergency, give even the appearance of favoring themselves in regard to food. They would go without. Colin maintained a standard expression as the chief's sharp stare measured them. Yurtuk, a dark, lean-faced girl, led the way with a quiet monosyllable. She carried the small radio they would be permitted to use for messages of utmost urgency. Ammett followed, and Colin brought up the rear. To reach their assigned sector, they had to climb a forbidding ridge of rock within a half a kilometer. Only a sparse creeper grew along their way, its elongated leaves shimmering with bronze-green reflections against the stony surface. But when they topped the ridge, a thick forest was in sight. Yurtuk and Ammett paused momentarily before descending. Colin shared their sense of isolation. They would be out of sight of authority and responsible for their own actions. It was a strange sensation. They marched down into the valley at a brisk pace, becoming more aware of the clouds and atmospheric haze. Distant objects seemed blurred by the mist, taking on a somber, brooding grayness. For all Colin could tell, he and the others were isolated in a world bounded by the rocky ridge behind them and a semicircle of damp trees and bushes several hundred meters away. He suspected that the hills rising mistily ahead were part of a continuous slope, but could not be sure. Yurtuk led the way along the most nearly level ground. Low creepers became more plentiful, interspersed with scrubby thickets of tangled, spike-armored bushes. Occasionally, small flying things flickered among the foliage. Once, a shrub puffed out an enormous cloud of tiny spores. "Be a job to find anything edible here," grunted Ammett, and Colin agreed. Finally, after a longer hike than he had anticipated, they approached the edge of a deceptively distant forest. Urtuk paused to examine some purple berries glistening dangerously on a low shrub. Colin regarded the trees with misgiving. "Looks as tough to get through as a tropical jungle," he remarked. "I think this stuff puts out shoots that grow back into the ground to root as they spread," said the woman. "Maybe we can find a way through." In 2 or 3 minutes they reached the abrupt border of the odd-looking trees. Except for one thick-trunked giant, all of them were about the same height. They craned their necks to estimate the altitude of the monster, but the top was hidden by the wide spread of branches. The depths behind it looked dark and impenetrable. "We'd better explore along the edge," decided Urtok. "Ammit, now is the time to go back and tell the chief which way we're—" "Ammit!" Colin looked over his shoulder. 50 meters away, Ammit sat beside the bush with the purple berries, utterly relaxed. "He must have tasted some," exclaimed Colin. "I'll see how he is." He ran back to the cook and shook him by the shoulder. Ammit's head lolled loosely to one side. His rather heavy features were vacant, lending him a doped appearance. Colin straightened up and beckoned to Urtok. For some reason, he had trouble attracting her attention. Then he noticed that she was kneeling. "I hope she didn't eat something stupid too," he grumbled, trotting back. As he reached her, whatever Urtok was examining came to life and scooted into the underbrush with a flash of greenish fur. All Colin saw was that it had several legs too many. He pulled Urtok to her feet. She pawed at him weakly, eyes as vacant as Ammit's. When he let go in sudden horror, she folded gently to the ground. She lay comfortably on her side, twitching one hand as if to brush something away. When she began to smile dreamily, Colin backed away. The corners of his mouth felt oddly stiff. They had involuntarily drawn back to expose his clenched teeth. He glanced warily about, but nothing appeared to threaten him. "It's time to end this scout," he told himself. "It's dangerous. One good look and I'm jetting off. What I need is an easy tree to climb." He considered the massive giant. Soaring 30 or 40 meters into the thin fog and dwarfing other growth, it seemed the most promising choice. At first, Colin saw no way, but then the network of vines clinging to the rugged trunk suggested a route. He tried his weight gingerly and then began to climb. "I should have brought Urtuk's radio," he muttered. "Oh, well, I can take it when I come down, if she hasn't snapped out of her spell by then. Funny, I wonder if that green thing bit her." Footholds were plentiful among the interlaced lianas. Colin progressed rapidly. When he reached the first thick limbs, twice head height, he felt safer. Later, at what he hoped was the halfway mark, he hooked one knee over a branch and paused to wipe sweat from his eyes. Peering down, he discovered the ground to be obscured by foliage. "I should have checked from down there to see how open the top is," he mused. "I wonder how the view will be from up there." "Depends on what you're looking for, sonny," something remarked in a soughing wheeze. Colin, slipping, grabbed desperately for the branch. His fingers clutched a handful of twigs and leaves which just barely supported him until he regained a grip with the other hand. The branch quivered resentfully under him. "Careful there," whooshed the eerie voice. "It took me all summer to grow those." Colin could feel his skin crawling along his backbone. "Who are you?" he gasped. The answering sigh of laughter gave him a distinct chill, despite its suggestion of amiability. "Name's Johnny Ashlew. Kinda thought you'd start with what I am. Didn't figure you'd ever seen a man grown into a tree before." Colin looked about, seeing little but leaves and fog. "I have to climb down," he told himself in a reasonable tone. "It's bad enough that the other two passed out without me going space happy too." "What's your hurry?" demanded the voice. "I can talk to you as easy all the way down, you know. Air holes in my bark. I'm not like an earth tree." Colin examined the bark of the crotch in which he sat. It did seem to have assorted holes and hollows in its rough surface. "I never saw an earth tree," he admitted. "We came down from Haurtoz." "Where's that? Oh, never mind. Some little planet. I don't bother with them all, since I came here and found out I could be anything I wanted." "What do you mean, anything you wanted?" asked Colin, testing the firmness of a vertical vine. "Just what I said," continued the voice, sounding closer in his ear as his cheek brushed the ridged bark of the tree trunk. "And if I do have to remind you, it would be nicer if you said Mr. Ashlew, considering my age." "Your age? How old?" "Can't really count it in Earth years anymore. Lost track. I always figured being a tree was just a nice, peaceful life, and when I remembered how long of some of them live, oh, that settled it, sonny. This world ain't all it looks like." It isn't Mr. Ashlew?" asked Colin, twisting about in an effort to see what the higher branches might hide. "No, most everything here is run by the life, that is, by the thing that first grew big enough to do some thinking and set its roots down all over till it had control. That's the outskirts of it down below." "The other trees, that jungle?" "It's more'n a jungle, sonny. When I landed here, along with the others from the Arcturian spark, the planet looked pretty empty to me. Just like it must have to... watch it there, boy. If I didn't twist that branch over in time, you'd be bouncing off my roots right now." Thanks," grunted Colin, hanging on grimly. "Doggone vine," commented the windy whisper. "He ain't one of my crowd. Landed here years later in a ship from some star towards the center of the galaxy. You should have seen his looks before the life got in touch with his mind and set up a mental field to help him change form. He looks twice as good as a vine." He's very handy," agreed Colin politely. He groped for a foothold. "Well, matter of fact, I can't get through to him much, even with the life's mental field helping. Guess he started living with a different way of thinking. It burns me. I thought of being a tree, and then he came along to take advantage of it." Colin braced himself securely to stretch his tiring muscles. "Maybe I better stay a while," he muttered. "I don't know where I am." "You're about 50 feet up," the sighing voice informed him. "You ought to let me tell you how the life helps you change form. You don't have to be a tree." "No? Some of those boys that landed with me wanted to get around and see things. Lots changed to animals or birds. One even stayed a man, on the outside anyway. Most of them have to change as the bodies wear out, which I don't, and some made bad mistakes trying to be the things they saw on other planets." "Oh, I wouldn't want to do that, Mr. Ashlew." "There's just one thing. The life don't like taking chances on word about this place getting around. It sort of believes in peace and quiet. You might not get back to your ship in any form that could tell tales." "Listen," Colin blurted out. "I wasn't so much enjoying being what I was that getting back matters to me." "Don't like your home planet, whatever that name was?" "Haurtoz. It's a rotten place, a planetary state. You have to think and even look the way that's standard 30 hours a day, asleep or awake. You get scared to sleep for fear you might dream treason and they'll find out somehow. Whoo-ee, I heard about them places. Must be tough just to live." Suddenly, Colin found himself telling the tree about life on Haurtoz and of the officially announced threats to the planetary state's planned expansion. He dwelt upon the desperation of having no place to hide in case of trouble with the authorities. A multiple system of such worlds was agonizing to imagine. Somehow the oddity of talking to a tree wore off. Colin heard opinions spouting out which he had prudently kept bottled up for years. The more he talked and stormed and complained, the more relaxed he felt. If there was ever a fella ready for this planet, decided the tree named Ashlew, you're it, sonny. Hang on there while I signal the life by root. Colin sensed a lack of direct attention. The rustle about him was natural, caused by an ordinary breeze. He noticed his hand shaking. Don't know what got into me, talking that way to a tree, he muttered. If your talk snapped out of it and heard, I'm just as good as repersonalized right now. As he brooded upon the sorry choice of arousing a search by hiding where he was, or going back to bluff things out, the tree spoke. Maybe you're all set, sonny. The life has been a-thinking of learning about other worlds. If you can think of a safe form to jet off in, you might make yourself a deal. How'd you like to stay here? I don't know, said Colin. The penalty for desertion. Whoosh! Who'd find you? You could be a bird or a tree or even a cloud. Silenced but doubting, Colin permitted himself to try the dream on for size. He considered what form might most easily escape the notice of search parties and still be tough enough to live a long time without renewal. Another factor slipped into his musings. Mere hope of escape was unsatisfying after the outburst that had defined his fuming hatred for Haurtoz. I'd better watch myself, he thought. Don't drop diamonds to grab at stars. Well, what I wish I could do is not just get away, but get even for the way they make us live, the whole damn setup. They could just as easy make peace with the Earth colonies. You know why they don't? Why? Wheezed Ashlew. They're scared that without talk of war and scouting for Earth fleets that never come, people would have time to think about the way they have to live and who's running things in the planetary state. Then the gravy train would get blown up, and I mean blown up. The tree was silent for a moment. Colin felt the branches stir meditatively. Then Ashlew offered a suggestion. I could tell the life your size of it, he hissed. Once in with us, you can always make thinking connections, no matter how far away. Maybe you could make a deal to kill two birds with one stone, as they used to say on Earth. Chief Steward Slichow paced up and down beside the ration crate turned up to serve him as the field desk. He scowled in turn, impartially at his watch and at the weary stewards of his headquarters detail. The latter stumbled about, stacking and distributing small packets of emergency rations. The line of crewmen released temporarily from repair work was transient as to individuals, but immutable as to length. Slichow muttered something profane about disregard of orders as he glared at the rocky ridges surrounding the landing place. He was so intent upon planning greetings with which to favor the tardy scouting parties that he failed to notice the loose cloud drifting over the ridge. It was tenuous, almost a haze. Close examination would have revealed it to be made of myriads of tiny spores. They resembled those cast forth by one of the bushes Colin's party had passed. Along the edges the haze faded raggedly into thin air, but the units evidently formed a cohesive body. They drifted together, approaching the men as if taking intelligent advantage of the breeze. One of Chief Slichow's staggering flunkies, stealing a few seconds of relaxation on the pretext of dumping an armful of light plastic packing, wandered into the haze. He froze. After a few heartbeats, he dropped the trash and stared at ship and men as if he had never seen either. A hail from his master moved him. "Coming, Chief," he called, but returning at a moderate pace, he murmured, "My name is Fraser. I'm a second assistant steward. I'll think as Unit 1. Throughout the cloud of spores, the mind, formerly known as Peter Colin, congratulated itself upon its choice of form. Nearer to the original shape of life than Ashlew got, he thought. He paused to consider the state of the tree named Ashlew, half immortal but rooted to one spot, unable to float on a breeze or through space itself on the pressure of light. Especially it was unable to insinuate any part of itself into the control center of another form of life, as a second spore was taking charge of the body of Chief Slichow at that very instant. There are not enough men, thought Colin. Some of me must drift through the airlock. In space, I can spread through the air system to the command group. Repairs to the peace state and the return to Haurtoz passed like weeks to some of the crew, but like brief moments in infinity to other units. At last the ship parted the air above Headquarters City and landed. The unit known as Captain Theodore Kessel hesitated before descending the ramp. He surveyed the field, the city, and the waiting team of inspecting officers. Could hardly be better, could it? He chuckled to the companion unit called Security Officer Tarth. Hardly, sir. All ready for the liberation of Haurtoz. Reformation of the planetary state, mused the captain, smiling dreamily as he grasped the handrail. And then formation of the planetary mind. End of The Talkative Tree by Horace Brown Fife.
Jules by Philip Jose Farmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. They Twinkled Like Jewels by Philip Jose Farmer. Crane didn't get the nice man's name until it was far too late to do anything at all about it. Jack Crane lay all morning in the vacant lot. Now and then he moved a little to quiet the protest of cramped muscles and stagnant blood, but most of the time he was as motionless as the heap of rags he resembled. Not once did he hear or see a Bohas agent, or, for that matter, anyone. The pre-dawn darkness had hidden his panting flight from the transy jungle, his dodging across backyards while whistles shrilled and voices shouted, and his crawling on hands and knees down an alley into the high grass and bushes which fringed a hidden garden. For a while his heart had knocked so loudly that he had been sure he would not be able to hear his pursuers if they did get close. It seemed inevitable that they would track him down. A buddy had told him that a new camp had just been built at a place only 3 hours' drive from the town. This meant the Bohas would be thick as hornets in the neighborhood. But no black uniforms had so far appeared. And then, lying there while the passionate and untiring sun mounted the sky, the bang bang of his heart was replaced by a noiseless but painful movement in his stomach. He munched a candy bar and 2 dried rolls which a housewife had given him the evening before. The tiger in his belly quit pacing back and forth. It crouched and licked its chops, but its tail was stuck up in his throat. Jack could feel the dry fur swabbing his pharynx and mouth. He suffered, but he was used to that. Night would come as surely as anything did. He'd get a drink then to quench his thirst. Boredom began to sit on his eyelids. Just as he was about to accept some much-needed sleep, he moved a leaf with an accidental jerk of his hand and uncovered a caterpillar. It was dark except for a row of yellow spots along the central line of some of its segments. As soon as it was exposed, it began slowly shimmying away. Before it had gone 2 feet, it was crossed by a moving shadow. Guiding the shadow was a black wasp with an orange ring around the abdomen. It closed the gap between itself and the worm with a swift, smooth movement and straddled the dark body. Before the wasp could grasp the thick-necked thing with its mandibles, the intended victim began rapidly rolling and unrolling and flinging itself from side to side. For a minute the delicate dancer above it could not succeed in clenching the neck. Its sharp jaws slid off the frenziedly jerking skin until the tiring creature paused for the chip of a second. Seizing opportunity and larva at the same time, the wasp stood high on its legs and pulled the worm's front end from the ground, exposing the yellowed band of the under part. The attacker's abdomen curved beneath its own body. The stinger jabbed between two segments of the prey's jointed length. Instantly the writhing stilled. A shudder, and the caterpillar became as inert as if it were dead. Jack had watched with an eye not completely cynical, feeling the sympathy of the hunted and the hounded for a fellow. His own struggles of the past few months had been as desperate, though not as hopeless, and... He stopped thinking. His heart again took up the rib-thudding. Out of the corner of his left eye he had seen a shadow that fell across the garden. When he slowly turned his head to follow the stain upon the sun-splashed soil, he saw that it clung to a pair of shining black boots. Jack did not say anything. What was the use? He put his hands against the weeds and pushed his body up. He looked into the silent mouth of a .38 automatic. It told him his running days were over. You didn't talk back to a mouth like that. Section 2. Jack was lucky. As one of the last to be herded into the truck, which had once been used for hauling cattle, he had more room to breathe than most of the others. He faced the rear bars. The vehicle was heading into the sun. Its rays were not as hard on him as on some of those who were so jam-packed they could not turn to get the hot yellow splotch out of their eyes. He looked through lowered lids at the youths on either side of him. For the last 3 days in the transy jungle, the one standing on his left had given signs of what was coming upon him, what had come upon so many of the transies. The muttering, the indifference to food, not hearing you when you talked to him. And now the shock of being caught in the raid had speeded up what everybody had foreseen. He was hardened, like a concrete statue, into a half crouch. His arms were held in front of him like a praying mantis, and his hands clutched a bar. Not even the pressure of the crowd could break his posture. The man on Jack's right murmured something, but the roaring of motor and clashing of gears shifting on a hill squashed his voice. He spoke louder. Seria flexibilitas. Extreme catatonic state. The fate of us all. You're nuts, said Jack. Not me. I'm no schizo, and I'm not going to become one. As there was no reply, Jack decided he had not moved his lips enough to be heard clearly. Lately, even when it was quiet, people seemed to have trouble making out what he was saying. It made him mildly angry. He shouted. It did not matter if it were overheard. That any of the prisoners were agents of the Bureau of Health and Sanity didn't seem likely. Anyway, he didn't care. They wouldn't do anything to him they hadn't planned before this. Got any idea where we're going? Sure. FMRC-3, Federal Male Rehabilitation Camp Number 3. I spent 2 weeks in the hills spying on it. Jack looked the speaker over. Like all those in the truck, he wore a frayed shirt, a stained and torn coat, and greasy, dirty trousers. The black bristles on his face were long. The back of his neck was covered by thick curls. The brim of his dusty hat was pulled down low. Beneath its shadow his eyes roamed from side to side with the same fear that Jack knew was in his own eyes. Hunger and sleepless nights had knobbed the cheekbones and honed his chin to a sharp point. An almost visible air clung to him, a hot aura that seemed to result from veins full of lava and eyeballs spilling out a heat that could not be held within him. He had the face every transy had, the face of a man who was either burning with fever or who had seen a vision. Jack looked away to stare miserably at the dust boiling up behind the wheels, as if he could see projected against its yellow-brown screen his retreating past. He spoke out of the side of his mouth. What's happened to us? We should be happy and working at good jobs and sure about the future. We shouldn't just be bums, hobos, walkers of the streets, rodhoppers, beggars, and thieves. His friend shrugged and looked uneasily from the corners of his eyes. He was probably expecting the question they all asked sooner or later. Why are you on the road? They asked, but none replied with words that meant anything. They lied, and they didn't seem to take any pleasure in their lying. When they asked questions about themselves, they knew they wouldn't get the truth, but something forced them to keep on trying anyway. Jack's buddy evaded also. He said, I read a magazine article by a Dr. Vespa, the head of the Bureau of Health and Sanity. He'd written the article just after the President created the Bureau. He viewed, quote, with alarm and apprehension, unquote, the fact that 6% of those between the ages of 12 and 25 were schizophrenics who needed institutionalizing. and he was, quote, appalled and horrified, unquote, that 5% of the nation were homeless, unemployed, and that 3.7% of those were between the ages of 14 and 30. He said that if this schizophrenia kept on progressing, half the world would be in rehabilitation camps. But if that occurred, the sane half would go to pot, back to the Stone Age, and the schizos would die. He licked his lips as if he were tasting the figures, and found them bitter. I was very interested by Vespa's reply to a mother who had written him. He went on. Her daughters ended up in a Bohas camp for schizos, and her son had left his wonderful home and brilliant future to become a bum. She wanted to know why. Vespa took 6 long paragraphs to give 6 explanations, all equally valid and all advanced by equally distinguished sociologists. He himself favored the mass hysteria theory, but if you looked at his gobbledygook closely, you could reduce it to one phrase: "We don't know." He did say this, though you won't like it, that the schizos and the transies were just 2 sides of the same coin. Both were infected with the same disease, whatever it was, and the transies usually ended up as schizos anyway. It just took them longer. Gears shifted. The floor slanted. Jack was shoved hard against the rear boards by the weight of the other men. He didn't answer until the pressure had eased and his ribs were free to work for more than mere survival. He said, "You're way off, schizo. My hitting the road has nothing to do with those split heads. Nothing. You understand? There's nothing foggy or dreamy about me. I wouldn't be here with you guys if I hadn't been so interested in a wasp catching a caterpillar that I never saw the Bohas sneaking up on me." While Jack described the little tragedy, the other allowed an understanding smile to bend his lips. He seemed engrossed, however, and when Jack had finished, he said, "That was probably an Ammophila wasp. Spex urnaria klug. Lovely, but vicious little she-demon. Injects the poison from her sting into the caterpillar's central nerve cord. That not only paralyzes, but preserves it. The victim is always stowed away with another one in an underground burrow. The wasp attaches one of her eggs to the body of the worm. It's a habit common to many of those little devils. Cellophron cementarium, Eumenes coarcta, Eumenes fraterna, Bembex spinola, Pelopoeus." Jack's interest wandered. His informant was evidently one of those transies who spent long hours in the libraries. They were ready at the slightest chance to offer their encyclopedic but often useless knowledge. Jack himself had abandoned his childhood bookwormishness. For the last 3 years his days and evenings had worn themselves out on the streets, passed in a parade of faces, flickered by in plate glass windows of restaurants and department stores and business offices, while he hoped. "Did you say you spied on the camp?" Jack interrupted the sonorous, almost chanting flow of Greek and Latin. "Huh? Oh, yeah, for 2 weeks. I saw plenty of transies trucked in, but I never saw any taken out. Maybe they left in the rocket." "Rocket?" The youth was looking straight before him. His face was hard as bone, but his voice trembled. "Yes, a big one. It landed and discharged about 12 men." "You nuts? There's been only one man-carrying rocket invented, and it lands by parachute." "I saw it, I tell you, and I'm not so nutty I'm seeing things that aren't there. Not yet, anyway." "Maybe the government's got rockets it's not telling anybody about." "Then what connection could there be between rehabilitation camps and rockets?" Jack shrugged and said, "Your rocket story is fantastic." "If someone had told you 4 years ago that you'd be a bum hauled off to a concentration camp, you'd have said that was fantastic, too." Jack did not have time to reply. The truck stopped outside a high barbed wire fence. The gate swung open. The truck bounced down the bumpy dirt road. Jack saw some black uniformed Bohas seated by heavy machine guns. They halted at another entrance. More barbed wire was passed. Huge Doberman pincers looked at the transies with cold, steady eyes. The dust of another section of road swirled up before they squeaked to a standstill and the engine turned off. This time agents began to let down the back of the truck. They had to pry the pitiful schizo's fingers loose from the wood with a crowbar and carry him off, still in his half crouch. A sergeant boomed orders. Stiff and stumbling, the transies jumped off the truck. They were swiftly lined up into squads and marched into the enclosure, and from there into a huge black barracks. Within an hour each man was stripped, had his head shaven, was showered, given a gray uniform, and handed a tin plate and spoon and cup filled with beans and bread and hot coffee. Afterwards Jack wandered around, free to look at the sandy soil underfoot and barbed wire and the black uniforms of the sentries, and free to ask himself where. 12 years ago it had been, but where was... Section 3. How easy it would have been to miss all this, if only he had obeyed his father, but Mr. Crane was so ineffectual. "Jackie," he had said, "would you please go outside and play, or stay in some other room? It's very difficult to discuss business while you're whooping and screaming around, and I have a lot to discuss with Mr. "Yes, Daddy," Jackie said before his father mentioned his visitor's name. But he was not Jack Crane in his game. He was Uncas. The big chairs and the divan were trees in his imaginative eyes. The huge easy chair in which Daddy's caller, Jack thought of him only as Mr., sat was a fallen log. He, Uncas, meant to hide behind it in ambush. Mr. did not bother him. He had smiled and said in a shrill voice that he thought Jack was a very nice boy. He wore a light gray-green Palm Beach suit and carried a big brown leather briefcase that looked too heavy for his soda-straw-thin legs and arms. He was queer looking because his waist was so narrow and his back so humped, and when he took off his tan Panama hat a white fuzz exploded from his scalp. His face was pale as the moon in daylight. His broad smile showed teeth that Jack knew were false. But the queerest thing about him was his thick spectacles, so heavily tinted with rose that Jack could not see the eyes behind them. The afternoon light seemed to bounce off the lenses in such a manner that no matter what angle you looked at them you could not pierce them, and they curved to the side to hide his eyes completely. Mr. had explained that he was an albino, and he needed the glasses to dim the glare of his eyes. Jack stopped being Uncas for a minute to listen. He had never seen an albino before, and indeed he did not know what one was. "I don't mind the youngster," said Mr. "Let him play here if he wants to. He's developing his imagination, and he may be finding more stimuli in this front room than he could in all of outdoors. We should never cripple the fine gift of imagination in the young. Imagination, fancy, fantasy, or whatever you call it, is the essence and mainspring of those scientists, musicians, painters, and poets who amount to something in later life. They are adults who have remained youths." Mr. addressed Jack. "You're the last of the Mohicans, and you're about to sneak up on the French captain and tommyhawk him, aren't you?" Jack blinked. He nodded his head. The opaque rose lenses set in Mister's face seemed to open a door into his naked gray skull. The man said, "I want you to listen to me, Jack. You'll forget my name, which isn't important, but you will always remember me and my visit, won't you?" Jack stared at the impenetrable lenses and nodded dumbly. Mr. turned to Jack's father. "Let his fancy grow. It is a necessary wish-fulfillment play. Like all human young who are good for anything at all, he is trying to find the lost door to the Garden of Eden. The history of the great poets and men of action is the history of the attempt to return to the realm that Adam lost, the forgotten Hesperides of the mind, the Avalon buried in our soul." Mr. Crane put his fingertips together. "Yes? Personally, I think that someday man will realize just what he is searching for, and will invent a machine that will enable the child to project, just as a film throws an image on a screen, the visions in his psyche. I see you're interested," he continued. "You would be, naturally, since you're a professor of philosophy. Now let's call the toy a specterscope, because through it the subject sees the specters that haunt his unconscious. Ha ha! But how does it work? If you'll keep it to yourself, Mr. Crane, I'll tell you something. My native country's scientists have developed a rather simple device, though they haven't published anything about it in the scientific journals. Let me give you a brief explanation. Light strikes the retina of the eye. The rods and cones pass on impulses to the bipolar cells, which send them on to the optic nerve, which goes to the brain." "Elementary and full of gaps," said Jack's father. "Pardon me," said Mr. "A bare outline should be enough. You'll be able to fill in the details. Very well. The specterscope breaks up the light going into the eye in such a manner that the rods and cones receive only a certain wavelength. I can't tell you what it is, except that it's in the visual red. The scope also concentrates like a burning glass and magnifies the power of the light. Result? A hitherto undiscovered chemical in the visual purple of the rods is activated and stimulates the optic nerve in a way we had not guessed possible. An electrochemical stimulus then irritates the subconscious until it fully wakes up. Let me put it this way. The subconscious is not a matter of location, but of organization. There are billions of possible connections between the neurons of the cortex. Look at those potentialities as so many cards in the same pack. Shuffle the cards one way and you have the common workaday cogito ergo sum mind. Reshuffle them and bingo, you have the combination of neurons or cards of the unconscious. The spectroscope does the redealing. When the subject gazes through it, he sees for the first time the full impact and result of his underground mind's workings in other perspectives than dreams or symbolical behavior. The subjective Garden of Eden is resurrected. It is my contention that this spectroscope will someday be available to all children. When that happens, Mr. Crane, you will understand that the world will profit from man's secret wishes. Earth will be a far better place. Paradise, sunken deep in every man, can be dredged out and set up again. I don't know, said Jack's father, stroking his chin thoughtfully with a finger. Children like my son are too introverted as it is. Give them this psychological toy you suggest, and you would watch them grow, not into the outside world, but into themselves. They would fester. Man has been expelled from the garden. His history is a long, painful climb towards something different. It is something that is probably better than the soft and flabby golden age. If man were to return, he would regress, become worse than static, become infantile or even embryonic. He would be smothered in the folds of his own dreams. Perhaps, said the salesman, but I think you have a very unusual child here. He will go much farther than you think. Why? Because he is sensitive and has an imagination that only needs the proper guidance. Too many children become mere bourgeois ciphers with paunches and round minds full of tripe. They'll stay on Earth. That is, they'll be stuck in the mud. You talk like no insurance salesman I've ever met. Like all those who really want to sell, I'm a born psychologist. Mister shrilled. Actually, I have an advantage. I have a Ph.D. in psychology. I would prefer staying at home for laboratory work, but since I can help my starving children, I am not joking, so much more by coming to a foreign land and working at something that will put food in their mouths, I do it. I can't stand to see my little ones go hungry. Moreover, he said with a wave of his long-fingered hand, this whole planet is really a lab that beats anything within four walls. You spoke of famine. Your accent, your name. You're a Greek, aren't you? In a way, said Mister. My name translated means gracious, or kindly, or well-meaning. His voice became brisker. The translation is apropos. I'm here to do you a service. Now, about these monthly premiums. Jack shook himself and stepped out of the mold of fascination that Mister's glasses seemed to have poured around him. Uncas again, he crawled on all fours from chair to divan to stool to the fallen log which the adults thought was an easy chair. He stuck his head from behind it and sighted along the broomstick musket at his father. He'd shoot that white man dead and then take his scalp. He giggled at that because his father really didn't have any hairlock to take. At that moment Mister decided to take off his specs and polish them with his breast pocket handkerchief. While he answered one of Mr. Crane's questions, he let them dangle from his fingers. Accidentally, the lenses were level with Jack's gaze. One careless glance was enough to jerk his eyes back to them. One glance stunned him so that he could not at once understand that what he was seeing was not reality. There was his father across the room, but it wasn't a room. It was a space outdoors under the low branch of a tree whose trunk was so big it was as wide as the wall had been. Nor was the Persian rug there. It was replaced by a close-cropped bright green grass. Here and there foot-high flowers with bright yellow petals tipped in scarlet swayed beneath an internal wind. Close to Mr. Crane's feet a white horse, no larger than a fox terrier, bit off the flaming end of a plant. All those things were wonderful enough. But was that naked giant who sprawled upon a moss-covered boulder his father? No. Yes. Though the features were no longer pinched and scored and pale, though they were glowing and tanned and smooth like a young athlete's, they were his father's. Even the thick curly hair that fell down over a wide forehead and the panther-muscled body could not hide his identity. Though it tore at his nerves, and though he was afraid that once he looked away he would never again seize the vision, Jack ripped his gaze away from the rosy view. The descent to the gray and rasping reality was so painful that tears ran down his cheeks, and he gasped as if struck in the pit of his stomach. How could beauty like that be all around him without his knowing it? He felt that he had been blind all his life until this moment, and would be forever eyeless again, and unbearable forever, if he did not look through the glass again. He stole another hurried glance, and the pain in his heart and stomach went away. His insides became wrapped in a soft wind. He was lifted. He was floating. A pale red, velvety air caressed him and buoyed him. He saw his mother run from around the tree. That should have seemed peculiar, because he had thought she was dead. But there she was, no longer flat walking and coughing and thin and wax skinned, but golden brown and curvy and bouncy. She jumped at Daddy and gave him a long kiss. Daddy didn't seem to mind that she had no clothes on. Oh, it was wonderful. Jack was drifting on a yielding and wine-tinted air, and warmed with a wind that seemed to swell him out like a happy balloon. Suddenly he was falling, hurtling helplessly and sickeningly through a void, while a cold and drab blast gouged his skin and spun him around and around. The world he had always known shoved hard against him. Again he felt the blow in the solar plexus, and saw the gray tentacles of the living reality reach for his heart. Jack looked up at the stranger, who was just about to put his spectacles on the bridge of his long nose. His eyelids were closed. Jack never did see the pink eyes. That didn't bother him. He had other things to think about. He crouched beside the chair while his brain tried to move again, tried to engulf a thought, and failed because it could not become fluid enough to find the idea that would move his tongue to shriek, "No, no, no!" And when the salesman rose and placed his papers in his case, and patted Jack on the head, and bent his opaque rose spectacles at him, and said good-bye, and that he wouldn't be coming back because he was going out of town to stay, Jack was not able to move or say a thing. Nor for a long time after the door had closed could he break through the mass that gripped him like a hardened lava. By then no amount of screams and weeping would bring Mister back. All his father could do was call a doctor, who took the boy's temperature and gave him some pills. Section 4. Jack stood inside the wire and bent his neck back to watch a huge black and silver oyster feel the dusk for a landing field with its single white foot and its orange toes. Blindingly, lights sprang to attention over the camp. When Jack had blinked his eyes back to normal, he could see over the flat half-mile between the fence and the ship. It lay quiet and glittering and smoking in the flood beams. He could see the round door in its side swing open. Men began filing out. A truck rumbled across the plain and pulled up beside the metal bulk. A very tall man stepped out of the cab and halted upon the running board, from which he seemed to be greeting the newcomers or giving them instructions. Whatever he was saying took so long that Jack lost interest. Lately he had not been able to focus his mind for any length of time upon anything except that one event in the past. He wandered around and whipped glances at his comrades' faces, noting listlessly that their uniforms and shaved heads had improved their appearance, but nothing would be able to chill the feverishness of their eyes. Whistles shrilled. Jack jumped. His heart beat faster. He felt as if the end of the quest were suddenly close. Somebody would be around the corner. In a minute that person would be facing him, and then he reflected, and sagged with a wave of disappointment at the thought. Then there was nobody around the corner. It always happened that way. Besides, there weren't any corners in this camp. He had reached the wall at the end of the alley. Why didn't he stop looking? Sergeants lined the prisoners up 4 abreast, preparatory to marching them into the barracks. Jack supposed it was time to turn in for the night. He submitted to their barked orders and hard hands without resentment. They seemed a long way off. For the 10,000th time he was thinking that this need not have happened. If he had been man enough to grapple with himself, to wrestle as Jacob did with the angel, and not let loose until he had felled the problem, he could be teaching philosophy in a quiet little college his father did. He had graduated from high school with only average marks, and then, instead of going to college as his father had so much wanted him to, he had decided to work a year. With his earnings he would see the world. He had seen it, but when his money ran out he had not returned home. He had drifted, taking jobs here and there, sleeping in flop houses, jungles, park benches, and freight cars. When the newly created Bureau of Health and Sanity had frozen jobs in an effort to solve the transiency problem, Jack had refused to work. He knew that he would not be able to quit a job without being arrested at once. Like hundreds of thousands of other youths, he had begged and stolen and hidden from the local police and the Bohas. Even through all those years of misery and wandering, he had not once admitted to himself the true nature of this fog-cottoned Grail. He knew it, and he did not know it. It was patrolling the edge of his mind, circling a far-off periphery, recognizable by a crude silhouette, but nameless. Any time he wanted to, he could have summoned it closer and said, "You are it, and I know you, and I know what I am looking for. It is..." Is what? Worthless? Foolish? Insane? A dream? Jack had never had the courage to take that action. When it seemed the thing was galloping closer, charging down upon him, he ran away. It must stay on the horizon, moving on, always moving, staying out of his grasp. "All you guys, forward arch!" Jack did not move. The truck from the rocket had come through a gate and stopped by the transies, and about 50 men were getting off the back. The man behind Jack bumped into him. Jack paid him no attention. He did not move. He squinted at the group who had come from the rocket. They were very tall, hump-shouldered, and dressed in light gray-green Palm Beach suits and tan Panama hats. Each held a brown leather briefcase at the end of a long, thin arm. Each wore on the bridge of his nose a pair of rose-colored glasses. A cry broke hoarsely from the transies. Some of those in front of Jack fell to their knees as if a sudden poison had paralyzed their legs. They called names and stretched out open hands. A boy by Jack's side sprawled face down on the sand while he uttered over and over again, "Mr. Pelopius! Mr. Pelopius!" The name meant nothing to Jack. He did feel repulsed at seeing the fellow turn on his side, bend his neck forward, bring his clenched fists up against his chest, and jackknife his legs against his arms. He had seen it many times before in the transy jungles, but he had never gotten over the sickness it had first caused him. He turned away and came almost nose to nose with one of the men from the rocket. He had put down his briefcase so it rested against his leg, and taken a white handkerchief out of his breast pocket to wipe the dust from his lenses. His lids were squeezed shut as if he found the lights unbearable. Jack stared and could not move while a name that the boy behind him had been crying out slowly worked its way through his consciousness. Suddenly, like the roar of a flash flood that is just rounding the bend of a dry gulch, the syllables struck him. He lunged forward and clutched at the spectacles in the man's hand. At the same time he yelled over and over the words that had filled out the blank in his memory. "Mr. Eumenes! Mr. Eumenes!" A sergeant cursed and slammed his fist into Jack's face. Jack fell down flat on his back. Though his jaw felt as if it were torn loose from its hinge, he rolled over on his side, raised himself on his hands and knees, and began to get up to his feet. "Stand still!" bellowed the sergeant. "Stay in formation or you'll get more of the same." Jack shook his head until it cleared. He crouched and held out his hands toward the man, but he did not move his feet. Over and over, half chanting, half crooning, he said, "Mr. Eumenes, the glasses! Please, Mr. Eumenes, the glasses!" The 49 Mr. Eumene and otherwise looked incuriously with impenetrable rosy eyes. The 50th put the white handkerchief back in his pocket. His mouth opened. False teeth gleamed. With his free hand he took off his hat and waved it at the crowd and bowed. His tilted head showed a white fuzz-like hair that shot up over his pale scalp. His gestures were both comic and terrifying. The hat and the inclination of his body said far more than words could. They said, "Goodbye forever, and bon voyage." Then Mr. Eumenes straightened up and opened his lids. At first the sockets looked as if they held no eyeballs, as if they were empty of all but shadows. Jack saw them from a distance. Mr. Eumenes, or his twin, was shooting away faster and faster and becoming smaller and smaller. No, he himself was. He was rocketing away within his own body. He was falling down a deep well. He, Jack Crane, was a hollow shaft down which he slipped and screamed away, away from the world outside. It was like seeing from the wrong end of a pair of binoculars that lengthened and lengthened, while the man with the long-sought-for treasure in his hand flew in the opposite direction, as if he had been connected to the horizon by a rubber band, and somebody had released it, and he was flying towards it, away from Jack. Even as this happened, he knew vaguely that his muscles were locking into the posture of a beggar, hands out, pleading, face twisted into an agony of asking, lips repeating his croon chant. He saw what had occurred. The realization was like the sudden, blinding, and at the same time clarifying light that sometimes comes to epileptics just as they are going into a seizure. It was the thought that he had kept away on the horizon of his mind, the thought that now charged in on him with long leaps and bounds, and then stopped and sat on its haunches and grinned at him while its long tongue lolled. Of course he should have known all these years what it was. He should have known that Mr. Eumenes was the worst thing in the world for him. He had known it, but like a drug addict, he had refused to admit it. He had searched for the man, yet he had known it would be fatal to find him. The rose-colored spectacles would swing gates that should never be fully open. And he should have guessed what and who Mr. Eumenes was when that encyclopedic fellow in the truck had sing-songed those names. How could he have been so stupid? Stupid? It was easy. He had wanted to be stupid. And how could the Mr. Eumenes or otherwise have used such obvious giveaway names? It was a measure of their contempt for the humans around them and of their own grim wit. Look at all the double entendres the salesman had given his father, and his father had never suspected. Even the head of the Bureau of Health and Sanity had been terrifyingly blasé about it. Dr. Vespa. He had thrown his name like a gauntlet to humanity, and humanity had stared idiotically at it and never guessed its meaning. Vespa was a good Italian name. Jack didn't know what it meant, but he supposed that it had the same meaning as the Latin. He remembered it from his high school class. As for his not encountering the salesman until now, he had been lucky. If he had run across him during his search, he would have been denied the glasses as now. And the shock would have made him unable to cry out and betray the man. He would have done what he was so helplessly doing at this moment, and he would have been carted off to an institution. How many other transies had seen that unforgettable face on the streets, the end of their search, and gone at once into that state that made them legal prey of the Bohas? That was almost his last rational thought. He could no longer feel his flesh. A thin red curtain was falling between him and his senses. Everywhere it billowed out beneath him and eased his fall. Everywhere it swirled and softened the outlines of things that were streaking by. A large tree that he remembered seeing in his living room. A naked giant, his father, leaning against it and eating an apple, and a delicate little white creature cropping flowers. Yet all this while he lived in two worlds. One was the passage downwards towards the Garden of Eden. The other was that hemisphere in which he had dwelt so reluctantly, the one he now perceived through the thickening red veil of his sight and other senses. They were not yet gone. He could feel the hands of the black-clad officers lifting him up and laying him upon some hard substance that rocked and dumped. Every lurch and thud was only dimly felt. Then he was placed upon something softer and carried into what he vaguely sensed was the interior of one of the barracks. Some time later, he didn't know or care when, for he had lost all conception or even definition of time, he looked up the deep, ever-lengthening shaft of himself into the eyes of another Mr. Eumenes, or Mr. Sphex, or Dr. Vespa, or whatever he called himself. He was in white and wore a stethoscope around his neck. Beside him stood another of his own kind. This one wore lipstick and a nurse's cap. She carried a tray on which were several containers. One container held a large and sharp scalpel. The other held an egg. It was about twice the size of a hen's egg. Jack saw all this just before the veil took on another shade of red and blurred completely his vision of the outside. But the final thickening did not keep him from seeing that Dr. Eumenes was staring down at him as if he were peering into a dusky burrow. And Jack could make out the eyes. They were large, much larger than they should have been at the speed with which Jack was receding. They were not the pale pink of an albino's. They were black from corner to corner, and built of a dozen or so hexagons whose edges caught the light. They twinkled like jewels, or the eyes of an enormous and evolved wasp. End of They Twinkled Like Jewels by Philip Jose Farmer.
Warm by Robert Sheckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
reading by Bologna Times. Anders lay on his bed, fully dressed except for his shoes and black bow tie, contemplating, with a certain uneasiness, the evening before him. In 20 minutes he would pick up Judy at her apartment, and that was the uneasy part of it. He had realized, only seconds ago, that he was in love with her. Well, he'd tell her. The evening would be memorable. He would propose, there would be kisses, and the seal of acceptance would, figuratively speaking, be stamped across his forehead. Not too pleasant an outlook, he decided. It really would be much more comfortable not to be in love. What had done it? A look, a touch, a thought? It didn't take much, he knew, and stretched his arms for a thorough yawn. "Help me," a voice said. His muscles spasmed, cutting off the yawn in mid-moment. He sat upright on the bed, then grinned and lay back again. "You must help me," the voice insisted. Anders sat up, reached for a polished shoe and fitted it on, giving his full attention to the tying of the laces. "Can you hear me?" the voice asked. "You can, can't you?" That did it. "Yes, I can hear you," Anders said, still in a high good humor. "Don't tell me you're my guilty subconscious, attacking me for a childhood trauma I never bothered to resolve. I suppose you want me to join a monastery." "I don't know what you're talking about," the voice said. "I'm no one's subconscious. I'm me. Will you help me?" Anders believed in voices as much as anyone. That is, he didn't believe in them at all, until he heard them. Swiftly, he catalogued the possibilities. Schizophrenia was the best answer, of course, and one in which his colleagues would concur. But Anders had a lamentable confidence in his own sanity. In which case... "Who are you?" he asked. "I don't know," the voice answered. Anders realized that the voice was speaking within his own mind. Very suspicious. "You don't know who you are," Anders stated. "Very well. Where are you?" "I don't know that either." The voice paused and went on. "Look, I know how ridiculous this must sound. Believe me, I'm in some sort of limbo. I don't know how I got here or who I am, but I want desperately to get out. Will you help me?" Still fighting the idea of a voice speaking within his head, Anders knew that his next decision was vital. He had to accept or reject his own sanity. He accepted it. "All right," Anders said, lacing the other shoe. "I'll grant that you're a person in trouble, and that you're in some sort of telepathic contact with me. Is there anything else you can tell me?" "I'm afraid not," the voice said with infinite sadness. "You'll have to find out for yourself." "Can you contact anyone else?" "No." "Then how can you talk with me?" "I don't know." Anders walked to his bureau mirror and adjusted his black bow tie, whistling softly under his breath. Having just discovered that he was in love, he wasn't going to let a little thing like a voice in his mind disturb him. "I really don't see how I can be of any help," Anders said, brushing a bit of lint from his jacket. "You don't know where you are, and there don't seem to be any distinguishing landmarks. How am I to find you?" He turned and looked around the room to see if he'd forgotten anything. "I'll know when you're close," the voice said. "You were warm just then." Just then? All he had done was look around the room. He did so again, turning his head slowly. Then it happened. The room, from one angle, looked different. It was suddenly a mixture of muddled colors, instead of the carefully blended pastel shades he had selected. The lines of wall, floor, and ceiling were strangely off proportion, zigzag, unrelated. Then everything went back to normal. You were very warm, the voice said. It's a question of saying things correctly. Anders resisted the urge to scratch his head, for fear of disarranging his carefully combed hair. What he had seen wasn't so strange. Everyone sees one or two things in his life that make him doubt his normality, doubt sanity, doubt his very existence. For a moment, the orderly universe is disarranged and the fabric of belief is ripped. But the moment passes. Anders remembered once, as a boy, awakening in his room in the middle of the night. How strange everything had looked. Chairs, table, all out of proportion, swollen in the dark. The ceiling pressing down, as in a dream. But that had also passed. "Well, old man," he said, "if I get warm again, let me know." "I will," the voice in his head whispered. "I'm sure you'll find me." "I'm glad you're so sure," Anders said gaily, switched off the lights, and left. Lovely and smiling, Judy greeted him at the door. Looking at her, Anders sensed her knowledge of the moment. Had she felt the change in him, or predicted it? Or was love making him grin like an idiot? "Would you like a before-party drink?" she asked. He nodded, and she led him across the room to the improbable green and yellow couch. Sitting down, Anders decided he would tell her when she came back with the drink. No use in putting off the fatal moment. A lemming in love, he told himself. "You're getting warm again," the voice said. He had almost forgotten his invisible friend, or fiend as the case could well be. What would Judy say if she knew he was hearing voices? Little things like that, he reminded himself, often break up the best of romances. "Here," she said, handing him a drink. Still smiling, he noticed the number 2 smile. To a prospective suitor, provocative and understanding. It had been preceded, in their relationship, by the number 1 nice girl smile, the don't misunderstand me smile, to be worn on all occasions, until the correct words have been mumbled. "That's right," the voice said. "It's in how you look at things." "Look at what?" Anders glanced at Judy, annoyed at his thoughts. If he was going to play the lover, let him play it. Even through the astigmatic haze of love, he was able to appreciate her blue-gray eyes, her fine skin, if one overlooked a tiny blemish on the left temple. Her lips, slightly reshaped by lipstick. "How did your classes go today?" she asked. Well, of course she'd ask that, Anders thought. Love is marking time. "All right," he said, "teaching psychology to young apes." "Oh, come now." "Warmer," the voice said. What's the matter with me? Anders wondered. She really is a lovely girl. The gestalt that is Judy, a pattern of thoughts, expressions, movements, making up the girl I what? Love? Anders shifted his long body uncertainly on the couch. He didn't quite understand how this train of thought had begun. It annoyed him. The analytical young instructor was better off in the classroom. Couldn't science wait until 9:10 in the morning? "I was thinking about you today," Judy said, and Anders knew that she had sensed the change in his mood. "Do you see?" the voice asked him. "You are getting much better at it." "I don't see anything," Anders thought, but the voice was right. It was as though he had a clear line of inspection into Judy's mind. Her feelings were nakedly apparent to him, as meaningless as his room had been in that flash of undistorted thought. "I really was thinking about you," she repeated. "Now look," the voice said. Anders, watching the expressions on Judy's face, felt the strangeness descend on him. He was back in the nightmare perception of that moment in his room. This time it was as though he were watching a machine in a laboratory. The object of this operation was the evocation and preservation of a particular mood. The machine goes through a searching process, invoking trains of ideas to achieve the desired end. "Oh, were you?" he asked, amazed at his new perspective. "Yes. I wondered what you were doing at noon," the reactive machine opposite him on the couch said, expanding its shapely chest slightly. "Good," the voice said, commending him for his perception. "Dreaming of you, of course," he said to the flesh-clad skeleton behind the total Gestalt Judy. The flesh machine rearranged its limbs, widened its mouth to denote pleasure. The mechanism searched through a complex of fears, hopes, worries, through half-remembrances of analogous situations, analogous solutions. And this was what he loved. Anders saw too clearly and hated himself for seeing. Through his new nightmare perception, the absurdity of the entire room struck him. "Were you really?" the articulating skeleton asked him. "You're coming closer," the voice whispered. To what? The personality? There was no such thing. There was no true cohesion, no depth, nothing except a web of surface reactions, stretched across automatic visceral movements. He was coming closer to the truth. "Sure," he said sourly. The machine stirred, searching for a response. Anders felt a quick tremor of fear at the sheer alien quality of his viewpoint. His sense of formalism had been slowed off, his agreed-upon reactions bypassed. What would be revealed next? He was seeing clearly, he realized, as perhaps no man had ever seen before. It was an oddly exhilarating thought. But could he still return to normality? "Can I get you a drink?" the reaction machine asked. At that moment, Anders was as thoroughly out of love as a man could be. Viewing one's intended as a depersonalized, sexless piece of machinery is not especially conducive to love, but it is quite stimulating intellectually. Anders didn't want normality. A curtain was being raised, and he wanted to see behind it. What was it some Russian scientist, Ouspensky, wasn't it, had said? Think in other categories. That was what he was doing, and would continue to do. "Goodbye," he said suddenly. The machine watched him, open-mouthed, as he walked out the door. Delayed circuit reactions kept it silent until it heard the elevator door close. "You were very warm in there," the voice within his head whispered, once he was on the street. "But you still don't understand everything." "Tell me, then," Anders said, marveling a little at his equanimity. In an hour he had bridged the gap to a completely different viewpoint, yet it seemed perfectly natural. "I can't," the voice said. "You must find it yourself." "Well, let's see now," Anders began. He looked around at the masses of masonry, the convention of streets cutting through the architectural piles. "Human life," he said, "is a series of conventions. When you look at a girl, you're supposed to see a pattern, not the underlying formlessness." "That's true," the voice agreed, but with a shade of doubt. "Basically, there is no form. Man produces gestalts and cuts form out of the plethora of nothingness. It's like looking at a set of lines and saying that they represent a figure. We look at a mass of material, extract it from the background, and say it's a man. But in truth, there is no such thing. There are only the humanizing features that we, myopically, attach to it. Matter is conjoined, a matter of viewpoint." "You're not seeing it now," said the voice. "Damn it," Anders said. He was certain that he was on the track of something big, perhaps something ultimate. Everyone's had the experience. At some time in his life, Everyone looks at a familiar object and can't make any sense out of it. Momentarily, the gestalt fails, but the true moment of sight passes. The mind reverts to the superimposed pattern. Normalcy continues. The voice was silent. Anders walked on through the gestalt city. There's something else, isn't there? Anders asked. Yes. What could that be? He asked himself. Through clearing eyes, Anders looked at the formality he had called his world. He wondered momentarily if he would have come to this if the voice hadn't guided him. Yes, he decided after a few moments, it was inevitable. But who was the voice, and what had he left out? Let's see what a party looks like now, he said to the voice. The party was a masquerade. The guests were all wearing their faces. To Anders, their motives, individually and collectively, were painfully apparent. Then his vision began to clear further. He saw that the people weren't truly individual. They were discontinuous lumps of flesh sharing a common vocabulary, yet not even truly discontinuous. The lumps of flesh were part of the decoration of the room and almost indistinguishable from it. They were one with the lights, which lent their tiny vision. They were joined to the sounds they made, a few feeble tones out of the great possibility of sound. They blended into the walls. The kaleidoscopic view came so fast that Anders had trouble sorting his new impressions. He knew now that these people existed only as patterns, on the same basis as the sounds they made and the things they thought they saw. Gestalts sifted out of the vast, unbearable real world. Where's Judy? A discontinuous lump of flesh asked him. This particular lump possessed enough nervous mannerisms to convince the other lumps of his reality. He wore a loud tie as further evidence. She's sick, Anders said. The flesh quivered into an instant sympathy. Lines of formal mirth shifted to formal woe. Hope it isn't anything serious, the vocal flesh remarked. You're warmer, the voice said to Anders. Anders looked at the object in front of him. She hasn't long to live, he stated. The flesh quivered. Stomach and intestines contracted in sympathetic fear. Eyes distended, mouth quivered. The loud tie remained the same. My God, you don't mean it! What are you? Anders asked quietly. What do you mean? The indignant flesh attached to the tie demanded. Serene within its reality, it gaped at Anders. Its mouth twitched, undeniable proof that it was real and sufficient. You're drunk, it sneered. Anders laughed and left the party. There is still something you don't know, the voice said, but you were hot. I could feel you near me. What are you? Anders asked again. I don't know, the voice admitted. I am a person. I am I. I am trapped. So are we all, Anders said. He walked on asphalt, surrounded by heaps of concrete, silicates, aluminum, and iron alloys. Shapeless, meaningless heaps that made up the Gestalt city. And then there were the imaginary lines of demarcation dividing city from city, the artificial boundaries of water and land. All ridiculous. Give me a dime for some coffee, mister? Something asked, a thing indistinguishable from any other thing. Old Bishop Berkeley would give a non-existent dime to your non-existent presence, Anders said gaily. I'm in a really bad way, the voice whined. And Anders perceived that it was no more than a series of modulated vibrations. Yes, go on, the voice commanded. If you could spare me a quarter, the vibration said, with a deep pretense at meaning. No, what was there behind the senseless patterns? Flesh, mass, what was that? All made up of atoms. I'm really hungry, the intricately arranged atoms muttered. All atoms conjoined. There were no true separations between atom and atom. Flesh was stone, stone was light. Anders looked at the masses of atoms that were pretending to solidity, meaning, and reason. Can't you help me? A clump of atoms asked. But the clump was identical with all the other atoms. Once you ignored the superimposed patterns, you could see the atoms were random, scattered. I don't believe in you, Anders said. The pile of atoms was gone. Yes, the voice cried. Yes! I don't believe in any of it, Anders said. After all, what was an atom? Go on, the voice shouted. You're hot. Go on. What was an atom? An empty space surrounded by an empty space. Absurd. Then it's all false, Anders said, and he was alone under the stars. That's right, the voice within his head screamed. Nothing! But stars, Anders thought. How can one believe? The stars disappeared. Anders was in a gray nothingness, a void. There was nothing around him except shapeless gray. Where was the voice? Gone. Anders perceived the delusion behind the grayness, and then there was nothing at all. Complete nothingness, and himself within it. Where was he? What did it mean? Anders' mind tried to add it up. Impossible. That couldn't be true. Again the score was tabulated, but Anders' mind couldn't accept the total. In desperation, the overloaded mind erased the figures, eradicated the knowledge, erased itself. Where am I? In nothingness, alone, trapped. Who am I? A voice. The voice of Anders searched the nothingness, shouted, Is there anyone here? No answer. But there was someone. All directions were the same. Yet moving along one he could make contact with someone. The voice of Anders reached back to someone who could save him, perhaps. Save me, the voice said to Anders, lying fully dressed on his bed, except for his shoes and black bow tie. End of Warm by Robert Sheckley.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. Wind by Charles L. Fontenay. When you have an engine with no fuel, and fuel without an engine, and a life or death deadline to meet, you have a problem indeed. Unless you are a stubborn Dutchman, and Jan van Artevelde was the stubbornest Dutchman on Venus. Jan Willem van Artevelde claimed descent from William of Orange. He had no genealogy to prove it, but on Venus there was no one who could disprove it either. Jan Willem van Artevelde smoked a clay pipe, which only a Dutchman can do properly, because the clay bit grates on less stubborn teeth. Jan needed all his Dutch stubbornness, and a good deal of pure physical strength besides, to maneuver the roach-flat ground car across the tumbled terrain of Den Hoorn into the teeth of the howling gale that swept from the west. The huge wheels twisted and jolted against the rocks outside, and Jan bounced against his seat-belt, wrestled the steering wheel, and puffed at his pipe. The mild aroma of Herenby tabak filled the tight ground car. There came a new swaying that was not the roughness of the terrain. Through the thick windshield Jan saw all the ground about him buckle and heave for a second or two before it settled to rugged quiescence again. This time he was really heaved about. Jan mentioned this to the ground car radio. "That's the third time in half an hour," he commented. This place tosses like the IJsselmeer on a rough day." "You just don't forget it isn't the Zuider Zee," retorted Heemskerk from the other end. "You sink there and you don't come up 3 times." "Don't worry," said Jan. "I'll be back on time, with a broom at the masthead." "This I shall want to see," chuckled Heemskerk. A logical reaction, considering the scarcity of brooms on Venus. 2 hours earlier, the two men had sat across the small table playing chess, with little indication that there would be anything else to occupy their time before blastoff of the stubby gravity boat. It would be their last chess game for many months, for Jan was a member of the Dutch colony at Oostpoort, in the northern hemisphere of Venus, while Heemskerk was a pilot of the G-boat from the Dutch spaceship Vanderdecken, scheduled to begin an earthward orbit in a few hours. It was near the dusk of the 485-hour Venerian day, and the twilight gale already had arisen, sweeping from the comparatively chill Venerian night side into the superheated day side. Oostpoort, established near some outcroppings that contained uranium ore, was protected from both the dawn gale and the twilight gale, for it was in a valley amidst a small range of mountains. Jan had just figured out a combination by which he hoped to cheat Heemskerk out of one of his nights, when Dekker, the burgomaster of Oostpoort, entered the spaceport ready room. "There's been an emergency radio message," said Dekker. "They've got a passenger for the Earthship over at Rathole." "Rathole?" repeated Heemskerk. "What's that? I didn't know there was another colony within 2,000 kilometers." "Well, it isn't a colony in the sense Oostpoort is," explained Dekker. "The people are the families of a bunch of laborers left behind when the colony folded several years ago. It's about 80 kilometers away, right across the Horn, but they don't have any vehicles that can navigate when the wind's up." Heemskerk pushed his short-billed cap back on his close-cropped head, leaned back in his chair, and folded his hands over his comfortable stomach. "Then the passenger will have to wait for the next ship," he pronounced. "The Vanderdecken has to blast off in 30 hours to catch Earth at the right orbital spot, and the G-boat has to blast off in 10 hours to catch the Vanderdecken." "The passenger can't wait," said Dekker. "He needs to be evacuated to Earth immediately. He's suffering from the Venus shadow." Jan whistled softly. He had seen the effects of that disease. Dekker was right. "Jan, you're the best driver in Oostpoort," said Dekker. "You will have to take a ground car to Rathole and bring the fellow back." So now Jan gripped his clay pipe between his teeth and piloted the ground car into the teeth of the twilight gale. Den Hoorn was a comparatively flat desert sweep that ran along the western side of the Oost Mountains, just over the mountain from Oostpoort. It was a thin fault area of a planet whose crust was particularly subject to earthquakes, particularly at the beginning and end of each long day when the temperatures of the surface rocks changed. On the other side of it lay Rathole, a little settlement that eked out a precarious living from the Venerian vegetation. Jan had never seen it. He had little difficulty driving up and over the mountain, for the Dutch settlers had carved a rough road through the ravines. But even the 2.5-meter wheels of the ground car had trouble amid the tumbled rocks of Den Hoorn. The wind hit the car in full strength here, and though the body of the ground car was suspended from the axles, there was constant danger of its being flipped over by a gust if not handled just right. The 3 earth shocks that had shaken Den Hoorn since he had been driving made his task no easier, but he was obviously lucky at that. Often he had to detour far from his course to skirt long, deep cracks in the surface, or steep breaks where the crust had been raised or dropped several meters by past quakes. The ground car zigzagged slowly westward. The tattered violet and indigo clouds boiled low above it, but the wind was as dry as the breadth of an oven. Despite the heavy cloud cover, the afternoon was as bright as an Earth day. The thermometer showed the outside temperature to have dropped to 40 degrees centigrade in the west wind, and it was still going down. Jan reached the edge of a crack that made further progress seem impossible. 100 meters wide, of unknown depth, it stretched out of sight in both directions. For the first time he entertained serious doubts that Den Hoorn could be crossed by land. After a moment's hesitation, he swung the ground car northward and raced along the edge of the chasm as fast as the car would negotiate the terrain. He looked anxiously at his watch. Nearly 3 hours had passed since he left Oostpoort. He had 7 hours to go, and he was still at least 16 kilometers from Rathole. His pipe was out, but he could not take his hands from the wheel to refill it. He had driven at least 8 kilometers before he realized that the crack was narrowing. At least as far again, and the two edges came together, but not at the same level. A sheer cliff 3 meters high now barred his passage. He drove on. Apparently it was the result of an old quake. He found a spot where rocks had tumbled down, making a steep, rough ramp up the break. He drove up it and turned back southwestward. He made it just in time. He had driven less than 300 meters when a quake, more severe than any of the others, struck. Suddenly behind him the break reversed itself, so where he had climbed up coming westward, he would now have to climb a cliff of equal height returning eastward. The ground heaved and buckled like a tempestuous sea. Rocks rolled and leaped through the air, several large ones striking the ground car with ominous force. The car staggered forward on its giant wheels like a drunken man. The quake was so violent that at one time the vehicle was hurled several meters sideways and almost overturned, and the wind smashed down on it unrelentingly. The quake lasted for several minutes, during which Jan was able to make no progress at all, and struggled only to keep the ground car upright. Then, in unison, both the earthquake and wind died to absolute quiescence. Jan made use of this calm to step down on the accelerator and send the ground car speeding forward. The terrain was easier here, nearing the western edge of Den Hoorn, and he covered several kilometers before the wind struck again, cutting his speed down considerably. He judged he must be nearing Rathole. Not long thereafter he rounded an outcropping of rock, and it lay before him. A wave of nostalgia swept over him. Back at Oostpoort the power was nuclear, but this little settlement made use of the cheapest, most obviously available power source. It was dotted with more than a dozen windmills. Windmills! Tears came to Jan's eyes. For a moment he was carried back to the flat lands around Gravenhage. For a moment he was a tow-headed, rounded-eyed boy again, clumping in wooden shoes along the edge of tulip fields. But there were no canals here. The flat land, stretching into the darkening west, was spotted with patches of cactus and leather-leaved Venerian plants. Amid the windmills, low domes protruded from the earth, indicating that the dwellings of Rathole were, appropriately, partly underground. He drove into the place. There were no streets as such, but there were avenues between lines of heavy chains strung to short iron posts, evidently as handholds against the wind. The savage gale piled dust and sand in drifts against the domes, then, shifting slightly, swept them clean again. There was no one moving abroad, but just inside the community Jan found half a dozen men in a group, clinging to one of the chains and waving to him. He pulled the ground car to a stop beside them, stuck his pipe in a pocket of his plastic Vin-suit, donned his helmet, and got out. The wind almost took him away before one of them grabbed him, and he was able to grasp the chain himself. They gathered around him. They were swarthy, black-eyed men with curly hair. One of them grasped his hand. "Bienvenido, senor," said the man. Jan recoiled and dropped the man's hand. All the Orangeman blood he claimed, protest and outraged. Spaniards! All these men were Spaniards! Jan recovered himself at once. He had been reading too much ancient history during his leisure hours. The hot monotony of Venus was beginning to affect his brain. It had been 500 years since the Netherlands revolted against Spanish rule. A lot of water over the dam since then. A look at the men around him, the sound of their chatter, convinced him that he need not try German or Hollandish here. He fell back on international language. "Do you speak English?" he asked. The man brightened, but shook his head. "No hablo inglés," he said, "pero el médico lo habla. Venga conmigo." He gestured for Jan to follow him and started off, pulling his way against the wind along the chain. Jan followed, and the other men fell behind in single file. 100 meters further on, they turned, descended some steps, and entered one of the half-buried domes. A gray-haired, bearded man was in the well-lighted room, apparently the living room of a home, with a young woman. "El médico," said the man who had greeted Jan, gesturing. "Él habla inglés." He went out, shutting the airlock door behind him. "You must be the man from Oostpoort," said the bearded man, holding out his hand. "I am Dr. Sanchez. We are very grateful you have come." "I thought for a while I wouldn't make it," said Jan ruefully, removing his Venus helmet. "This is Mrs. Murillo," said Sanchez. The woman was a Spanish blonde, full-lipped and beautiful, with golden hair and dark liquid eyes. She smiled at Jan. "Encantada de conocerlo, señor," she greeted him. "Is this the patient, doctor?" asked Jan, astonished. She looked in the best of health. "No, the patient is in the next room," answered Sanchez. "Well, as much as I'd like to stop for a pipe, we'd better start at once," said Jan. "It's a hard drive back, and blastoff can't be delayed." The woman seemed to sense his meaning. She turned and called, "Diego!" A boy appeared in the door, a dark-skinned, sleepy-eyed boy of about 8. He yawned. Then, catching sight of the big Dutchman, he opened his eyes wide and smiled. The boy was healthy-looking, alert, but the mark of the Venus shadow was on his face. There was a faint mottling, a crisscross of dead white lines. Mrs. Murillo spoke to him rapidly in Spanish, and he nodded. She zipped him into a Venus suit and fitted a small helmet on his head. "Good luck, amigo," said Sanchez, shaking Jan's hand again. "Thanks," replied Jan. He donned his own helmet. "I'll need it, if the trip over was any indication." Jan and Diego made their way back down the chain to the ground car. There was a score of men there now, and a few women. They let the pair go through and waved farewell as Jan swung the ground car around and headed back eastward. It was easier driving with the wind behind him, and Jan hit 100 kilometers an hour several times before striking the rougher ground of Den Hoorn. Now, if he could only find a way over the bluff raised by that last quake. The ground of Den Hoorn was still shivering. Jan did not realize this until he had to brake the ground car almost to a stop at one point, because it was not shaking in severe periodic shocks as it had earlier. It quivered constantly, like the surface of quicksand. The ground far ahead of him had a strange color to it. Jan, watching for the cliff he had to skirt and scale, had picked up speed over some fairly even terrain, but now he slowed again, puzzled. There was something wrong ahead. He couldn't quite figure it out. Diego, beside him, had sat quietly so far, peering eagerly through the windshield, not saying a word. Now suddenly he cried in high, thin terror, "Cuidado! Cuidado! Un abismo!" Jan saw it at the same time and hit the brakes so hard the ground car would have stood on its nose had its wheels been smaller. They skidded to a stop. The chasm that had caused him such a long detour before had widened, evidently in the big quake that had hit earlier. Now it was a canyon half a kilometer wide. 5 meters from the edge, he looked over the blank space at the far wall and could not see a bottom. Cursing choice Dutch profanity, Jan wheeled the ground car northward and drove along the edge of the abyss as fast as he could. He wasted a half an hour before realizing it was getting no narrower. There was no point in going back southward. It might be 100 kilometers long or 1,000. but he could never reach the end of it and the thread of the tumbled rocks of Den Hoorn to Oostpoort before the G-boat blast-off. There was nothing to do but turn back to Rathole and see if some other way could not be found. Jan sat in the half-buried room and enjoyed the luxury of a pipe filled with some of Theodorus Niemeyer's mild tobacco. Before him, Dr. Sanchez sat with crossed legs, cleaning his fingernails with a scalpel. Diego's mother talked to the boy in low, liquid tones in the corner of a room. Jan was at a loss to know how people whose technical knowledge was so skimpy as it was, obviously in Rathole, were able to build these semi-underground dunes to resist the earth shocks that came from Den Hoorn. But this one showed no signs of stress. A religious print and a small pencil sketch of Senor Murillo, probably done by the boy, were awry on the inward curving walls, but that was all. Jan felt justifiably exasperated at these Spanish-speaking people. If some effort had been made to take the boy to Oostpoort from here, instead of calling on us to send a car, Den Hoorn could have been crossed before the crack opened, he pointed out. An effort was made, replied Sanchez quietly. Perhaps you do not fully realize our position here. We have no engines except the stationary generators that give us current for our air conditioning and our utilities. They are powered by the windmills. We do not have gasoline engines for vehicles, and all our vehicles are operated by hand. You push them? Demanded Jan incredulously. No, you've seen pictures of the pump cars that were once used on terrestrial railroads? Ours are powered like that, but we cannot operate them when the Venerian wind is blowing. By the time I diagnosed the Venus shadow in Diego, the wind was coming up, and we had no way to get him to Oostpoort. Grunted Jan. He shifted uncomfortably and looked at the pair in the corner. The blond head was bent over the boy protectingly, and over his mother's shoulder Diego's black eyes returned Jan's glance. If the disease has just started, the boy could wait for the next Earthship, couldn't he? Asked Jan. I said I had just diagnosed it, not that it just started, senor, corrected Sanchez. As you know, the trip to Earth takes 145 days, and it can be only started when two planets are in the right positions in their orbits. Have you ever seen anyone die of the Venus shadow? Yes, I have, replied Jan in a low voice. He had seen two people die of it, and it had not been pleasant. Medical men thought it was a deficiency disease, but they had not traced down the deficiency responsible. Treatment by vitamins, diet, antibiotics, infrared, ultraviolet rays, all were useless. The only thing that could arrest and cure the disease was removal from the dry, cloud-hung surface of Venus and return to a moist, sunny climate on Earth. Without that treatment, once the typical mottled texture of the skin appeared, the flesh rapidly deteriorated and fell away in chunks. The victim remained unfevered and agonizingly conscious until the degeneration reached a vital spot. If you have, said Sanchez, you must realize that Diego cannot wait for a later ship. If his life is to be saved, he must get to Earth at once. Jan puffed at his Heerenbaai tobacco and cogitated. The place was aptly named. It was a ratty community. The boy was a dark-skinned little Spaniard, Mexican origin perhaps, but he was a boy and a human being. A thought occurred to him. From what he had seen and heard, the entire economy of Rathole could not support the tremendous expense of sending the boy across millions of miles to Earth by spaceship. Who's paying his passage? He asked. The Dutch Central Venus Company isn't exactly a charitable institution. Your Senor Dekker said that would be taken care of, replied Sanchez. Jan relit his pipe silently, making a mental resolution that Dekker wouldn't take care of it alone. Salaries for Venerian service were high, and many of the men at Oostpoort would contribute readily to such a cause. Who is Diego's father? He asked. He was Ramon Murillo, a very good mechanic, answered Sanchez, with a sidelong glance at Jan's face. He has been dead for 3 years. Jan grunted. The copters at Oostpoort can't buck this wind, he said thoughtfully, or I would have come in one of those in the first place instead of trying to cross Den Hoorn by land. But if you have any sort of aircraft here, it might make it downwind, if it isn't wrecked on takeoff. I'm afraid not, said Sanchez. Too bad. There's nothing we can do then. The nearest settlement west of here is more than 1,000 kilometers away, and I happen to know they have no planes either, just copters, so that's no help. Wait, said Sanchez, lifting his scalpel and tilting his head. I believe there is something, though we cannot use it. This was once an American naval base, and the people here were civilian employees who refused to move north with it. There was a flying machine they used for short-range work, and one was left behind, probably with a little help from the people of the settlement, but... What kind of machine? Copter or plane? They called it a flying platform. It carries 2 men, I believe, but, Senor... Oh, I know them. I've operated them before I left Earth. Man, you don't expect me to try to fly one of those little things in this wind. They're as tricky as they can be, and the passengers are completely unprotected. Senor, I have asked you to do nothing. No, you haven't, muttered Jan, but you know I'll do it. Sanchez looked into his face, smiling faintly and a little sadly. I was sure you would be willing, he said. He turned and spoke in Spanish to Mrs. Murillo. The woman rose to her feet and came to them. As Jan arose, she looked up at him, tears in her eyes. Gracias, she murmured. Un millón de gracias. She lifted his hands in hers and kissed them. Jan disengaged himself gently, embarrassed. But it occurred to him, looking down on this bowed head of a beautiful young widow, that he might be making some flying trips back over here in his leisure time. Language barriers were not impassable, and feminine companionship might cure his neurotic, history-born distaste for Spaniards, for more than one reason. Sanchez was tugging at his elbow. Senor, I have been trying to tell you, he said. It is generous and good of you, and I wanted Senora Murillo to know what a brave man you are. But have you forgotten that we have no gasoline engines here? There is no fuel for the flying platform. The platform was in a warehouse which, like the rest of the structures in Rat Hole, was a half-buried dome. The platform's ring-shaped base was less than 1 meter thick, standing on 4 metal legs. On top of it, in the center, was a railed circle that could hold 2 men, but would crowd them. 2 small gasoline engines sat on each side of this railed circle, and between them on the 3rd side was the fuel tank. The passengers entered it on the 4th side. The machine was dusty and spotted with rust. Jan, surrounded by Sanchez, Diego, and a dozen men, inspected it thoughtfully. The letters USN*SES were painted in white on the platform itself, and each engine bore the label Hiller. Jan peered over the edge of the platform at the twin-ducted fans in their plastic shrouds. They appeared in good shape. Each was powered by one of the engines, transmitted to it by heavy rubber belts. Jan sighed. It was an unhappy situation. As far as he could determine without making tests, the engines were in perfect condition. 2 perfectly good engines, and no fuel for them. You're sure there's no gasoline anywhere in Rat Hole? He asked Sanchez. Sanchez smiled ruefully, as he had once before, at Jan's appellation for the community. The inhabitants' term for it was simply La Ciudad Nuestra, our town. But he made no protest. He turned to one of the other men and talked rapidly for a few moments in Spanish. None, senor, he said, turning back to Jan. The Americans, of course, kept much of it when they were here, but the few things we take to Oostpoort to trade could not buy precious gasoline. We have electricity in plenty if you can power the platform with it. Jan thought that over, trying to find a way. No, it wouldn't work, he said. We could rig batteries on the platform and electric motors to turn the propellers, but batteries big enough to power it all the way to Oostpoort would be so heavy the machine couldn't lift them off the ground. If there's some way to carry a power line all the way to Oostpoort, or to broadcast the power to it, but it's a light load machine and must have an engine that gives it all the necessary power from very little weight. Wild schemes ran through his head. If they were on water instead of land, he could rig up a sail. He could still rig up a sail for a ground car, except for the chasm out on Den Hoorn. The ground car! Jan straightened and snapped his fingers. Doctor, he explained, send a couple of men to drain the rest of the fuel from my ground car, and let's get this platform above ground and tie it down until we can get it started. Sanchez gave rapid orders in Spanish. 2 of the men left at a run, carrying 5-gallon cans with them. 3 others picked up the platform and carried it up a ramp and outside. As soon as they reached ground level, the wind hit them. They dropped the platform to the ground, where it shuddered and swayed momentarily, and 2 of the men fell successfully on their stomachs. The wind caught the third and somersaulted him half a dozen times before he skidded to a stop, on his back with outstretched arms and legs. He turned over cautiously and crawled back to them. Jan, his head just above ground level, surveyed the terrain. There was flat ground to the east, clear and a fairly broad alley for at least half a kilometer before any of the domes protruded up into it. This is as good a spot for takeoff as we'll find, he said to Sanchez. The men put 3 heavy ropes on the platform's windward rail and secured it by them to the heavy chain that ran by the dome. The platform quivered and shuddered in the heavy wind, but its base was too low for it to overturn. Shortly, the 2 men returned with the fuel from the ground car, struggling along the chain. Jan got above ground in a crouch, clinging to the rail of the platform, and helped them fill the fuel tank with it. He primed the carburetors and spun the engines. Nothing happened. He turned the engines over again. One of them coughed, and a cloud of blue smoke burst from its exhaust, but they did not catch. "What is the matter, senor?" asked Sanchez from the dome entrance. "I don't know," replied Jan. "Maybe it's that the engines haven't been used in so long. I'm afraid I'm not a good enough mechanic to tell." "Some of these men were good mechanics when the Navy was here," said Sanchez. "Wait." He turned and spoke to someone in the dome. One of the men of Rat-Hole came to Jan's side and tried the engines. They refused to catch. The man made carburetor adjustments and tried again. No success. He sniffed, took the cap from the fuel tank, and stuck a finger inside. He withdrew it, wet and oily, and examined it. He turned and spoke to Sanchez. "He says that your ground car must have a diesel engine," Sanchez interpreted to Jan. "Is that correct?" "Why, yes, that's true." "He says the fuel will not work then, senor. He said it is low-grade fuel, and the platform must have high-octane gasoline." Jan threw up his hands and went back into the dome. "I should have known that," he said unhappily. "I would have known if I had thought of it." "What is to be done then?" asked Sanchez. "There's nothing that can be done," answered Jan. "They may as well put the fuel back in my ground car." Sanchez called orders to the men at the platform. While they worked, Jan stared out at the furiously spinning windmills that dotted Rat-Hole. "There's nothing that can be done," he repeated. "We can't make the trip overland because of the chasm out there in Den Hoorn, and we can't fly the platform because we have no power for it." Windmills. Again Jan could imagine that flat land around them as his native Holland, with the Zuiderzee sparkling to the west, where here the desert stretched under darkening clouds. Jan looked at his watch. A little more than 2 hours before the G-boat's blast-off time, and it couldn't wait for them. It was nearly 8 hours since he had left Oostpoort, and the afternoon was getting noticeably darker. Jan was sorry. He had done his best, but Venus had beaten him. He looked around for Diego. The boy was not in the dome. He was outside, crouched in the lee of the dome, playing with some sticks. Diego must know of his ailment and why he had to go to Oostpoort. If Jan was any judge of character, Sanchez would have told him that. Whether Diego knew it was life or death matter for him to be aboard the Vanderdecken when it blasted off for Earth, Jan did not know. But the boy was around 8 years old, and he was bright, and he must realize the seriousness involved in the decision to send him all the way to Earth. Jan felt ashamed of his exuberant foolishness, which had led him to spout ancient history and claim descent from William of Orange. It had been a hobby, an artificial topic for conversation that amused him and his companions, a defense against the monotony of Venus that had begun to affect his personality, perhaps a bit more than he realized. He did not dislike Spaniards. He had no reason to dislike them. They were all humans, the Spanish, the Dutch, the Germans, the Americans, and even the Russians, fighting a hostile planet together. He could not understand a word Diego said when the boy spoke to him, but he liked Diego, and he wished desperately he could do something. Outside, the windmills of Rat-Hole spun merrily. There was power, the power that lighted and air-conditioned Rat-Hole, power in the air all around them, if only he could use it. But to turn the platform on its side and let the wind spin the propellers was pointless. He turned to Sanchez. "Ask the men if there are any spare parts for the platform," he said. "Some of those legs it stands on, transmission belts, spare propellers." Sanchez asked. "Yes," he said, "many spare parts, but no fuel." Jan smiled a tight smile. "Tell them to take the engines out," he said. "Since we have no fuel, we may as well have no engines." Peter Heemskerk stood by the ramp to the stubby G-boat and checked his watch. It was X-15. 15 minutes before blastoff time. Heemskerk wore a spacesuit. Everything was ready, except climbing aboard, closing the airlock, and pressing the firing pin. What on Venus could have happened to Van Artevelde? The last radio message they had received, more than an hour ago, had said he and his patient took off successfully in an aircraft. What sort of aircraft could he be flying that would require an hour to cover 80 kilometers with the wind? Heemskerk could only draw the conclusion that the aircraft had been wrecked somewhere in Den Hoorn. As a matter of fact, he knew that preparations were being made now to send a couple of ground cars out to search for it. This, of course, would be too late to help the patient Van Artevelde was bringing, but Heemskerk had no personal interest in the patient. His worry was all for his friend. The two of them had enjoyed chess and good beer together on the last 3 trips to Venus, and Heemskerk hoped very sincerely that the big blond man wasn't hurt. He glanced at his watch again. X-12. In 2 minutes it would be time for him to walk up the ramp into the G-boat. In 7 minutes the backward count before blastoff would start over the area loudspeakers. Heemskerk shook his head sadly, and Van Artevelde had promised to come back triumphant, with a broom at his masthead. It was a high, thin whine borne on the wind, carrying even through the walls of his space helmet, that attracted Heemskerk's attention and caused him to pause with his foot on the ramp. Around him, the rocket mechanics were staring up at the sky, trying to pinpoint the noise. Heemskerk looked westward. At first he could see nothing, and then there was a moving dot above the mountain against the indigo umbrella of clouds. It grew, it swooped, it approached, and became a strange little flying disc with 2 people standing on it and something sticking up from its deck in front of them. A broom? No. The platform hovered and began to settle nearby, and there was Van Artevelde, leaning over its rail and fiddling frantically with whatever that was stuck up on it, a weird angled contraption of pipes and belts topped by a whirring blade. A boy stood at his shoulder and tried to help him. As the platform descended to a few meters above the ground, the Dutchman slashed at the contraption. The cut ends of belts whipped out wildly, and the platform slid to the ground with a rush. It hit with a clatter, and its 2 passengers tumbled prone to the ground. "Jan!" boomed Heemskerk, forcing his voice through the helmet diaphragm and rushing to his friend. "I was afraid you were lost." Jan struggled to his feet and leaned down to help the boy up. "Here's your patient, Peter," he said. "Hope you have a spacesuit his size." "I can find one, and we have to hurry for blastoff. But first, what happened? Even that damn thing ought to get here from Rat-Hole faster than that." Had no fuel, replied Jan briefly. My engines were all right, but I had no power to run them, so I had to pull the engines and rig up a power source. Heemskerk stared at the platform. On its railing was rigged a tripod of battered metal pipes, atop which a big four-blade propeller spun slowly in what wind was left after it had come over the western mountain. Over the edges of the platform, running from the two propellers at its base, hung a series of tattered transmission belts. Power source, repeated Heemskerk. That? Certainly, replied Jan with dignity. The power source any good Dutchman turns to in an emergency. A windmill. End of Wind by Charles L. Fontenay.